Check 1 2. Hello. How do I sound? Testing. Hello. Check.
The enemy captured your flag.
Hello. What's up, chat? Why? How do I make this so it's its own thing and not tied to the other thing? Ugh. All right, I guess I'll just make a whole new text thing. Sorry for the scuffed stream. Oh. Okay, nice. New source. Okay. Text. Add source. Add a new source instead. Okay. There we go. Now I gotta choose the font. Oh my god. I apologize for this.
The enemy captured your flag.
Oh wait, what? They can put their own team names up there? That's crazy. Okay. This should be... What's up here? Okay. Alright, 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 alright. Time to get this shit started. What is up, Mr. Sin?
My goodness.
Woo!
It is the start of a tribe-style
The
tournament.
enemy captured
Yes. I mean, I can't talk because I'm still getting my overlays set up, and I'm awful at this, but, hello.
Hello. We're gaming. Well, we're not gaming. They're gaming.
They're gaming. If you're just tuning in, welcome, everybody. My name's Fishsticks. I got Sin with me. Today, we're going to be casting the Midair 2 Draft Tournament. I love a good draft tournament, Sin, don't you? They're so much fun every time.
They're great. There's never any subs. There's never any drama. It's always just a smooth ship all the way through. I can't
Oh
wait.
yeah, no question. I'm gonna go ahead and get the teams up here on stream. Sin, I know you've been casting a lot of Tribes 3
The enemy
lately.
captured your flag.
How's it gonna feel to cast a Tribes game that has an actual spectator mode? It's gonna be different.
You know, I did some pugs here and there to kind of de-rest from,
Yeah.
you know, it's a little harder than just clicking from tab to tab when I'm watching restreams, but it's nice. You know, we got attached to flag carrier, attached to flag stand, we got
Oh,
free
yeah.
cam, we got first person, we got all the tools.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to have all that stuff. Also, have you been playing much Midair lately?
I have returned. I
have
have
returned?
been back in the pugs. Yeah, it's I think I've played, let's see, I can actually look. We have a stats bot here. I've played about 40 games in the last 30 days. You know, a game
Okay.
or two a day. Getting
not
back
bad.
into the swing of things. Not much has
That's,
changed.
Yeah, that's actually a lot. Nice. I've jumped in and played a couple pugs here and there, and Midair is a great game. It's just really fun. The physics feel solid, the game feels solid. I'm excited for the cast today. And all right, so fill me in. Where are we looking for match codes right here?
We are looking in the captain discussion channel. That is where they should be posting. I asked them to put the code and then at minimum the name of the captain in there. So we are, you can kind of just pick, if you see a long string of characters, you can kind of pick a match. I don't know the team rosters well enough, and we have 14 teams, so I don't know if that's even going to become a thing until we get to the playoffs, but we can probably just go between teams that we haven't casted yet.
Yeah. Sounds good
And
to me.
see what we're doing there. I'm not sure what the tournament format looks like here, because I'm looking at the group stage, and there's
The
3
enemy captured
groups
your flag.
worth of teams with 4 teams in each group. And then it doesn't look like any of the seeding actually matters, other than just like where you get seeded into the rounds. And actually, no, okay, round 2. So it is a double elimination bracket, and the number 1 seed out of all of the groups gets a bye immediately into round 2.
Okay, interesting. All right. So that's a little different. I feel like usually we do group stage into a single elim do or die bracket. I don't know. Interesting format. Okay, Ecstasy. I see you. I think we're gonna be casting for a long time today, Sin. It sounds like we're in for
Yeah, this
a
is
shitload
part
of
of
matches.
where I did not want to break up and solo cast because I would just burn my voice up by noon or something like that. So I think definitely going to be staying hydrated. Definitely going to be probably not as hype as
Until
we
later.
possibly can be until we get through, because there's a lot of rounds of playoffs. Like there are 4 rounds of play. No, more than that. Oh my goodness. There is. This is.
Yeah.
This may be a little doomer. I'm gonna be surprised if this tournament gets played all the way through today. This is a lot of games.
I was told 6 hours max, but I am a
That
little
is
skeptical.
not a possibility. I'm telling you right now. There's no
okay,
way.
Sin. Okay, Sin. I'm seeing some codes come in. Should we try and join one of these?
Let's get in a game.
I see.
Let's see if we got some teams
Moose
firing
versus
up.
Frost, and I see Luna versus Clown, and yeah, which should also chat like which one should we jump into? That's my question.
I don't know who's gonna be good. I know
Yeah.
Moose's team was, a lot of people were pretty high on the Moose team, so maybe we can see how they start things off. Of course, they have Jaggle, the best
Yeah.
player coming out of T3, jumping into some midair gameplay. He's been playing. He did message me this morning, and he said to give him a little leniency because him and Crow were up late playing Roblox.
Oh,
So
good. Excuses are coming in already. All right,
the
I am
ultimate
joining.
Zoomer excuse.
I am here in the Frost and Moose game, and it is currently 2-1. So we've already got the game going, and I have to remember how to spectate this game. Excuse me, everybody, as we get things going early here. And
Or
yeah,
also
I think.
gonna need to switch your scene, I believe.
Oh, probably. Sorry guys, I'm super scuffed today, but we'll iron it out. We'll iron it out here in a second. I think for me, the Moose team is like interesting because it's got 2 kind of T3 players on it, Jaggle and Astralis. I know Jaggle's been playing a lot of pickups here in Midair. Any predictions going into this? It's 2-2.
I mean, I like Moose's team a lot. Frost is definitely no slouch, but they have a couple of players that I don't have as much faith in as on the Moose side of things. So we'll see if they can pull it out. And Jiggle's just gonna get better as the day goes on. Like this guy has not played a lot of midair, so if he starts off hot, I expect it to go pretty well for Moose's team.
Yeah, I mean, some of the T3 guys, like Jaggle and Jake, in particular, went pretty high in the draft. They were, if you aren't familiar, the draft is using a kind of bidding system, and Jake was one of the highest bids out of the entire draft, which I was kind of interested by. And Jaggle, no slouch as well, got picked with a lot of money on the line.
Yeah, Jake is really. I think he's picked as high as he is for his comms. He comms a lot better than even a lot of the veterans. His mechanics aren't quite all the way there yet. He still has some misplays on that front, but he's definitely not a bad player. I think he was a little bit overbid in the tournament. You know, he went for the same budget as Ringo, and then 5 off of guys like DL, Lel, Implo. So I don't I don't know if the comms will make up all the way for that, but we'll track him as he goes through and see what his win-loss is like.
Just on the Jaggle cam right now, because I'm just curious to see how he's adapted to the game. But still 2-2, so very, very close game here, and we could have a cap. Lel's coming in. No, the front crash is not there in time at all, and we have our third cap now for one of the team. Wait, let's see. It's gonna be yeah, that's Moose's team. Is that
I do like
is that
to see
Moose?
it.
Pat?
That is
Midinge?
Moose. Pat Midinger, yeah.
Midinger?
That is
Pat Midinger. Oh my god, I said it on stream. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there you go.
Pat Midinger.
But he does have. I wanted to. We're talking about Jaggle a lot, but on Moose's team, you also have Astralis, another
Yeah.
T3 for the most part of the game. Astralis has been a T3 player. Obviously, he started in T2, so
Yep.
he's not like a fresh T3 guy. And neither is Jiggle. He came out of TA. But two guys that really have not played much Midair at all, but were both, very active in the competitive scene in T3, and definitely no slouch on either player. So Moose kind of just going with the get good players from other games and hope that they can get into shape. And with the amount of games that we have today, I mean, we could definitely see them get pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're not experienced with Midair, you're about to be by the end of this marathon. It's going to be a marathon today. A couple quick caps there for Moose's team. Now putting them up in a 4-2 lead. And, we got 12 minutes left, so plenty of time here, but almost a cap on the board. But Lon, nice timing with the front crash. Lon is out, but Jaggle's on his tail. Lon taking a whole lot of chain gun. He's going to have to pass this thing off. His teammates are kind of there. Frost is there, but he's going to take a direct disc from Jaggle. Frost now moving through the backside of the map, but he's super slow. He's going to look for some sort of pass off here, I believe, Sin, because he's super slow. He's super low. He's got to be calling for that pass ASAP. Where is it? Nobody's come to him. I don't think this is going anywhere. Jaggle's on this. On the other side of the map. Oh, we got, okay, returns on both sides.
Do you want to maybe Discord stream so I can? Do you want me to cast off what you're doing, or do you want me to be in the game walking around too? Because I can also just get in and spectate, or we can do the Discord. Right now, I'm watching your stream,
Okay.
and I'm a little far behind things.
You're not in the game. So. Okay.
No, I can jump in. That'd probably be better than the Discord thing.
Well, it's up to you how you want to run this. I'm thinking I can kind of do play-by-play, and then you can just do some more color, give your expert analysis, if that's cool with you.
Yeah,
I can do Discord stream, or you can jump in the game. Up to you. I imagined you'd jump in the game.
Yeah, I'll get in there and I'll stick around the action, or maybe I'll watch the other side when I hear you talking about something.
Okay, sounds good.
You really should have had a code channel. It's just... Oh boy.
Okay. Full flags return. So after a couple of quick caps, it's really slowed down here. Lon's gonna be moving down the middle. He's one chain. He actually does get the flag toss off in the very last possible second. Astralis there. There's a lot of crash. Jaggle's there. Malice does pick up the flag, so Malice gonna be moving this on in. And there's a lot of red here, not that much blue. Although here comes all the crash. Of course, this is how this map tends to go. Elite is very front crash heavy, because you can kind of scoop that flag and move into the back bowl. And yeah, Pat, it's going to be Moose taking the flag out. On the other side, Frost. 10 minutes left. Half of the map has expired. Frost has a bit of a deficit to climb himself out of. Or Team Frost, I should say. And yeah, Sin, how you looking? You in the game? buddy?
I'm getting here. I have
Alright.
relative team colors on, so I'm getting rid of that at the moment.
okay.
So I
Yeah.
can, I was about to say things about red team, and then it was like, that is not red team.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time. Take your time. Okay, nice little pass off. So Frost. Oh, but blue's all over this. It's gonna be a cap. It's gotta be a cap. No, I guess both flags returned.
Double return. Devil's out on that walk though, so smart play from him, but so much chain. Oof.
Wow. Did they buff the chain in this game? I swear, I'm getting chained out
They
so
didn't.
fast.
It's just different coming from T3, where the chain
Yeah.
gun is actually like dangerous in this
Yeah.
game.
You can just get melted. You can be like 3/4 HP and just die within a half second.
Yeah, it punishes the floating. You know, people talk about
Oh.
chain is strong in T3, but
Nope.
it's not. It's really not. You know, it's pretty decent on chase where it should be, but I mean in midair,
Oh.
if you float and you just sit around, they're
Bit
gonna
of
hurt. you.
miscommunication. Lon could have potentially gone straight in. He was looking for the pass to Bosk. Bosk wasn't looking at him. Bosk moved towards his stand. So a bit of a flub, but still could be a cap here. Jaggle tosses the flag off stand. Toss now in the back. Is it Lel with the miracle return? Lel with a huge return for his team, keeping that 4-2 lead.
Who's gonna pump that? Kind of just up into mid. Well, didn't have a chance to get straight to it, but Blue's still moving this kind of. That got boosted.
Bosk's trying to play hero here, survive as long as he can, and I don't even know how he's still alive, but Jaggle's coming in. Is there a return? No, the return is not good. The flag was in the back bowl, but not returned by Frost's team, or sorry, Moose's team, so Frost's team is out. Malice is moving this thing home. Let's switch over to Malice's POV, watch where he's going. Getting chained. Oh, misses the flag toss, another bit of miscommunication there. Jaggle gets the return. Oh, Lon! Lon coming out of nowhere. Okay, this is looking really promising for Moose. Moose moving down middle, but Frost is on his tail. He's got the chain. Astralis looking for the pickup. Astralis does. Okay, I see you T3 guys. T3 guys learning the physics and getting that midair grab. Astralis now on the stand. He's gonna return it and get the cap. One after another.
Flag.
Just kind of walking around in circles on the stand. That's the fun bit, when you know both flags are in the same spot, and you
Yeah.
just start holding all your WASD keys and just hope that you get into both of them.
Okay, watching Moose's POV now. Nice little route. He's out 100% clean. He disc jumps, but I don't know if that's the right play. Didn't give him that much speed. Nonetheless, he gets the flag off to Astralis. Astralis now has it. Astralis getting bullied though. Bunch of front crashes here. Bosk is gonna move that flag off the stand and off in the back goal, looking for a pass here. Needs a pass. Frost is gonna maybe. Nope. That would have been unfortunate if Frost was able to sneak that away. Lel feeling the heat.
It looks like they have Noff playing home D. Noff has traditionally been a chase gamer throughout tournaments, throughout pugs, so curious strategy from Moose's team. I wonder if they're just trying to stack offense and make sure they get the flag home, because I think they're having Moose, Lel, and I would assume Astralis on offense. I haven't really taken a full look at their defense here, but I would expect they have Jiggle on chase. And their passing is really good with Noff. They are just back and forth.
Lel, former home D player, I guess a couple of years ago at this point, but he used to be a home D player for the most part. So yeah, great synergy between them. Nonetheless, it's gonna end up getting returned.
That's your curse.
Yeah, of course. 5 minutes left, and Moose's team's looking like pretty good. Astralis is gonna disc jump this down mid, get the pass off. Jaggle's there. Oh, Devil with a clutch return. But what do you think needs to change on the Frost side? Like, what do they need to do to get out of this funk? Because it was 2-2 not too long ago.
I think just the time for Jagel and Astralis to warm up probably was it. I don't think it was much of anything that changed on the Frost side of the flag. I think it's mostly been Moose's team that's kind of just waking up. I would expect, you know, this kind of to be the outcome. Maybe even a little more lopsided. Moose's team is going to just get better as thing goes on.
Okay.
And I don't like a couple of the picks on Frost's team for what he picked early, and then some of the decisions he made later on in the picks. I just didn't agree with it. But I don't want to flame everybody, you know,
Yeah.
starting off the first game of the tournament. But I do think just out of rosters, innately, this is going to lean towards me.
All right. Fair enough. When I look at Frost's roster, I see fairly well-rounded team, right? Like a bunch of like solid players, but you go over to Moose's side, and you know it's a bit of a more wild card team, I guess.
A lot of wild cards, you know, if you consider Jagel and Astralis to be, I think any of the T3 guys, aside from like Jick, who has just been exclusively playing Midair now after T3 has ended, you can be a gamble. You know, they can be inconsistent, they can be great at some maps, terrible on other maps, so it's a risk to pick one, but two is pretty brave. You know, with Jagel, obviously it's less of a concern because he's just a god at pretty much every game that he picks up.
Including Roblox, apparently.
Yeah. You know, I don't know if they're playing that fashion thing that's become popular, but you see him picking up a return there. Good camp, and I think you see Devil walking away with it right there. I think that's what they're going to be missing on from Jagel and Astralis is in T3 camp is really not a heavy strat at all. So if they haven't played a lot of LT,
oh no, Frost!
Oh,
He just went for it.
a little too eager there.
That was a really important cap. That was a really, like, if that cap happened, then Frost has a chance. Now it doesn't really feel like they're having much of a chance. But anyway, Sin, I cut you off. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really valid point to make. Like, there's a huge difference between these two games. Camping in this game is super, super strong because of how strong the disc jump is.
Yeah, and there's just less players to make things happen, right? When you get people respawning, you got 7 on defense. It's a little harder in T3. You got, you know, Snipe can knock people off pretty quickly if they jump out, but in Midair, you know, it's everybody is the same loadout. Everybody's doing the same thing, and the flag gets really, really chaotic. It's not as easy to, you know, there's no reach in Midair, so you have to actually walk into the flag to make things happen. And if you're not used to playing LT and the comms that come off of like an instant, okay, we're losing it, need a walk. If you're not used to that and you're not used to positioning on offense to be ready for that, I could see that hurting Moose later in the tournament. But for right now, I think they're just gonna outgun these guys. You know, there's just more fragging power on the Moose side of things, especially with a couple of players that I really haven't even seen play Midair in the past, at least during my time back. You know, you got those guys that are just kind of. And I don't like to say too much bad things about them, but the guys that only sign up for drafts and don't really pug beforehand.
Isn't that Moose? I mean, I
it's
don't remember
Moose,
seeing
but
Moose at all recently.
I mean, Moose was one of 5 players that won every single Bring Your Own 5 tournament there was in Midair. So there's a little different bit of pedigree there. You know, Moose can kind of do that. He is not the Moose of old. I will say that. He is definitely long past his prime, but he's still definitely a serviceable player, and you can see they're just kind of laying it on at this point.
Yeah, and if you are tuning in, maybe you're a T3 viewer or not as familiar with the Midair scene, Moose basically the equivalent of T plus in T3.
Oh, it was T plus.
It was T. It was literally T plus.
It was literally T plus.
Stork, Moose. You know, I think Stork is the one player that's like the connection between the two, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Stork brought his dominance. T plus has been the #1 team in Midair in multiple tournaments. Probably the best team in Midair history, if you want to go that far. And then, of course, he brought it to T3 and created the best team in T3 as well, rocking that T plus name.
Yeah, I mean, they were dominant forever, and I don't think. I think Moose might be the only player from that crew that's still playing in this tournament, at least from the original Midair T Plus crew. Frost maybe with a chance to just kind of get a, a little bit of a feel good here. And he's going to beat Astralis to the stand. So it makes it a little more respectable. But if you pull the scoreboard up right now at the end of this, Fish, you see...
Good game.
I mean, Knopf with 35, I
Your
wouldn't
team won the match.
normally pin Knopf as a guy that's going to drop 35 in a game, but he's up there, Jagel with 32, so he's already slotting into things. I mean, I think Moose is my personal team to watch for this tournament. There's a lot of teams that just have like a boat anchor player that I won't specifically call them out until we get to the playoffs or something like that, just to be nice for the time being. But there's a few teams that have a player that is just going to eat their chance at winning something, and I don't see Moose having one of those players. They're all pretty good. There could be there's a chance for some tilt there, but I don't think as much as some other teams. You have some teams with the mental strength of a toddler at some point, so we might see some rage outs. But a decent first game. It wasn't like an 8-0 in 10 minutes or anything like that. That's another thing that we can talk about. 8 caps to win in midair. Right. It is a lot. It is a slog to cap this game out. It is way different in T3. You get 5. You can turn around, 2 caps off of a regrab or something like that, and the game's half over. In midair, it is a long game. It's 20 minutes. You got to put 8 up on the board. So you have a lot of time to make adjustments, mid-game, make changes. A lot you can do there.
At the same time, even though it's a longer game with more caps and longer time on the scoreboard as well, you've also got 20 minutes to do it. I feel like it's more swingy as well, and I think it's because of like the camping meta, right? Like in T3, you can't really camp the flag as much and get it home successfully. It doesn't really work that often, but in midair, if you get a cap and there's someone waiting on their stand, you can just get another cap within, a good 15, 20 seconds, depending on the map. And things can swing really, really, really fast.
You can definitely turn it around. It's the projectile speed. I know we rag on that a lot in T3 on how fast everything is, but if you're spawning in T3 and you're not spawning on like dry dock or something, and you get your free disc jump towards the flag, like that is huge. You already have impulse. You haven't lost any health as a chaser. You pretty much just get a free silly putty glue to the capper. But in midair, you don't have any free damage. If you're taking a DJ, especially off spawn, with no momentum, it is tough. So if somebody's on the stand, you don't have the projectile speed, you don't have that like free rage perk or anything like that. It really punishes positioning. Midair is a lot more, some people are like, oh, it's just LT, but there's a lot more mind game to it than people think. I'm actually, I'm a little biased, of course, because I'm an LT apologist. If every game in Tribes could be LT, I would be playing LT only. I came out of Legions where it was more like T3, spawn and loadout, but it played a lot more like LT. There was a lot more positional awareness that was required and stuff like that. But
yeah, I guess you're listening to 2 LT apologists here. I mean, I don't get me wrong, I love base. I love the concept of base. I have so many fond memories playing, Tribes 1 base. I skipped T2, played TV, played TA. I played all Tribes games except for T2. I haven't played as much. And I played pretty much all the main game modes, but LT, I think there's an infinite depth, really. I mean, the level of coordination and skill that has to happen for teams to be successful. Anyway, sorry, I should have mentioned that I did see the first lobby code. The first lobby code I saw was Rex's team, so I have joined that match. So I'm in the lobby with Rex versus who is the other side? Versus
Team Swappers.
I don't know the names, guys.
Team Swappers is, yeah.
I don't know this is okay. Let's see.
We'll figure it out. They won their last game, so That is a clue for us. Oh, actually, we can scroll down in Discord. I think maybe. Mm,
Hit me.
I don't. I wonder if there's a title of a team somewhere.
I think can they set the team names in the server? Because that would be very nice.
I don't think they can do. Oh, you mean in Discord or in?
No, I mean in game. Maybe not.
I don't
Maybe
think
not.
in game. I'm gonna try in Discord because I did get admin. I'm going to try.
Oh, rename the.
Yeah, I'm gonna figure out who is what team
Nice. That'll be super.
if I can. Find where in the world is busy. I don't think they're all using Discord as well. So we have some teams that are not. Is there a like? Oh,
Rex's Ragers versus Team Swappers. I don't see the roster for Team Swappers in Challenge, unfortunately. We'll figure this out, everybody. We'll figure this out. This is a winners match, just as an FYI. Rex's Ragers and Team Swappers both won their first match. So we are still in the group stage, but moving on to our first double winners. We should have a good match on the table here.
looks like there's only 3 rounds of groups as well.
Okay, so maybe
Which
we won't
is-
be here for 6 hours or 9 hours.
The enemy captured.
Yeah, I was expecting like Swiss or something like that, but if there's only 3 group rounds, then we can definitely. Oh, my game crashed.
Thought that just happened in T3. Not this game. Alright, so, by the way, what's up, everybody? We got people tuning in from YouTube. We got people tuning in from Twitch. I'm Fishdix, and I'm joined by Sin. We are casting the Midair 2 draft tournament. There are 12 teams signed up here today. I really always enjoy a draft tournament because you never know what's going to happen. Unlike, you know, a proper regular old tournament where you kind of know who the favorites are. It's really, really hard to predict in these draft tournaments who's going to come out on top. And if you're also just tuning in, you're probably used to me mostly doing T3 content, but I do love Midair a whole lot. We're going to be watching some Midair today for a couple of hours, probably, I'm going to say, between the next 5 to 7 hours, most likely. We'll be casting this tournament, depending on how things go. This game has not started yet. Should be starting, hopefully, any second now. And yeah, I do thank you all for tuning in and checking out the stream. It's going to get really, really exciting throughout the day. Definitely, you know, if you can't sit here and watch for 8 hours straight, I understand. But definitely make sure to come back for the playoffs. It's going to be super fun. I can't wait. And
Great shot.
yeah, Sin. So, I mean, I guess while we're waiting for this downtime, talk me through these teams again. Like, you said, you know, Moose's team, potentially one of your favorites to win the whole thing. Who else is looking strong in your opinion? Have you had a time to kind of crawl through these rosters?
It's a dangerous pick to make because there is a high delta of skill on the team, but I do like Captain T's group. You know, he has T, Fox, blah blah, Bigger, and Daredevil Moon. Daredevil Moon, I think, is a sleeper pick through this one. You know, one of the best players in T3
Yep.
throughout the range of the game, and blah blah, an excellent Legions player. Played a little bit of T3. He was on the kind of Flam team before that imploded at the early stages of competitive T3. And Fox was the best European chaser in Legions, bar none. He was incredible. And he's definitely played enough Midair to kind of move that over. But of course, T is the best chaser in Europe, probably in the game, I would say, in Midair. You know, you can go back and forth between Stork and T and their different strengths and whatnot. I would say Stork is probably a little bit better about being consistent with stand damage, but T in the field is just a different beast. He is tough when he gets out into kind of the open field of play. So I like T's team a lot. There's a lot of chance of winning and losing there. I'm seeing need ban right now, asking if I want to sub. No, I do not want to sub. But we're going to fire this one up. I'm curious. So we had Rex's Ragers. Do we know the name of the other team? Because maybe I can figure out what they're called by the who's on what roster.
It was, hold on.
Cool.
It's
Team Swappers.
Yeah. Team Swappers
Okay.
versus Rex's
Which is
Ragers.
Matten's. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna open up the team budget bracket in Paint. I'm just gonna write the names on it.
Nice. Share that with me. Share that with me, please. That will be helpful. You know, the more I look at these rosters, the more I realize there's just a ton of people who are not traditionally Midair players playing in this tournament, which I think is fun. I think a lot of people coming over from T3, a lot of Legions players coming through. So Midair's the cool place to be right now if you're a Tribes player, it seems like.
It, always has been.
Couple Midair apologists here. Well, we are casting the Midair trap, so it makes sense. Oh. Wow, huge return there. But someone was camping the stand. Of course, we have lots of people using not their real names in the game, so I have no idea who Pigeon Master is. Maybe you have an idea.
Pigeon Master. Oh, that's just Ace. Yeah, AES, that is his name. One of the newer players to Midair.
Oh, I see.
Definitely still new. That's how I'll put that.
Okay. Rex, absolute beast of a captain as well. Matten, one of the best cappers in the game. So lots of talent here in the server. Go ahead and watch Sunwind's POV here, holding on the back hill.
I might be mistaken, but I think Sunwind is also a sub for Matten's team. I think they had Silver Eagle with some internet trouble this morning and not able to get him in just yet. So Sunwind is playing as a substitute.
Okay, interesting. All right, I'm sure that won't cause any drama at all.
Well, with there not being any eliminations, and I say just a bye round.
Yeah.
It's not as big of a deal, I don't think, but you can definitely have some people complain. I wouldn't be surprised to see it if we do have it happen.
All right, scramble here on the flag, still 0-0 with 3 minutes left. There's a ton of blue here. This is another map where the front crash can be incredibly strong, but nobody's here at all. It's going to be our first cap on the board here for the Team Swappers, Matten's team, taking the lead 1-0.
I'm still trying to figure teams out, so if I sound a little quiet, I am trying to get there.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, it's going to be Pixel out pretty good, and Inzi with a nice little grab here, but Matten gets the direct disc. So Inzi's really screwed in midfield here. Wait, is Matten not capping for his team?
I think Matten might be playing defense.
That's interesting. I mean, Matten kind of renowned for being one of the best cappers across multiple Tribes games, including TA, including Midair, and including T3. So interesting to see him going for defense here.
Yeah, Matten is just a great player overall. He kind of gets overlooked as a fragger just because of his reputation as a capper, and he can definitely lay down the damage. And when you look at his roster, I don't know who else you put on defense.
Yeah. I think that was one of the narratives with this draft, right? Like there was a lack of particularly home D players, right? That's what I was hearing.
Nobody likes to play home D. It is the thankless position. If a camp gets out, it's your fault. If you lose standoffs, it's your fault. If cappers are getting out, it's your fault. You know, there's a lot of things that can be your fault if you're playing home D, and it does require a decent amount of positioning brain. So some players just try not to get into it, and especially new players. It is hard to learn. If you're a new player, it's a lot easier to just send you on offense and have you kind of be a decoy. On defense, you really don't have any room for error.
Yeah, thank you for saying all of those things, Sin, because I am traditionally a home D player, and I feel bad all the time when I play home D, because if you know, whenever, if all 5 of them are home, then you want to go chase, because you're wasting your time if you're home and they're all 5 there. But if you don't spot it right and you go try and chase, and one of them is on a regrab or camping, you feel like the worst piece of shit in the world. And speaking of regrabs, it's going to be Ace on a regrab here. Ace making his way home. Nice timing there on that one. Got a little bit lucky, or game sense. I don't know. One of the two.
Better to be lucky than good. You know, that's a long-standing, always remains true.
And I guess luck does play a part in Midair, because the way that spawns work is totally different than T3, where there's just like 2 spawn points and you just get one or the other. There's actually like, what, 6, 7 different spawn points in each map or more. I actually have no idea what the number is. And so when you're playing home D, or you're on a standoff position, you don't know where your friendly is going to spawn from.
The enemy captured your flag.
Always adds an element of interest in LT.
You know, you can make or break games on spawn. And they're so far away too. Like when we're looking here on Bryn, kind of where your camera's at right now is a spawn, and then all the way over where we saw DL a few seconds ago, that's a spawn as well. So if you have a flag drop and you spawn on it, that is way, way bigger than, you know, oops, I spawned away from it. We're literally losing. That'll be a comm. I got bad spawn, and
Yes.
that will be a trigger for an offense player to look for,
Yeah.
you know, a position as far as camp.
It's kind of like a double-edged sword, because there's negatives of having really predictable spawns too, in terms of the gameplay implications. Like in T3, you know, you only ever hold the flag in certain positions, because like that's, you know, your teammates are going to spawn there, right? It's a little bit more fluid, a little bit more dynamic, a little bit more player dependent, and meta game dependent, and mind game dependent, where you want to hold the flag here in there. Pretty slow game here so far on Brynhilder, whatever they end up naming this map.
It is Brynhilder. You know,
Yes.
they went through a couple of different variations throughout the time. I think the upgrade for Matten well, I call it an upgrade. I think it's personally an upgrade. You know, Sunwind over Silver Eagle. I think that's a pretty big bonus for Matten. But Rex's team is really, really top heavy. When you look at it, you know, you have Rex and DL as 2 like just kind of like all-star level, big time, huge carry players when they turn it on, and then you have kind of a couple of mid-tier offense players in Pixel and Inns, and Ace is kind of that rookie wild card, can be pretty good, can be pretty bad. So very much reliant on Rex and DL having a good game. Matten spread out a little more, but still pretty top heavy. You know, you got Matten, and then Tommy is over there as well. Might be known as low end from a lot of the TA guys. Tommy Soccer in the game, and Crow, one of the guys who kind of played T3, but Crow I would probably say is the youngest player in the tournament. He was playing TA when he was like 3. And that's not a joke. When he was literally like a baby, he was playing T3. Oh, sorry,
Is he Gen Alpha? Does that make him Gen Alpha? I hope so, because that sounds ridiculously young to me, but he might still be Gen C. I'm not really sure. Need to do the math on that. He's probably Gen Alpha at that point.
I don't know, yeah. I do know that he's not old enough to have a driver's license yet.
Okay,
so
that's Gen
guy,
Alpha. That's Gen Alpha.
He is Zoomer Aimer, as you guys would say. I'm still trying to get the teams figured out. I'm going through who beat what team. So I'm close. I think I'm getting close to who is what.
Okay. So as you were saying, Sin, the very top-heavy team of Rex's Ragers, Rex and DL, is now 3-1, and it is an interesting team because, you know, well, I guess DL is playing offense. I guess DL has been playing offense a bit more lately. But Crow is out. Nice little route from Crow. He's actually moving pretty quick here, so it looks like Crow has figured out the physics here in midair. Of course, you can also press Control-C and get a little cheat sheet for all the best routes in the game, which is a very, very nice feature. I happen to love that feature myself. So I'm assuming Crow is running with these little cheat sheet routes. DL with a nice midair. Sunwind in the back of his stand here. We'll be passing it off. Plenty of time to get comfy and settle in here. And Ace coming. Actually, nicely timed offense here by Pixel and Ace. Where's their third? DL is on the way, and this should be a return. This is an easy return. And Rex is not anywhere near the flag stand, though, so in comes Rex, but there's blue all over this. Rex is going to be patient, not going to try and force it, passing it off to Inzi. They're getting all the kills. They've cleaned up very, very nicely. Just 2 more here, but Inzi tries to pass it in, DL going in, and the nades are not good. DL gets the cap. The Rex's Ragers now 4-1, 3-cap lead here. So it started as a pretty slow map here on Brynhilder, and it's really, really picked up at the pace here in the last couple of minutes.
You wonder if that's just, if you open the scoreboard real quick, I wonder if that is like if we're seeing any huge performance out of Rex, like if he's got a bunch of kills, or if it's really a team effort from them. I haven't had a chance to look.
Oh, I thought he crashed for a second. He was just standing still. Yes, Rex is currently sitting with 23 kills. That's about double the next closest. I mean, Sunwind is 17. So not bad by Rex. He gets Rex under a ton of pressure here, though. His friendly spawner, nice, good spawn for his team. They're gonna D up here, pretty strong. Couple DL taking some pot shots, but Rex needs to pass this thing off. It's actually putting Inzi in not the best position. Where is he? Actually, I guess plenty of time here. Now under pressure. Rex doing his best to frag, but Inzi's down, and this is going to be a return, barring some sort of miracle. There is the return, but Ace is out. I mean, this is just kind of the way that midair can go sometimes. If you're running a crash route, you know, those can be converted into into routes depending on the map, and that flag is home. So it's looking really good, and nothing converted. There. Can he scoot it in? I mean, he's just going for it. Nice game sense there to bring it in and get a second cap on the board for Team Swappers. So Team Swappers still in it, Sin.
Bryn is one of those maps. You can make it happen really quick. If you have a camp and DJ down mid, it's really easy to crash, but you have to be there in time. And if somebody's down mid after everybody spawns, after like a standoff or something like that, it is really tough. So they can definitely turn this around. You know, you could even see them win by 2 here with the amount of time on Bryn. It is a very swing heavy map, like you were talking about with the swings in midair. This is probably the heaviest.
All right. Most swing heavy map out there, okay. I think that's probably right. Pixel, nice little swoop. Pixel actually just completely saved it for his team. He could have been stopped there, but Pixel gets in, and now DL is home with that. That easily could have been a cap. 3rd cap on the board for the Team Swappers, but no, Inzi comes in, and oh no, what a reversal of fortunes. As Rex's Ragers with a very commanding lead, 3-cap lead with just 5 minutes remaining.
I think the rule of thumb that you look at in midair is probably to feel comfortable with anything in terms of making a comeback happen, you need about 1 minute for one cap that you need to bring back.
And with that rubric, there's still a chance, but it has to happen here. And does it happen here? Taste is on his way home. This is a cap. Okay.
The enemy
There's still a
captured your
chance.
flag.
They can still do it. 5 minutes is way more than enough. They can make it happen. Taste, of course, one of the newer Aussie players. He's one of the Aussie Zoomers that jumped in since my absence about a year ago, and he's definitely still learning some of the ropes, but he comms pretty well, which is what you like to see from a rookie player. That's honestly the biggest thing, I think, especially in LT, is mechanically you're probably, unless your name's Jaggle, you're just gonna suck. You're probably not gonna be great, you know? But you can control your comms. You can say what you're doing. You can see what you notice from other people doing. That really is all that it is, and it's hard to do that because you're focusing so much on getting your mechanics in line. But as a new player, that's really what the veterans want out of you, is just talk and say what you're doing, and we'll try to play around it.
Love to see new blood coming in. Midair, whether it be Midair, Tribes 3, whatever. New blood playing Tribes makes me pleased. So it's good to see, and I'm really glad to see so many new folks playing in this tournament. It's going to be fun and exciting to watch them evolve as players. But Inzi coming in. Oh, let's get over to the flag stand as quick as we can. This could be a nail in the coffin potentially if this flag cap converts. Ace is taking his time, but maybe too much time. And the flag is right there on the stand. Inzi trying to bring it in, but he's now behind the stand. But there's no blue coming in, and that might be the nail in the coffin here for Rex's Ragers, able to take a huge commanding lead with just a couple of minutes left.
Yeah, 3 minutes and 4 caps is going to be tough. You almost have to have these just be chain grabs at this point. You can do it, but you at least want one full offense run per go here. And if Crow can make this one over mid, it's still doable. You can still see something happen here, but the problem with getting out and being home and like, yeah, all right, we can still cap this, is you have to have the flag in your base.
Yes.
And we're in a standoff.
We are
not ideal.
All right, Matten under pressure. But really, this flag needs to come home on the other side. So I'm going to swap over to watch Rex, who's actually mid-aired straight out of the air. Nice shot there, and we could potentially see something happen. No, Matten trying to come in for team swappers and make the play, but Ace is there. And you mentioned that Ace is maybe one of the newer players, but he has actually saved his team's ass on numerous occasions. He has just had the right timing on these offensive crashes many, many times.
And, maybe he's been assigned to just kind of pay attention more to the flag there if they've recognized that he doesn't quite have the aim power that some of the other players have. Teams will definitely do that, especially in drafts, when teams recognize that, okay, we have this set of players, these are the strengths that they may or may not have. Let's just try to design a pretty structured approach where we put them in positions to make plays based on their skill set.
Enemy captured your flag.
There you go.
Your team
won
the
it
match.
felt like it was a pretty close game until it didn't. GG's to Rex's Ragers. I think that strong core of Rex and DL just dominant. I mean, and I thought I saw DL on offense once or twice there, but actually he was mostly playing defense. So like they have I mean, is that a strategy, Sin, to just have your best players both I mean, I'm not trying to be rude here, but let's just be honest, like two of the better players in the entire game, like obviously your best players, both playing defense. It's interesting.
It's if you really want to stack D, it's not a bad idea in Midair if you have confidence that your offense can get out. I think Ins and Pixel have the right routes where they can definitely get out even on some pretty decent defensive duos. So I could see them doing that. DL likes to kind of switch things around. You know, he'll play O, he'll play D. Kind of depends on the state of the game, and it's also something that a couple of draft teams have done where they will have one D player that's kind of set in a static position. It's like, okay, I'm always going to be on defense, and then they'll rotate out between. You know, I could see DL and Pixel kind of swapping off. Obviously, Pixel is not comparable to DL on the defensive side of the map, but positionally, you know, if you have a set where it just makes sense to call Pixel onto defense for a run or something like that, you know, DL's got a great side route or something that he picked up and is just running because he was on the way to crash and the return happened anyway, they could definitely be doing that. But if I was Rex's team, I definitely would have Rex DL on defense. I think that is their best chance at,
Yeah.
you know, just lock people down and hope that you get out. You know, you can't have your cake and eat it too in these tournaments, just out of the way that the budgeting works for the drafting.
Yeah, absolutely. But you can't at the same time you also can't discount that, you know, their offensive players are very, you know, fully competent, maybe not, you know, insanely skilled like Rex and DLR, like literally two of the best players in the game. But all of the, you know, their full roster are very, very competent here. All right, we're progressing quickly through the group stage. Let's see what maps we have up next, what lobby codes we can get ourselves into. Are you seeing any matches that you are particularly interested in, Sin?
I have just finished the
Oh,
team thing. It took a little bit of digging, figuring out which team just played which and all that kind of stuff. So I am gonna fire that over to you so we can check on it.
awesome. Fantastic.
How do I bring this into a browser window? Here we go. All right, let me copy paste this, and I'll throw it in the
Just
group
DM me
chat
or
that we
something.
had.
Huh.
Yeah, I just put it in the group.
Oh, nice. Nicely done. Well done.
So hopefully the bracket gets updated here. I think we've got all the teams reporting except for Group C. Group C has not reported yet. But 2-0 out of Moose's team. So we were talking about them being perhaps a possibility for a favorite. And their points scored is 15. They have a point differential of 9. So a full game's worth of caps on Moose's squad is setting them apart right now. Highest point differential in the tournament. A team that we haven't seen or spoken about yet out of Group B is Luna's Lunatics. And they are currently 2-0 with a point differential of 7. Actually have scored more points than Moose, so some closer games for them, but they've put more up onto the board. So I like that team. I think the big question mark for me on Luna's Lunatics is going to be Danky. He is one of those players that it really doesn't play midair. More plays T1 a little bit more than midair probably these days, if he even plays T1. Played a lot of midair early on. Was kind of like a mid to like an upper middle class player is what I would say. Danky looks like. Of course, you have Tiff, one of the big D players out of Europe. Bong Lord 420, that is Dose out of Australia.
That's Dose? Okay.
That is Dose.
Did not know who that
Yeah.
was. Okay.
And Jaka was a newer player the last draft, and he's a decent European player. I see him getting trolled by, I don't know if that's Lel or I think Swag Zabi is either Lel or Lukey. I'm pretty sure it's Lel, but there's somebody trolling in chat.
Oh, we got Lukey? Lukey's here?
I don't
My
think
homie
that's
Lukey?
Lukey. I think it's Lel. I think Swag Zabi is Lel on
yeah,
Twitch,
yeah,
but
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
yeah,
100%. I believe that's
on the
Lel.
Twitch. Yeah, I think that's Lel. I'm pretty sure.
Smelly Lely, always making an appearance and trying to piss me off. Little shit.
Okay, don't ever call me Lukey again. All right, Lukey's my
Well.
homeboy. Don't fucking, yeah. Don't do that.
Could be interesting there.
Okay, so I have joined the server. It's another winners match. This time it's 2 teams at 2-0. It's going to be Luna's Lunatics versus Dragon Wins Home, which thank you for making this very helpful infographic here I've got on the stream now. That's going to be Captain T's team. So we got Luna versus Captain T. Talk about Luna as a player. I love the Luna story on a personal level.
Luna, I believe, was an Overwatch semi-pro kind of gamer. You know, my game crashed. He came out of the Overwatch competitive scene. Kind of got memed on early on in his time throughout Midair. Was a decent mechanical player, made some interesting decisions, was kind of a bit of a meme early on, but he's kept rising. Spent a little bit of time, you know, he scraped his way onto the top 10 pug leaderboard for a little while. I don't think he's currently sitting there. But definitely has risen his way through the ranks. I believe this is the first time that he's running as a captain in a draft tournament. So it took him a little while to kind of get spun up, but definitely an aimer. Luna's one of those aim guys, played offense on one of the stronger draft teams a few times, but more often you'll see him on the defensive side of the map. Definitely the anchor for his team when we're looking at that list of players. I would put him and Tiff on pretty similar levels on NA. Of course, we are playing on Chicago. That's a big thing to mention. A lot of these tournaments get played on New York, but the Americans finally came to their senses and said, hey, for NA draft tournaments, let's not make it so people in London and people in LA have the same ping. This is an American tournament. Let's play it on American servers. I definitely don't have any strong feelings towards that, as you can tell. But Chicago instead of New York. Of course, yeah. You know, Midair is definitely, you know, there's kind of some thresholds where Midair becomes like playable versus really playable versus just like flat out you don't notice. I would say like 36 to 40 is the point where you don't notice things as much. And then there's kind of a break up to around 70, 72, and then you notice it a little bit. Once you get over 90 to 92, chain gun gets a little funky, and you have to lead a little bit more on that. 100 to about 120, 130 is pretty similar, and then after that, you can definitely see your projectiles hitch a little bit. So obviously the Australians have a little bit of a tough time here, but you're seeing some of the Australians... the Europeans, like Tiff and Jaka, they're sitting on that like 120, 124, kind of around that ping threshold where it can be a little awkward for them. So definitely not playing at capacity. But, you know, they're still going to be able to do things. I want to see Captain T's team here. I want to see what they can pull out. Yeah. My player to watch in this one is going to be Blah Blah. I think he is kind of the linchpin for this team. You can expect Fox to get out on offense. You can expect T to be a really solid defender. I don't think we're going to see much variation in that. But Blah Blah looks like at the moment is out hunting. So I don't know if he's playing home D or chase. I would really expect Blah Blah to be playing home here. I don't think they put T onto home D duty. I just don't think you do that. First run here, they're going to let Dose out full, though. So.
Ooh, Dose is cruising. Oh, this is not looking good. Dose is practically home here. Here he comes. First cap on the board in 32 seconds for Dose. And that's a nice little statement here. A little bit of confidence, a little bit of swagger. But I'm expecting this defense. Blah Blah is again trying to hunt, but he actually has not hit too many of those chain bullets. And will he even respawn to be in a good position? It depends on which spawn he actually gets. Danky is out but slow. Danky does take a diss from Captain T. So this defense does get a full stop here for the second run. They let them out. They let a cap happen. Second run, they're getting a full stop.
I wonder if this is... You see Blah Blah on the hunt again. This has to be a strategy decision from T. One of his things in these draft tournaments is he really likes to talk about what his team wants to do. He's been a big fan of these like kind of bring your own two style tournaments. This is of course just a normal draft where there's a captain, but T is huge on coaching players and kind of determining what works for their team. And with Blah Blah and Hunt a lot of the time, I bet you they have Blah Blah playing home D but T is probably just releasing blah blah to play a little bit more where he feels comfortable, where it can be really scary. You know, if the hunt doesn't go well and you're staring down the barrel of a capper coming in over 200 as a new D player, that can be pretty rough. So maybe they're just saying, you know, T's the experienced one, even though he's on chase, let's have him play closer to the stand for the start of the defense run and release blah blah onto that kind of pre-stand chasing role, and then we'll swap back. And you do see T is over here, blah blah is over here as well, actually. So the whole team is crashing right now onto the blue side of the map, and they'll get the return there. But that's really interesting. I haven't seen a team try this, and you see there that this is what they're doing. Blah blah is always out early on the hunt. You see he gets called back there from T. I think they recognized he was spending a little too much time off the base, so T calling him back for this one. But so far, after that first one, they've been fairly solid.
Nice route from Jaka. Jaka's out. It's kind of a back left route. Gets you home very, very quickly here. Jaka passing off to Danky. Danky now holding the flag for his team. Danky is getting pushed off the flag stand. Can he get up here before the front crash? It looks like he can. Tossing it in for the alley-oop. You always like to see that. Give me all the alley-oops. And that's going to be the second cap on the board now for Lucy, for the, what do they call the Lunatics. There you go.
I like the little play on words there. What I don't like is the routes that I'm seeing from the offense on Dragon Wind's home. These are, it almost looks like they were crash routes. And you see Fox now, he's going to be coming in kind of off-timed with the rest of the group. Bigger and Daredevil running shorts to kind of pick up, but we haven't really seen them get out clean. Fox is just trying to do some clear. He's coming into the sand. Bigger, very slow. These routes are just terrible. I mean, I'll be straight up with the cast. Like, it's just bad. They're so slow. You're not going to move the flag against Tiff and Lunacy with routes like that. You're, you know, super slow to the stand. You're not even hidden. You're not going to move the flag like this. And you see, again, Bigger, he's just kind of...
Yeah, he's in no man's land.
He's doing nothing. There is nothing going here. They need to...
Uh-oh.
Guys.
Okay,
I don't like it.
Did anyone tell Daredevil about Control C to see his little routes? Because, I mean, Daredevil's an excellent offense player in T3. One of the best, as you mentioned, Sin. And I'm expecting him to pick up slack. I mean, I think he's going to be just like any of those other T3 players that have adopted Midair pretty well, just given a little bit of time. But, you know, so far, not so good on the offense for... let's see. It's Captain T's team. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, you know, DDM, the interesting about DDM, his first Tribes was Tribes 3. He did not come from any of the other games. So, you know, coming into T3, that was his first experience. And T3, I don't think this is crazy to say, is pretty, like, by far the easiest Tribes to play. You know, it is way more accessible than any of the other games. It's a lot easier to pick up, so going from the easier games to the harder games might be a little bit of a shock, where, you know, you had Astralis and Jago we were talking about earlier. They've played some of the tougher games. You know, they played T2, TA. They've had some experience there. Luna able to make that one happen. And you wonder if that's going to hurt DDM here. You see, he's able to make a scoop happen, but he's not going over mid. They're just trying to kind of playground this one home.
I like the pass off to Fox. Fox is moving incredibly slow on the outskirts of the map, but he's kind of like just playing in a sneaky way. He's got his teammates here. Blah blah should be able to pick this up in the field, but oh, there's 3 people on it. Blah blah takes a diss to the face, and this could be yet another cap for Lunacy. Bigger though, BG coming all the way from Thailand. I don't know if he's still in Thailand or not, but yeah, BG saves his team's ass with a nice little last-second return. Grab and return, I should say.
I believe Bigger is back somewhere on the west coast.
Okay.
Looking at his ping, there's no way he's playing from Thailand right now, so I think he's somewhere in the U.S.
Okay. Fox. He's lifted this thing home. He's not moving, but he's trying to fight off the entire world here by himself. Daredevil is in a position to get this Midair grab, but he's chained down immediately. 3 blues on his tail. Blah blah here, but he's under heavy pressure. Doesn't want to move quickly into the flag stand. Playing a little bit more safe. Passing off to Daredevil. Daredevil now has it, but on the other side, their flag has been passed all the way into midfield. Captain T's in a position to return it. He does return it. BG coming in. BG looking for the cap. BG gets the cap, and it's 1-2 here on Brynhilder.
That's a good sign for T. I mean, if well, I may have spoken too soon. Danky with a DJ route. He's
Weird pass.
a little bit of rust coming out of Danky there, so not gonna get that one back to his base. T's gonna put this one back to the stand. But we were talking about the routing earlier from T, and maybe they just have to try the playground style on Bryn. Bryn is not a hard map to figure out some fast routes on. And I know you mentioned practice mode earlier. It's not available while you're in tournament mode. So
Okay.
if they've been practicing, it might be pretty solid, but they're not going to be able to pull them up here. So if they've been crutching too hard on that, and suddenly they get into this and they weren't ready to do the routes without the little dots in front of them, it could be tough. And
even Fox though. I'm watching Fox's POV. Nobody on this team is running big routes. They're all kind of running these crash routes.
Yeah, and I don't like it. Bigger has never been one of those kind of big fragger players, regardless of the ping that he's on. So, I would really like to see some longer, just like actual routes from him. Nobody there to meet Fox. And they're all just kind of doing these crossing short routes. And I really hope this isn't what they had decided to do as a team. All you got to do is find kind of one big route on Bryn, and as long as you have a player running it, you can make something happen. But they're just not moving the flag. They're just getting absolutely crushed on stand. They just don't have the speed to get past these guys. I don't know if they're underestimating Tiff and Luna or what's really going on, but you're just not going to move it like that.
That said, they are still up 1 cap, so neither team is able to get out easily here. That's for sure. It's a really low scoring game at all. And another flag return. So let's see. Can Dose make something happen? See, these are the kind of routes that are common, right? Dose is running a normal kind of Brynhilder route. It takes a couple more seconds to set up, but not that much, and he's able to go quite a bit faster. Let's see if Fox pulls out something new. No, it's another really just kind of mid-tier route. Fox is going to be clearing here. Let's see if he can effectively clear Luna off the stand. No, Luna is there. Everybody misses. So another failed offense for the team.
It's tough to watch at this point. I think the problem there also is... boy. Goes into the back, but crash is already low. There's just not going to be enough there. They're going to cap us.
The enemy captured your flag.
I don't think Fox is he's not really like that floor general kind of player as well. He'll be vocal enough, but I don't think he's really going to take control of Bigger and Daredevil and tell them what they need to be doing. And I think that's what they need right now. Wow, my goodness. DDM just got airstriked. He got mid-aired and hand grenaded within 1/10 of a second and just went 100 to 0. He just absolutely deleted by Lunacy on the way in there. And that's just been the story for T's team. It is just really hard.
Okay, here's a route from Daredevil. Can he pull this off? Okay, this is the kind of routing that I want to see. But he was the first one in. Fox is a bit slower. He's going to make this past mid. Question is anyone here to pick up the blue flag across mid? Nobody's coming out to look. Here comes T. Nope. Dose gets the return. And here comes Jaka, and it's another cap. Wow.
The enemy captured your flag.
Oof.
Who's EU Tyler?
That is Tiff.
Okay, that's Tiff. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you talk about Tiff for a second? Because I know the name, but I was surprised to see Tiff go as, what was it, the highest bid in the entire draft, I think?
Two below.
One of the highest.
Just a couple below info. Yeah, Tiff is one of the big D players out of Europe. not as consistent as, you know, maybe like Jome or T or something like that, but I would say he's a top five defensive player in Europe pretty easily. Has pretty good comms on the stand. One of the kind of the younger aimer kid kind of guys, and he can definitely make stops. You know, he has a tendency to troll a little bit in pugs. He likes to have a good time, but when he locks in, he's a pretty scary D player. And you know, you pair that up with Lunacy, it's going to be tough to get out when you're running offense correctly. And the way that Dragon wins home is going, the only thing they're going to be dragging home is a loss.
Yeah, it's again a really low scoring game here. Not a ton of flag movement. Dose is out this time, but not across mid. So really, I mean, I feel like this is a story of almost every match we've seen thus far, where the team with the most dominant defense seems to be the team that's really coming out on top here.
Yeah, I mean, with 4 caps only on the board and the offense playing as poorly as they are, T's defense has to be doing well. Like, this game should have been capped out already, to be frank. This should have been a 10-minute game, the way that the offense is going over there. But T and Blah Blah are definitely trying to keep their team in it here. You can see they're making stops as well. I kind of moved over to watch their side of the map at the moment, and they're definitely making stops. You know, it's not just a turnstile of caps for the Lunatics, but it's just not going to be enough. I don't know what you change. It's definitely not any positions. They are kind of one of the teams that is locked in to the players playing where they are. So I don't think they change any of that. And you see a pass coming through here, and even just any of that, like a little pass as you go through, a longer route, anything like that is just going to help you get out. You can see Fox trying to go over mid here. He's going to take a lot of chain out of Lunacy, just trying to duel him, and he's going to get burned up. Chewed through by the chain gun, and Blah Blah not there in time to help out his capper. Daredevil Moon the last one there, but no angle on it.
Captured your flag.
And it's just rough. I don't know what you change other than your routes. I mean, these are just tiny, slow side routes. Like, this is not how you win games on Bryn. It's just not going to happen against a defense that has the ability to move their mouse and shoot at you.
Midair, definitely an offensive-focused Tribes game. Like, I feel like offense is strong in Midair, but if you compare just how incredibly dominant or impactful a good defense player is in Midair versus, like, let's just say Tribes 3, for example. I mean, in Midair, if you have if you're the first capper in, there's like a 1% chance that you get home with the flag, right? Versus like T3, where you have blink shenanigans, you have you can chuck the flag like insanely far. In Midair, a good D player, if he's locked in on you, it doesn't really matter how fast your route is, how quick you're moving in. You're just not gonna make that thing home. It just doesn't work like that. But Blah Blah, nice return. Keeping his team in the game.
Tools. He's there with it. I mean, the defense is the only reason they're in this. I mean, we saw DDM finally some outer routes here. You see DDM and Bigger both on the outskirts of the map. DDM doesn't have an angle to grab here, but Bigger should have some angle at it. Fox coming in on a crossing route. There we go.
Yeah.
Finally, they've realized 15 minutes into the game that they can't just run the shorts, and Blah Blah and T are doing a good job. They're keeping it home.
Wow.
That's what I want to see. Finally, they are doing something. Dose is going to get this one at least over mid, though.
Excellent defense by Captain T and Blah Blah to keep that home. Excellent defense.
It's dangerous now. They need a touch. Figure's already through. Blah Blah's already through.
No!
Enemy captured your flag.
DG tried to go for the midair. He could have done it.
Fox just walks in front of his other capper. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there. He's not going to go very far. It's going to drop into mid. Bigger just kind of crashing through. Nobody on a route right now, and we're hitting that danger point. Clock's ticking down towards 3 minutes.
Well,
and they just needed to start doing this earlier. Now you can see DDM on the edge of the map trying to do something from the side, and he's going to kind of, not even kind of, he completely fucked that up. So
Oh no.
he's not going to be able to get towards stand. Red flag sitting in the base. 3 minutes 30 left. If this gets capped, it's game over.
Yeah, just looking pretty dire here. Let's see the front crash. It doesn't come in time. There's nades on stand, but none of them
The enemy
connect.
captured this flag.
And that is the 7th cap on the board here for Lunacy's team, looking super strong to close this map out in just a couple of minutes here. Really, really fantastic defense by Blah Blah and T, trying to keep themselves in the game, but a bit of miscoordination on the offense. I wonder if we're going to see things swapped up at all for them, or different strategies. Maybe a different map will be a little bit better for them. Who knows? But I mean, they are currently 2-0, right? So this team, they've been able to take a couple of wins. BG, come on in, please. Oh boy.
He's smartly avoiding the crash. There's a lot here. Tried to kind of man mode right there. I would have liked to see a little bit more cleanup before he went for that, but they kind of just, I think it's late enough in the game. They're like, we need to make something happen. And nobody was looking for Dose. He's going to throw this one all the way over to Jaka. And it's going to be a full 5D up there. At least it should be here to secure this one. You see Danky on a camp on the other side. So if this gets returned, Fox is going to put it back, but Danky was there. He was already on the regrab. And this is nightmare scenario for T's team right now. Actually, Danky getting absolutely destroyed by T on the midfield play. So still a chance. They could make the return happen. Jaka tries to punt it up. But, I mean, with 2 minutes at this point and the flag sitting there, it's either going to be a cap out or time's going to expire. They're trying to get players in, but they just... Those first 15 minutes were just painful from an O perspective on Dragon Wind's home, you know, T's team. It was just really hard for them to move the flag, and by the time they kind of realized that and switched up their strategy, it was just too little too late. And we talked about the defenses, Fish, and you see Blah Blah and T right now have combined 43 kills. How about 70 out of Lunacy and Tiff?
Wow.
They have been dominant on the defensive side of the map. That is, you see Tiff eclipsing, he's at 39 right now, so he could get over 40 in this one. Just a straight up carry performance from kind of a combo of the defense playing well for Lunacy's team and the offense playing poorly on T's side. So that's something that they've got to get fixed up. You're not going to go very far in a tournament if your offense can't move the flag.
Yo, pause. I don't think we need to pause, guys. The game's over.
I don't think they need. I think that's on. I think this is BM. I'm gonna come out and say it. I think that is pretty toxic. You're up 7-3. There is zero chance of anything turning around here. I mean, maybe for point differential, if you're seeding, and that's the only way that I could see them really wanting a pause out of this. But
yeah,
you have the enemy flag in your base. There's 40 seconds. You've been absolutely giving it to these guys. I don't know. Personally, I wouldn't call a pause there. I would just let it run out.
Yeah, I think you just let it run out here. Anyway, Jock is back in the server. Game is just about over. I think we're being really hard on Daredevil, you know, who's coming from T3. So shout outs to Daredevil, excellent player, one of the best in T3. The one thing I am the most surprised about is that we didn't see a stronger performance from Fox, to be honest. I mean, Fox is one of the scariest players in Midair, and he's been one of the players that can be, you know, absolutely take a game into his own hands. So, you know, we didn't see many routes from Fox, and even when he was clearing, we didn't see great clearing. So I'm gonna say I'm not counting this team out. I think this was an off game for them. I think that we could see a 10 times better performance, maybe on a different map, or just later on in the day when they get some more cohesion.
Yeah, maybe DDM's got some routes in some other maps that are going to make him a little scarier. Even here, we kind of saw it. Like, he definitely had them in his back pocket. I just don't know why they weren't
Your team won the match.
why they weren't running them. I was starting to question whether or not they had kind of the side route style available even on Bryn, but they pulled it out. Just started too late. And then, that's going to drop them, I think, to 1 and 2, right? Those were not. Yeah, so T came into that at 1 and 1 when we're looking at the bracket. And that will actually move Luna up to 3 and 0. So perfect through the group stage for Luna's team.
Yep, Luna's team. Okay, yeah, you're right. They were 1-1. I thought they were 2-0. My bad. Luna's Lunatics looking super super strong. Let's see who else is at 3 and 0. You mentioned earlier that your favorite to win this was Moose's team. Let's see, who are they? Musselin down mid. I wonder if they won their most recent match. We're just getting scores in from the third round here. And these will be updated, I'm sure, by Ecstasy very shortly here. All right, chat, I want to hear from you guys. Who do you think is looking the strongest right now? Obviously, we've gotten the results that have come in so far. But yeah, like I'm curious, like who we thinking is going to be the strongest teams here? Let us know in the chat.
Well, I can tell you what team is not the strongest fish as we look at the standings here. At the very bottom of things, and I don't want to give these guys too much grief because of the way that their team kind of got formed. It just kind of, they had a captain swap across teams because of some animosity between a couple of players. The one captain didn't actually get to pick his team because he was late for draft day. But the leftovers are sitting at 0 and 3, point differential of -16. They are
Ouch.
having a rough go at the moment, but I mean, I don't really know what you can expect out of that. It was just a really tough situation for that team. Just couldn't get things spun up, and it's probably gonna be a pretty swift exit for them, so they won't have to suffer for too long. And the final team's starting to report their scores here. So I think that'll be actually the entire group stage. So that didn't take too long for groups. We're about an hour and a half since the first team started their game. So not too far along, but we'll get into the the playoff stage, which every time I open this bracket, it is long. There are a lot of matches on the playoff side of this bracket. It is just, there are so many teams that can get through this. It's just a lot of games.
A lot of games. Are we? Do you know at what point we're moving into best of threes and potentially best of fives?
That is an answer I don't know.
Yeah, best of threes. I'm assuming it's still gonna be best of ones in this first round. I'm not sure. I would assume so. At least this first round, maybe additional rounds. If anyone knows, let us know. Iza in chat says Rex's team is his pick, by the way.
I like it. I like Rex's team. You just cannot have a bad game out of Deal or Rex. I think is their that is the big thing for them. If you have a bad game out of either of those players, I think you lose pretty rapidly. You're very, very top heavy.
You guys should ping that this is the stream if you haven't. Oh, in like the announcements channel? Yeah, let's do that.
I'll just actually
I like didn't post the stream anywhere, and I also didn't tweet about the stream. I'm not doing. I digital marketing is my career, but I am not doing it. My bad. My bad. Jiggle, just can you make like a Roblox map or something so we can just promote the stream to all the Gen Alpha kids or
Oh
something like
no.
that? That's how that works, right? Also, shout outs to my stream chat. We got 37 people here on Twitch. We have 3 people on YouTube. What's up to my 3 YouTube? I guess like my YouTube viewers are more used to the Tribes 3 content or something, but um so we're gonna be getting into our next game here in just a minute, guys. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We are watching the Midair draft tournament. It's been a lot of fun today. Thanks for the follow, Toots. What's up? Long time no talk, dude. And also thanks to Cal Beck for the rating party of 2 earlier. Appreciate it.
And they have populated the bracket. If you hit the good old F5 there on the challenge, I think we do have all the teams. I don't know why it's called BYO2. I think Ecstasy may have been a little eager to. This is a singular captain draft tournament. There is no bring your own 2. And you can see a couple of teams that we talked about. Actually, pretty much all the teams that we thought were going to go far in this, and chat as well, have achieved their bye into round 2. So, Rex is his favorite sitting there. They got a bye through, and my personal favorite coming out of this, the number 1 seed, Moose's muscling down mid squad, have come out as the number 1, and they have secured their bye as well. A surprise for me, I think, to get a bye into this is Team Swappers. Although maybe the now that I say that, maybe the Sunwind sub may have kind of pushed them over the hump a little bit there. They might have gotten a little bit of a boost from a bit of a scum sub there to get things moving. But we're starting to get an idea of the teams, Fish. We talked about our early favorites. I'm still sticking with Moose. I think Jagle and Astralis are just going to get better as things go on, and it's a really good sign for me that they've come out of the groups 3-0. That feels great for them. Who do you look at this point? Do you have a favorite team, just based off of a team name even? Who's your favorite title?
I feel like if I'm going with names, there's a lot of alliterations here. There's some kind of lame names, I'll be honest. I feel like Muscling Down Mid is the only one that really stands out to me as like a, interesting, not an alliteration, not cringy, just kind of weird, and I don't know. I like it. MDM. Okay, let's talk about these. If you're looking at the left hand side of my stream right now, you can see the bidding process and how much each player was bid on. And you've talked about Moose's team, Muscling Down Mid, being one of the strongest ones. Is Lel really one of the best players out here? Because Lel is obviously a good player. Shout outs to Lel. But Lel going for 50 seems kind of crazy, and that obviously this team is looking really, really strong. Is that just because there's actually Lel isn't even playing home D? I guess I'm out of the loop. Tell me about these picks. Tell me about these picks.
Lel's decent. So the way that Midair drafts work, we don't do the traditional draft style. We started this probably a few years ago now with the drafting. So the way that we're doing this, of course, Midair pugs are all based off of a true skill bot. So teams are picked by a bot who tries to even people up based on their true skill rating and Mew, which is familiar to a lot of the guys from T3. T1 uses the same system. So when it comes time for a draft, everybody that signs up to be a captain, their current rating through true skill is taken, and it is fed into kind of a budget creation tool where the highest rated captains in the queue will be assigned a budget number that is lower than the lowest rated captains. So you can see on the left here, the captains going, from the top, from Clown, Captain T, Busy, Matt and Fire, all the way down to Moose. So this is actually in order. So Clown is the highest rated player in North America. And out of the captains, at least, Moose was the lowest rated player. So what this results in is when we were doing the bidding, Moose actually had double the budget of Clown. There was that big of a disparity. So it is an auction style draft. So when he gets assigned his budget, Moose can kind of throw his budget around and he can kind of bully players out of picks. So I think the reason that he went for Lel so high, I don't think Lel is, Implosions or DL or Tiff. I think he definitely is, I would say he's better than Lon for sure. He's above Fox and Tommy on America. Definitely a better player than Jick. So I would say for the amount of budget that Moose had and the level that Lel can play at, I think it's a decent pick there. But throughout the auction process, all the players are kind of just listed with in order, so the captains can kind of see what their rating is through True Skill. If they don't know the player, they can get a general idea. And then it's just an auction process. So somebody gets bid up, say I'm going to pull up Lel for $1 or whatever you want to call the currency, and they'll run through that. So that's the way that Moose built this team. Is Moose had a really low rating. He doesn't play pugs a whole lot, so he tends to lose more often than not when he plays the pugs. So his rating had gone down over time. And he just kind of was a big spender. You can see a lot of his, 50 and 37, and not just being completely out of budget at that point, still points to spend. That kind of evens things out among the captains. And you can see Clown did not have much budget at all. And I think it actually, Route 61 may be a call through to the amount of budget that he had. If you look at the players and combo those up, he did start with 61 budget, and I think Moose was like 125 or something crazy.
Bro, Moose spent almost Clown's entire budget on Lel alone.
Yeah, it was close. So that's the way that things work, and it works for us. We have a lot closer drafts a lot of the time than, if you do a snake pick or anything like that. You just kind of end up, your seeding kind of defines your placement. We saw that pattern happen a lot when we did snake picks or just try to, have the worst captains pick first. You really just don't have a lot of good drafts in the Midair space, at least. So the auction style has worked out well for us in the past. At this moment, I think Moose might have gotten thrown a little bit of a bone. He's definitely not as bad as his Mew would suggest, and he will keep improving as the tournament goes on. He'll de-rust a little bit. But I honestly don't think that Jagel should have gone for 37. I think people should have bid up on that, and there's just not enough players that are familiar with how much he can be worth. He's going to get better as the tournament goes on. With it being double elimination, you can definitely plan on being in the game for a little while longer. So I would probably bid him a little higher than that. Certainly over, I'm not going to get too toxic here, but definitely over a couple of other players that went for a little bit more budget. I think Jiggle would have been worth it. Especially for a D player. The O players, as long as they know the routes, you can move the flag. But with a player that you can rely on to actually shoot things on defense, I think it's a pretty good set there. And that's really why I liked that team a lot. I think Moose's budget is great, and I think they will just keep getting better as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure these things will continue to be refined and tweaked over time. It seems a bit crazy to get literally double the budget, especially if your name is Moose and you're like literally one of the players that has won the main, like the actual tournaments, like every time. The fact that, Clown had half as many bidding points to bid with is kind of crazy. Nonetheless, here we are, and this is just for fun, guys. I don't want any drama to seep in. It's inevitable, I think, right? But, as little drama as possible, because this is just for fun. This is just because we love tribes, we love Midair. etc. I jumped into the server when I saw Busy drop a code because I feel like this is one of the closer seeded matches. You know, we got Busy's Boomers versus Set the Tone. Busy's Boomers 9th seed, Set the Tone 8th seed. So this is right in the middle of the tournament. And yeah, and I think, wow, I can't believe we're doing double elimination and best of threes. Sin, we are going to be here for a minute.
It's going to be a day. That is a lot of games.
That is a
So
lot of games.
we'll have to see. Oof. That's a lot.
Yep.
So we're waiting for teams to get things figured out. They're getting map picks going and all that kind of stuff, which you got to do in a best of 3. But there is a lot of midair ahead of us.
Yep.
And I almost wonder, instead of just straining our voices trying to fill airtime, if we put a little
Yeah.
put a little waiting elevator music on and return when we get some games going, because I definitely need to get some food in me and maybe
Save your voice. Grab a snack. I mean, I ate some protein pancakes for breakfast, 3 eggs, and I threw, you know, I got some protein pancake mix. So I'm trying to power myself up for the whole day, but yeah, we should save our voices. I need to use the restroom as we wait here, so we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Alright, chat. I'm back. Match still has not started. Which it doesn't bode incredibly well for this tournament. not taking 10,000 hours. Look, I love Midair, I love Tribes, I love casting, I love streaming. I'm gonna do it with a smile on my face. But yeah, if it's best of 3 for the rest of the day, this is gonna be many, 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 many hours of casting ahead of us. I am aware, Smokin', the match has not started. Busy's Boomers, I like the clan tags. They're putting their birth dates. Oh, that's funny. I like that. That is funny. I'm amused by that. By the way, thanks everyone for following the stream, subscribing on YouTube. Appreciate it. I know I've been a little bit more absent lately. I just moved. I just moved to a new house like 2 months
The
ago.
enemy captured your flag.
And man, I was going hard. I was going hard on Tribes 3 for like 6+ months, streaming all the time, making YouTube videos, putting a ton of effort into it. It was fun. But then I moved. Then I moved to a new house. And also, you know, T3 kind of just, my interest in T3 has frankly just petered out. I'm much more interested in playing Midair right now than I am T3. Don't get me wrong, I'll probably come back to T3 at some point. And I definitely want to keep creating content on Twitch and YouTube. I enjoy it. And I just want to help, I just want to see the Tribes community grow. Really, I mean, that is my main goal with all this stuff, is just to play some small role in helping spread the word, the great gospel of Tribes. So that's really my goal here. But yeah, I've been very AFK. I've been tending to my garden, getting the house going, all that stuff. Lots of work on the house. But yeah, hopefully this game gets started, guys. Hopefully this game gets started, because we have a long day ahead of ourselves. There is no sniper in Midair. That is correct. Tribble 6 Hatch, which is an interesting user game. Midair is a game mode called LT. Everyone spawns in light armor. Everyone spawns with the same weapons: a disc launcher, chain gun, and grenade launcher. If you're a Tribes purist, that might sound like blasphemy, but what it does make for is just incredibly skill-based, incredibly team-based gameplay. I mean, it's all about the close coordination between your players. Flag tossing in Midair is more kind of exciting and viable than I would say any other Tribes game. I love Midair. I love this game mode. It's maybe not quite as crazy and complicated as, you know, a full-on base Tribes experience might be, but it's still an absolute blast. I personally love it. Meaty making his way home. He does not get the flag toss off, so this should be a return and a quick cap, potentially. No, Ryan is there with 1 HP. He gets the flag off the stand. Busy has the flag. I don't know if he's got any friends. He's got friendlies. Maybe Toots is his home D. I'm assuming it might be Toots. Meaty is moving this flag once again. He actually does get the toss off this time. So it's going to be Mavi picking this flag up in the field. Mavi gets Midair though, so Mavi is going to need to look to pass this off. Ryan is there. Kind of an awkward little place for that flag to stop though. Ryan holding with Mavi here. That's a pretty scary duo. Sin, are you back with me, or are you taking a break, or are you having a snack? Are you AFK? No worries. No worries either way. And, you know, Tribble, if you're newer, if you're not familiar with Midair, just watch how these players are passing the flag off between each other. Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. This is something that is very unique, in my opinion, to LT. like this sort of game mode. Flag tossing and this coordination, especially during standoffs, is incredibly strong. And these players have so many hours playing with each other. There's kind of like a sixth sense for just communication and passing the flag back and forth. Karu's another player I'll call out. Karu's an absolute beast from TA and was an absolute monster in Tribes 3. I don't know how much time Karu has in Midair, but I'm expecting good things. I feel like Karu was actually a steal, because Karu didn't require a lot of bidding to acquire. So I think Karu is gonna turn out to be an excellent asset for his team here. This is a really well coordinated crash here. Freelit has a ton of pressure on him. Crayback, Meaty's here, Busy versus 2. Busy though is gonna keep this going. He just jumps up, gets the flag off of Freelit, who's holding it in the back. I see Sin has rejoined the server.
We're back. We're gaming.
Okay. All right. Frog Kebabs is telling me that Karu has a ton of hours old hours in Midair. Okay. I didn't know Karu played Midair. I'm really surprised Karu didn't go for a higher bid in that case.
Frog is trolling me. I don't think Karu has played Midair. If he did not play in the competitive scene, and I was around for a very long time.
Yeah, actually,
So,
I feel like I would know that as well.
yeah, Frog Kebabs.
Get your lies and deceit out of here.
Pubs don't count. All right, 4 minutes expired. No caps here on the board. And this is the third Brynhilder match we've seen in a row. Each one of them has been relatively slow out the gate, but we could have our first cap on the board. It is Cravog, or apparently Cravebag. BAC. See what I did there? Karu was a pubber in Midair. Not many, if any, pugs back in the day. Okay, there you go. I'm kind of curious. I wanna hype up this Karu storyline. Let's see what he can do here. Okay. But clears for his teammate, Busy. Busy is out. Busy, of course, one of the really old school Tribes players, all the way back in the T1 days. This guy was an absolute beast in T1 for decades, and I mean that literally. Translating his T1 LT skills to Midair quite nicely. One of the strongest players in Midair.
Really hammering it home there. The
The
decades that there, Fish. Yeah, I like that.
Look, I was playing with Busy for that entire time, so I am dating myself as well. Oh my gosh.
Nice little trade here. I do want to point out, for Set the Tone, Mavi is not tagged up. Mavi a little bit of a lone wolf here on the STT side of things, so he is not conforming to the norm with the rest of his team. And then Implu and Karu on the other side. Also, I wanted to point something out about Implo here, as both teams are going to get the flags at least over mid. Implo signed up for this tournament and selected his position as offense on the form there, and lo and behold, look what side of the map Implo is playing on. He's been playing defense.
Yep.
I can't believe anybody thought that he was actually going to play O. That is an excellent meme. Implo, for those who are unknown, probably top 3 Home D player in the game. I actually, not even like probably, definitely top 3 Home D player. They maybe haven't played Chase here. Might have feel it on Home D. Just great D player overall.
Yeah, excellent D player. I mean, I know him, I feel like, almost equally for his chase prowess. He can do it all.
Captured your flag.
Except save the flag right there.
Yeah, that's true. Watch Implo. Let's see what Implo can do. Also, Implo spawns is a thing? Can you
Implo spawns.
inform us
Implo.
about Implo spawns?
Implo is probably the luckiest spawner of all time in Midair. He consistently gets incredible spawn locations to save flags on standoffs. It is like to the point where he has been accused of spawn cheating by a couple of different players. But he, it essentially just coined the term Implo spawn. And if somebody gets a great spawn and you're pissed about it, it's usually just like he got an Implo spawn. But we may have 4 on the board here for Set the Tone, and they are definitely doing so.
Wow. Okay, let's take a look at the offense for Busy's team. I want to see what's going on here because the flag has not been moving all that much. Busy is an excellent offensive player. So I'm curious what's happening on this side of the map. It looks like Mavi is trying to kind of go out and hunt Busy as he's en route. Freelit actually is cruising. He's home.
Yeah, they swapped players. Feelit and Toots have swapped. So Toots was on offense, and Feelit was playing home B, so they switched those around on this run, and it's going to pay off. They get a cap.
There we go.
Curious if that is a permanent change, and it looks like they're going to stick with it. So it wasn't just like a, hey, I got a good spot for a route. They are trading off Feelit and Toots here. So Busy very willing to do that. He will switch positions on his teams in pugs, drafts, normal tournaments. If it's not working, he changes it up pretty quickly.
Yes. Maybe too quickly sometimes. Nice little like half DJ there to get up to the flag. He's gonna be able to grab a nug, but going for the nug was not the right play. But he gets there anyway. He gets there anyway, and that's 2 very quick caps for Busy's Boomers. Busy's Boomers now with a whole lot of momentum. The wind is behind their backs and it looks like they're gonna put up a fighting chance here on Brynhilde.
And that's dangerous for the for Set the Tone. I think this particular team has a very, very high chance of mental dooming. If things start going poorly, I could see Set the Tone implode. Very rapidly. But Ryan's going to move that one, so he'll prevent the tie-up for the moment. But both teams, I think, going to be able to hold this one for a little while. Meaty's going to pick that one up, DJ back over and toss it towards Ryan, so we'll see a full standoff.
Gonna watch Navi holding this flag. Navi, another incredible player to watch out for. He's very strong in T3, but also incredibly strong here in Midair.
He took a bit of a Midair hiatus, kind of like I did for a while. Returned to Midair a little earlier after he kind of exited the starting roster in T3 for some, just wasn't enjoying it as much. But we might see another cap come through for Set the Tone. Crash is coming in. Karu's gonna be able to knock him off, but feel it straight through. Couldn't quite make it happen. And they put one up.
Okay. We're exactly 50% the way through the map here on Brynhilde, and it's looking like we got a really good match on our hands. A lot of really talented players, both teams here. Let's see, who do we want to watch here? I always like watching Busy on O. Can Busy actually snag this in the field? Karu's the one who snags it in the field, and actually not a bad play. He's going to be able to stop this from going out of bounds. Implo does get the pickup, so Implo will keep this going. Kravox on his tail. Implo, a whole bunch of chain bullets whizzing by, none of them connecting. And Implo, actually a really interesting place to hold this flag. I think it's just opportunistic. Not ideal, but he has to chuck it away. Where is his other...
I don't think anybody stayed.
Friend, nobody stayed. It was the
nobody
Implo
stayed
show.
with Implo, so they better get this return, and they do.
Yeah,
so
they do.
Not too tragic out the gate, but Karu may be forgetting I have to stay if I bring it home. But you see Karu, 17 kills, most in the game at the moment out of him. So lots of slaying power coming out at a minimum. Feel it trying to do some clearing right now. Gravlock and Mavi both kind of low, so one more shot really from Feel It, and he'll knock one off the stand, and that's going to buy time for Busy to get out.
Okay, both flags into the field. It looks like we're going to move into a standoff here. neither team with any chase to speak of. Oh, let's watch Freelit and Busy holding it up here behind the flag stand. Freelit takes a lot of damage very, very quickly here. Busy, did he... Hey, where's... oh, a big D up, but the return... Or sorry, no. I was mixing up my colors. Quick return on both sides. So back to an even here. And Implo, does he get this over the mid? He does get this over the mid. Busy has it. He's super low. He's going the wrong direction, passing it back. It's 2 blues, 2 reds on this. Kravok gets the return.
I love those playground plays, man. When they just start throwing everybody at it. Ryan unspotted there, and nobody's got DJ health for the defense on Busy's side of the map here. Gonna go over to Gambit. Expect him to get chained out here. There's a lot of chain gun near him. They're doing a good job of clearing it up. A little bit more spam, but not close enough. And after the two quick caps off of the kind of positional change for Busy, they've also let 2 get onto the board for Set the Tone. So still plenty of time. 7 minutes, 3 caps is absolutely doable. Something I want to talk about here. You see Karu getting out on a longer route there. The offense for both teams is running these routes that have more speed attached, a little bit longer to get to stand. But this is what we were talking about earlier when we were watching the match with T's team. And this is what you want an offense on Bryn to look like. Spend the extra 5, maybe 10 seconds of setup on Bryn if you can. If the flag's not out, you can spend some extra time to make your run a little more worth it. And both teams are moving the flag. So this is really what you want to see out of Bryn. We saw both ends of it now, where you saw a team not getting out and us kind of criticizing their routes pretty heavily versus a couple of teams that are getting out quite a bit. And they're running those routes. We've seen Ryan a number of times on that really high dropping back right with a ton of speed behind it. And a chance here. Gambit gets absolutely marked trying to get away from the stand. This should be an instant return and a cap for Busy, and it will be.
Bit of a misplay between Ryan and Mavi there. Mavi decided to just K out even though he was full HP, which I understand. He was not in a great position to receive the flag, but on the other end, Ryan kind of let it rip maybe a little bit too early. He could have held on to it for another quarter of a second, half a second. That's going to lead into a cap here. We're watching Ryan clear for his team. Meaty is not out with this whatsoever. He is slow and he is low, but he's got an armada helping him. Ryan is right here. Is Ryan? Oh, Ryan's calling for the play. Pass it back. Pass it back. Okay, we're going to do the alley-oop pass going into Gambit's hands. And then immediately into Ryan's hands. Meaty does respawn, so Meaty now gets to pick this up on the other end.
Man, Ryan is really lucky that worked out, because he bashed his face into just about every possible thing he could on his entry there.
Alright, Busy's trying to bully Meaty. As usual, Meaty needs to pass this off to Mavi. Mavi has it.
Red's in a tough spot on the other side, so return could be coming home here.
Oh. Gambit try. Gambit 1v2. I don't think Gambit gets this, but Ryan coming out of nowhere. Oh, could Ryan get this? Ryan does. Huge return for Ryan, and Mavi brings us in. 7th cap on the board.
Captured your flag.
I'm honestly pretty surprised by this. I feel like the players on Busy's team should be winning against Ryan's crew here. I think it should be going differently than it is right now, but maybe Set the Tone's got something figured out. Feel it out full though, and the offensive run is stopped. So unless somebody makes a mistake, that should be a cap. So 4 minutes. They got time. We got our first really close one.
Yeah, super close. Although 1 cap could do it. All we need to see for SCT is a single cap here. Gambit's first in, Meaty's second. Meaty actually grabs it. I wasn't expecting for him to go for that grab. Meaty's very, very low. He needs to pass immediately. Doesn't get it off. He does. Mavi's there for the pickup, but it's a little bit of a miss. Inflow gets the disc. Mavi's a little bit low, but plenty of time. Nobody's here. Easy. Okay, Meaty could dish up this in. Oh, he kind of screws up the disrupt a little bit,
Oh,
but
and he got it.
The enemy
got it.
captured your flag.
What a gamer.
Your team won
Meaty
the match.
putting things up. And of course, these are now best of threes.
Oof.
Fish sticks. This is we are in round 1 of a best of 3 type series in a double elimination bracket, which is gonna be a barn burner. We're gonna be here all day, maybe even all night, depending on what the what the games go. We just have to hope for some blowouts, I guess, to start things off. I don't know. Oh,
Even if
my
there are
goodness.
blowouts, like the one round can't complete until all the teams are done.
Yeah.
So,
That'll be something.
yeah, we're here for a while. I got invited to two pool parties today. I haven't been invited to a pool party in like a year, and I got invited to 2 in the same day. Here we are casting Midair. Sin. Is it worth it?
I mean,
I'd say so.
it depends on how warm it is, man. If it's over 85 outside, you got a judgment call to make here in a couple hours.
I mean, I'm in LA, so yes, it is 81 degrees right now. It is pool weather.
Well, we'll see. We'll see as the teams kind of get thinned out as we go through the losers rounds. You know, it'll pretty rapidly. We'll see some eliminations. We'll drop 4 teams out of losers round 1, so that'll kind of thin the herd, and then we might have some voices that are able to cast. Not a whole lot of casters remaining in Midair. You know, we had some guys early on. You know, we had Sound Guy, Freaky for a little while. He was around. APC did a little bit of casting, but not a lot of guys have stuck around who do any of the talking about things. Of course, Meller, who I didn't know, he's been kind of running a B stream today, solo casting some games that he thinks look interesting, kind of doing some commentary over there. So shout out to Meller. I think he's still running some stuff. If he's still live, if he's not, I don't know for sure. But he is still running some games. So if you're not interested in the series that we're sitting on right now, I believe Meller is on another grouping. Maybe we'll pull him kind of absorbed later as we thin down into the later matches. But to talk about this one, you know, I spoke to the kind of mental, you know, the capacity to tilt on Set the Tone. And, you know, Mavi's usually got a pretty good head on his shoulders. I think Ryan is fairly anti-tilt. I think that's probably one of the reasons that they haven't yet. But when you get Kravok, Gambit, and Meaty all on the same Discord channel, there has gotta be some form of tilt going on. So I don't know at what point we're gonna see it, but at some time during the tournament, there just has to be some sort of explosion there. I don't think they're gonna make it all the way through this thing without having
Captured your flag.
some words go in some interesting directions. And on the other side, most of those players are pretty stable. You know, Karu's pretty quiet overall, so not a ton of comms probably coming out from him. You would expect that Busy and Implo will be running most of the comms. You know, Toot's also a fairly vocal player when he's locking it in. And Feel one of the guys, I don't have a ton of time. I don't know if you've spent a lot of games with Feel It, but I probably haven't played more than 3 or 4 games total on Feel It's team. So I don't really have a.
Initiated.
Yeah, Freelit has been playing a lot of pickups lately. I think every single pickup I've played lately seems to have Freelit in it. As not super familiar with their gameplay, but a good communicator, absolutely good communicator. Yeah, it definitely feels like Ryan's picking strategy was like different than most people's. Like he doesn't care about the personality clashes. He just wants to get the best value for his cashola.
We'll see if it works out for him. I mean, I feel like at some point it's gotta turn south, but we'll find out. They're electing to go on to TG, Twilight Grove here for map 2. So elimination map for these two teams. So Set the Tome can put it away, or Busy can push us into map 3. What are you thinking based on what we saw last game? Who do you predicting on this one? I don't know if we'll get into scores. We don't know the teams well enough just yet in this draft. But who do you want to see, and who do you think is going to come out?
Honestly, I'm going for
The enemy
Set the
captured your
Tone.
flag.
Obviously, they won map number 1, but I just feel like they have a really well-rounded roster, right? Like Ryan put together a team that I think he made some he chose some players that others maybe wouldn't have, but I think he was prioritizing the skill sets that people bring to the table. So I think it's looking decent. What I will say though is I think we got to get these games started a little bit faster, guys. Like, come on, we got so many matches ahead of us. We got to get this thing going ASAP. I am glad also that we're not watching Brynhilder again, because we just watched 3 Brynhilder games in a row. So it's nice to swap things up with TG. I guess let's talk about TG. Like, how does TG play differently than Brynhilder? It's actually kind of a similar flag stand in a way.
It is the exact same stand, in fact. It's set a little bit down into the ground, but the model is exact.
All right, today I learned.
You know, TG is a little different in that the routes are definitely faster in terms of just raw speed. They take a little while longer to set up on TG, but you definitely have like the back rights. And I would say the big difference, especially on the offensive side of the map, when you're looking at the stand, you can come from kind of that low point or level point with the stand. When we're talking about Bryn, you're dropping downwards. The defense is always really going to have a chance to see you because you're coming from up high. Here, there's some areas, some routes where you can come either straight at the flag stand where you're already level with it, or you can kind of even come like up from below a couple of the other areas, you know, on the lefts and the rights. So definitely more favorable for the offense on this map. And the mid chasm is a little harder to just get the flag through as well. The bowl is really tough. It just kind of just a really deep hole in the ground in front of both stands, and if the flag ever lands there, your spam is just guaranteed. So harder to convert on TG, I'd say.
You know, people, I feel like Meaty has been the punching bag for a long time, but he just continues to play, and he just continues to get better. And, you know, this guy runs routes. Like, what more do you need from a good capper? So I think STT, you know, maybe some unorthodox picks, but I think they're looking really good here. This is looking like it could easily be a cap, although Karu gets out.
Ryan absolutely skied that pass. And it actually got boosted a little bit by a grenade, but that went really far. And the return comes home for Busy's team, and it turns into a cap.
The enemy captured your flag.
That was a tough spot. Ryan just yeeted that pass, for lack of a better word, and it went way over the top of anybody that was even close. Might be able to make it up, though, on this exit route.
Got to curve back in. Does.
I see
that chain is
in
going to
the future.
hurt. That chain is going to hurt. Gambit can chuck this in, maybe? Okay, nice kill.
Oh, Karu gets 4-star grenaded by a teammate.
Oh, are you serious?
Karu was out with that, and he got domed by Toots on his exit.
That was
Oh,
Toots?
that is hard.
Oh, no. I thought that was one of the defenders, not Toots.
Oh, and it's a cap for Set the Tone.
Wow.
Tough break there. You hate to see that happen. Man, he was gone too. He was going to be home with that, and he just got destroyed by a long-range shot from a teammate.
Okay, but BD could move this. Oh, Toots actually blasted it right out of BD's hands. Toots actually going to get the return here. Both flags returned. Toots may be setting the tone, would you say, with that grenade?
You know, we're
Same.
gonna hit that joke so many times throughout the length of this tournament. Yeah, it's just such an easy one to tee off there, and we're gonna have a good time with it. You know, along with Dizzy's age, something to consider as well as the stamina of a lot of these players. You know, you got Busy and Feel It, both 80s gamers. They by the end of this thing, they're going to be getting pretty tired, as opposed to some of the younger guys who might be a little more used to sitting at their computer for 16 hours.
I think Busy's been sitting at his computer for 16 hours for the last 25 years, so.
Well, he's got some mileage on him. Nice little scoop there from Meaty, actually, behind the base. He's going to move that one most of the way home. Karu just trying to chain duel as he comes over mid. Something's a lot more. He does need a toss. There's nobody at home at the moment. Implo should pick that up. Something that we talk about, a big difference between T3 and Midair, especially, is in T3, not a lot of cappers will shoot back.
Yeah.
In Midair, that is a way bigger concern. If you get into kind of a duel in Midair with a capper and you both equip chain gun, you don't have a damage buff. You don't have that 25% boon that you get for free as a chaser in T3. And it can get a little scary for chasers, definitely on the Midair side of things. So you'll look for a lot more cappers to just kind of duel their chase as they go home if they're not out clean.
Absolutely one of the many, many very substantial differences in the flow of Midair versus T3. Midair really is, it's closest to T1 LT. I mean, it obviously this LT, but we see a cap here. Kravok bringing this thing in. He does pass it forward. Karu's there. Karu narrowly misses getting the return, but here it is. It's in the valley. It's in the crevasse. This means that, the Busy's team is able to disc jump over and, okay, there you go. There's a return. When it's in those bowls, it's basically anybody's game. You can't ever really predict how those clusters are going to go.
Yeah, the divots in front of the stand are basically no man's land. There is just so much spam that's going to be coming in and slapping those. It's really tough to move the flag out of it if it's been called and everybody's looking at it. Both cappers out full. Something I haven't noticed yet this match, I know we talked about on Bryn, was they made the switch between Feel It and Toots on Home D. I haven't checked to see if they retained that. Might get a return coming through for Set the Tone, and they do make it happen. And Mavi's going to hit the stand, so Set the Tone putting up first lead of the game. So who is playing defense for these guys? They are sticking with Toots.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
even
Toots,
across maps.
Toots is a fairly experienced Home D player. I think that's I get it. It makes total sense to me. Toots getting the body block, but Ryan's still sort of out with this flag. Toots not connecting with a ton of this chain. Ryan's moving. He will pass it off. No one's there to pick it up, though, so Toots should be able to get this return easy peasy. Although Meaty's there, no, Toots still holding onto it well. And there's a lot of blue here. Here comes the red crash, though. 3 in the air. Busy passing it backwards. Freelit swoops it off the ground. Freelit now up in the air. He's going to take a lot of chain. Needs to pass it off. Busy does have it now. And it's looking good for Busy to take this in if they get the return. Yes, they have the time return. Busy's on the stand, though. He gets knocked off. Bobby with the clutch play there, keeping Busy from getting it. And wow, curves it in. I didn't actually think Kravok was going to be able to get that return, but he curves it in and gets that return for his team.
Needed to do a better job of cleaning up there on Busy's team. They just left some players alive for way too long. Mavi made a play in front of 4 players where he should have been dead long ago. Just a little bit of a sloppy sequence from them, but they'll try to. I think that was an error return there from Toots. If this was a baseball game, that would definitely go down as an error on the scorecard. Just kind of put it right into Gambit's waiting arms on the grab. And both teams are going to get it home.
Okay, and Inflow disc jumping up, which is really common to see, especially on this map for whatever reason. Really common once you grab that flag out of spawn, just to disc jump straight up. I think it's because of the position of the spawn points. If you disc jump up, like somebody's gonna spawn in a position that you can get the return, but no, Ryan! 1v2, Ryan gets the kill and the return right under 2 defenders' noses. And this is looking good, but here comes the front crash. This is another map where front crash is incredibly strong. Here comes a sea of blue, but they're not there in time. The third cap is now on the board for STT. Looking pretty good.
Really smart play there from Ryan. You kind of saw him dance around the backside of the stand. He had a chance to kind of come onto that left wing and go straight for the cap, but he saw the incoming crash and he kind of moved around the backside, waited for the splash to hit, and then curved around from the other side of the stand. Avoided a lot of the splash there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, massive play. Like, that cap, you can thank Ryan for that cap. Gambit taking on chain does get the flag pass off. Meaty's there for it. Karo is there for it as well. It's going to be quite a bit of a crash here. Both teams in force. Freelit is in and out though. So Freelit will move that flag.
He was spotted too. They both Mavi and I think Gambit saw him coming in and they just whiffed on the entry. So kind of a gift there from both sides, but Frizzy just able to make the return.
Right. I feel like TG, even though the score line is low, it feels like a lot more action-packed in a way than Brynhilder. I mean, with the... I don't know what it is. Here comes Ryan though. Ryan making his way home, pass off to Mavi. Busy is looking for the midair. Mavi is very low. Needs a pass very soon. Ryan's there to pick it up. And it looks like could be returned by Toots moving that flag actually, excuse me. So is he oobing this? The flag is oob, so the flag will be returning in just a few seconds here.
It's a good move there from Tits. You know, if you're gonna die with it and you're 100% sure of it, especially in a corner like that, it's almost always better to oob it rather than get it held in the field. You can see Kravok doing it right now. You can bounce the flag so much in midair, and of course the flag doesn't have a hitbox, as it should not in midair, so you can't accidentally like hit the flag physically itself. You have to bounce it around, but it's so strong to do that. Especially in midair, there's no chance of a blink pickup or anything like that. So holding it in the field is pretty good. But you see Kurusu moving it. This is one of the dangers of it. If they do get a scoop, it's often in a better place to move things home than from the stand directly.
Okay. Moving into another standoff position. In that last run there, it looked like Busy was playing defense. So it, you know, like you mentioned earlier, Busy quick to swap things up when things aren't working. I'm curious to see if he's going to stay with defense. Toots, though, just hanging in the air. He's a perfect kind of dummy target for all of that chain gun fire. Implo, quite the opposite, staying close to the ground. Implo needs a pass, though. Is Toots going to be able to save this? Yes, he does. A single grenade gets 2 kills. Toots saved this. On the other hand, Gambit brings that thing home.
Good awareness there from Gambit. He was ready for the walk. You know, they called out that they were going to lose it. He was ready to move that flag rather than just committing to damage in the standoff. So heads up play there, but he's going to go down.
True.
Didn't hold it for long. And we'll see if they can clean up this time. That's much better. So the cleanup happens there, and Busy brings it to within 1. So really close. These teams, I think, the most evenly matched we've seen so far. Curious what their seeds are. And this is actually the 8-9 seed.
Yep.
So
middle of the pack.
Should be even. You know, I know 3 games of groups is not maybe the best indicator, but so far these teams keeping things close.
So once again, Busy is actually playing defense. Toots now going offense. Interesting stuff. And again, you know, Inflow and Busy, best players on their team, both of them playing defense again. This seems to be somewhat of a trend of stacking your best players on defense.
Very interesting to make. Yeah, I don't. So what was that? 2 positional changes now across the series for Busy's team.
Okay, Meaty can move this. Meaty's Nobody's hot on his tail just yet. Here comes the chain gun fire. BD will need to pass this thing off. Greyhawk's there for it, but doesn't connect. Ryan's there, Mavi's there. They're a bit all clustered up. A bit of miscommunication or too many people trying to do the same thing at the same time. That makes you very susceptible to getting just grenade launchered to hell. Nonetheless, they hold onto the flag, and here comes Mavi. Could be a cap here. Freelit gets it off. Oh, huge front crash, and Busy swoops in at the right time, right place.
That was massive from Feel It. That would have been a cap if he didn't just move it for a couple of seconds. That can make the difference. You know, even if you know for sure you're going to be dead, just getting it off the stand for a couple of seconds where Mavi couldn't ski through, and then he took that spam damage from Busy. It was huge.
We're seeing a lot of kind of clustery play in the midfield for STT, whether it's Meaty, whether it's Gambit. Just kind of picking up the flag midfield and disc jumping it home has been working out.
Yeah, it's kind of their style too. They don't have a lot of like. I would say the only person who's really known for just running big, crazy, strong routes is Ryan.
Yeah.
You know, Gambit, not really that guy, and Meaty can run routes, but he's definitely more of a clustery kind of guy. So not a huge surprise in what they like to do. I am surprised that it's working though. I would expect that Implo would be just kind of feasting on kills at that point, but maybe he's just a little bit handicapped by having to hold the flag.
And it's Implo and Busy on D here. It's a very, very strong duo. Another low-scoring game here. Sin 3-2. STT. I think they're currently up one map, so it's the elimination map. It's all the pressure onto Busy's boomers to make something happen. If they don't, they're going to be eliminated from the tournament very early. XTC saying, "Why did I make this tournament double elim?" And I have to ask the same question. Good, sir.
That's a great question. We do have some games finishing, so I'm keeping an eye on the bracket here. So we have had a couple of series go through. 5 seed JP and Friends against 12 seed Route 61. That was a 2-0 over to JP and Friends. And then Dragon wins home. Captain T against the Leftovers was also a 2-0. So we do have some round 2 games set, and then some losers bracket stuff starting to get slotted in. Of course, we do need round 2 of winners to fire off for the losers bracket.
We have an equalizing cap.
All right. Man, as much as I would love to see a 3-game series, I kind of want these early ones to be done as quickly as possible here. So I'm pulling for Set the Tone. I want them to pull it through in a 2-0.
Apparently this is winners, says XTC. I don't know.
Well, everybody's in winners in round.
Oh yeah. I guess you're right. It's just if you get to skip the first round or not.
Yeah.
XTC, I'm just gonna say this now. I know changing tournament rules mid-game is somewhat frowned upon, but if you want to change these to best of ones, you still can. You can still change these to best of ones.
I think he might get mutinied by the community if he tries to change now.
Oh wow.
The enemy captured your flag.
All right, after a lull in the action, we have 2 quick caps, and Busy's boomers now up. Went from a 1 cap deficit to a 1 cap lead with just 3 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Maybe they finally found the combo. You know, Busy and Implo after trying Implo and Toots, after trying Implo and Feel It. So if they stop this right route, and they do not.
Gambit, 3rd one in, 3rd one out.
Implo picking this up with about half health. Haru needs to respawn really early, and he did not. So that's going to result in a return for Implo, and it evens up.
The enemy captured your flag.
Okay, we're all even. 3 minutes left. It's a 3-minute game. right, who haven't we watched? Let's watch some meaty POV for the meaty fans out there. Okay, meaty with a subtle dodge and weave. Grabs the flag off the stand versus 2 defenders. Little meaty highlights right there. Flag lands right on top of the rock. You don't see that very often. Little punt there, Ryan punting the flag. He's holding it off. And this next cap is so important here.
Yeah, this could be the decider. We've seen Implo and Karu be the standoff defense for Busy's team. And I don't know if that's because Karu is just getting out all the time. Or maybe this is like a pair that they've decided, all right, these are good kind of respawn style fraggers. Maybe we have the best chance of holding when they're there. I wouldn't expect that you'd put a new player in that position.
I mean,
But maybe
Karu's been getting out. I think Karu was honestly a steal for how little points he went for in the bidding process. Because yeah, he's absolutely been getting out. He's running decent routes.
Went for 10 points. That's you know that's pretty cheap. Busy with a chance to basically, I wouldn't say put a pin in it with a minute left, but the cleanup needs to happen. You can see Busy just trying to avoid the damage here. Nobody getting killed. Just Ryan and Mavi, and finally chain guns come out from Busy's team, and they make it 5-4. And here goes the 60-second timer.
Here, 60 seconds, and we might have this going to a best of 3, or the final map of a best of 3, I should say. Gonna watch the defense here for Busy's Boomers. It is Busy and Implo. Meaty is out again against Busy and Implo. Without even that much clear, Meaty making it happen, but this flag will be returned in just a second here. This could be the absolute nail in the coffin. But no, STT gets the return. Still in
Ryan
chance.
was camping.
30 seconds left.
Moving
Ryan
it.
camping.
He punted down mid. So this is going to be the call. The entirety of the red team needs to cluster onto the flag at the moment. Mavi's going to try to get it towards Stan. Takes a weird route. Almost fucked that up, but he got it all the way back to the stand. And we're going to hit overtime.
All right, Meaty is also looking like an incredible pick at I think what did he go for, 17? Because Meaty is making plays right now, 100%. Okay, Meaty doing a super big route. This is probably one of the longest setup. Okay, but no, it's gonna be Ryan out. Ryan out very fast, almost full HP. Karu's out on the other side, but 1 HP. Ryan's moving. Flag is in the field. This red flag, nobody's here yet, but red will get the return, and there's the cap. It's gonna be over. It looked good for just a second there for Busy's team, for the Busy Boomers, but STT does take it out in the end. Shoutouts to Meaty, making it happen for his team.
The tone has been set. You know, they make a statement in their first match of the playoffs, and they move into the second round. Not the ideal team to be running into, however. They are going to be running into the #1 seed out of groups. My personal favorite to take the whole tournament. They are going to run into Moose's team. Do have a couple of other matches, so I wonder if we can get a match that we haven't really seen teams in yet. I'm curious. I don't think we've seen. Actually, we have watched at least one of all the. Have we seen JP's team yet? I don't think
we haven't
we've
watched
seen
JP's team yet.
JP. So hopefully.
Have you?
I'm
seen
looking
the
to see
code?
the code. It is the most recent code in the Captain discussion channel. And it was only a couple of minutes ago, so hopefully we'll be in at the ground level of this one.
Nice. Okay, JP and friends versus Team Swappers. It's 2 Euro bros, Matten's team versus JP's team. Oh, spectate that. No, spectate. What the hell?
Yeah, do you get that bug where when you hit escape, it tries to exit the desktop?
Yeah, I'm getting that right now. Let's see. I'm gonna rejoin the server, I guess, and try it again.
Yeah, if you hit cancel on the exit to desktop prompt, then you can get to spectate.
I can't hit the cancel button. I can't. Oh, there we go. All right. Wait, no.
Just keep rotating through
Okay,
escape, and I think eventually goes away.
I crashed.
Oh no.
All right.
Excellent. Yeah, that's a fun one. I wonder if they've identified that. So while you're getting your game fired back up, we'll talk about the teams here. It does appear that Matten's team has proceeded with their sub. So Sunwind is still there in place of Silver Eagle. Pretty interesting. I don't know. I would probably protest if I was I think that's a pretty solid upgrade there for Matten's team.
We don't even have to speculate, right? We could actually just look at their Mew.
We can look at their Mew. That is true.
Silver Eagle, no slouch. I actually played T1 with Silver Eagle. We were on a couple of teams together way back in the day. So shout outs to SE. But yeah, Sunwind, obviously really strong player out of Europe.
Let me actually go look at their Mew. I think I can find this. No, it has been changed. So I don't have their exact stats because the spreadsheet has been changed since the pick order, but I mean, I would expect Sunwind to be quite a bit higher. But as you know, when we're on the topic of T3 players, as we have been so often through this one, Tritium Jones, he's there on the JP side of things. I'll be interested to see what position JP's got him playing. You know, well-known chaser in T3, played on Avalanche through most of the competitive life of the game. And we'll see if they keep him on chase, keep him on O. I want to see what the defense looks like from JP's team, because you got 4 players who can realistically play defense. You know, Tritium, Ringo, Top, and JP. I would expect it to be probably Top and Tritium. I don't think they would go with a different pairing. We do see Top looks like he's playing Home D, and Tritium is on the hunt. So they are playing Tritium Chase probably, and Top Secret on Home, which I like that call from JP.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see Tritium playing Chase. That's all he did in T3. He was great, actually really one of the better kind of like route campers in the game, or like chain gunners. Yeah, solid player. So I'm curious to see how Tritium has picked up into their world.
Tommy didn't get the throw off, so that one's just going to drop into Ringo. But Matten was waiting for the camp there, and didn't look like he was spotted. He's actually very slow, so he may have gotten some impulse on the front of him, and JP puts the cap home. And I think I am rooting for JP here. You know, the Sunwind sub is a little a little interesting in my opinion. So I'm pulling for JP's team here.
I got my overlays still up. My bad. Did anyone tell me that my overlays were still up? Jeez. Okay, guys.
Now they did. I am just now seeing the chat populate with the overlay. So, only a minute in. You guys didn't miss a whole lot. JP put the first cap onto the board as well. Also on there is Crow. You know, we talked about him. Super young player. Really new to the Midair stuff. You know, you mentioned Matten, one of the premier cappers, but it's Matten and Sunwind on defense for the
pretty strong
team swappers. Yeah, it's pretty solid. Ringo gonna move that one. Looked like he had a back to front actually, so he's gonna be home. Crow saving it for the moment, and he's gonna get over mid. So we will enter a standoff if he can get it past Tritium, and he will.
Let's see. All right, Tommy Soccer in the back by himself at the moment. Silverwind, aka Sunwind, up in front. Tommy's using the terrain to his advantage, trying to just dodge and weave as much as possible. Here comes Tritium. A little bit late though. Tritium not quite synced up with his friendly offensive players, and now he's not quite synced up again. I don't know if he wants to disc jump to get there a little bit faster, but Ringo in a great position to do a front crash. It is picking my Apex, though, who does grab the flag. He's super low. Not long for this world. This flag should be returned in short order, and only Tritium's really here. JP actually decides to go. Interesting play for JP. A lot of times the safer move is just to crash the stand, but JP instead kills whoever was on that flag to return it and is going to move this thing home. So good heads up play by JP to take advantage of the opportunity, but Crow is going to get the return. Taken by Apex is there though. He's waiting on that stand. He brings that thing straight down middle. Matten though, almost in a position to midair return this. Not quite. Matten gets the midair on Top Secret. Top Secret returns that midair to Matten. So Apex now holding this flag, and we're moving into what looks to be a pretty stable standoff position in just a second here.
Sunwind and Tommy holding on the team swappers side of things, and they've been doing a decent job of a hold so far. Haven't killed off the standoff offense though, so Tritium and Ringo both a lot of health. Tommy's got to get this away, and he will get over Sunwind, so they'll prevent a return for at least a little while longer. You can see Ringo just waiting for JP to show up. Good move from him, not burning his health yet, and no damage on the Sunwind yet. Just kind of dancing around. Now takes a shot or two from Ringo, and he's in a bad spot. You can't get out of this back spot very easily. Just barely gets the toss over towards Tommy, but Tommy in no man's land. That's going to be returned. Both at the same time. Gosh. It happens so much.
Yes. Classic Tribes move.
Just identical return timings. And 0-1. Really low scoring so far, even with the scum sub from Matten's team. So JP looking pretty strong.
It must have been a back, or was it just a disc jump? I don't know, but that flag is home. Ringo gonna pick that up. Two European brethren. Oh, but
didn't
Pace
quite
comes
get
out
to it.
Yeah. Okay. Looking very dangerous. Sunwind disc jumps in. He's gonna toss it, and the toss is good. Tommy there to collect.
Excellent toss from Sunwind there. Right into Tommy, who was just waiting inside the flag.
Ringo, of course, we haven't talked about him yet. One of the top players, really, in midair. Excellent offensive player. So I actually kind of want to see some routes coming out of Ringo here. Let's see what he's up to. JP moving this down mid. The coordination between Ringo and JP is excellent. Ringo, interesting way of utilizing the geometry to disc jump back up. Matten's there. Does Matten get the return? Matten does get the return, so now it's looking quite dangerous. It's going to be TS potentially collecting a cap here. Oh, lots of crash though. Tons and tons of crash. It's going to be a full D up though for TS. All 5 members at home here. Nobody trying to camp that flag stand. Tommy though, super low. Needs to chuck it up. Does chuck it up in the last possible second. Sunwind does collect. And this should be a cap. I don't see JP being able to stop this by himself. Wait, Tritium's also here. Tritium gets it off the stand. I spoke way too soon. As Sunwind holding this thing behind the pyramid. And we couldn't see a quick return, and just a lot of patience out of Sunwind, not trying to force the issue here.
Yeah, I mean, once you get below 3/4 health, trying to hit the stand with any incoming crash is really tough, unless it's just guaranteed. And the crash is just unrelenting from JP's team here, and they make the return happen. That was probably a solid, what, 20 seconds worth of just repeated crash, just spam onto the stand, and it's tough to make that happen unless you've got some speed coming towards the stand. The nades were there in time.
Okay, Ringo with a little cheeky sneaky little back. Okay, he's gonna pull off and just clear for his team. Everyone's clearing though, so he's just gonna decide to dish jump this down middle. So Ringo now moving straight down middle, very low HP. He's got to pass it off right now. He does. JP's there for it. Could JP turn this in? Looks like he could have, but the flag was taken off the stand. So now JP waiting, having to play patient. So we see the same sort of crash situation. Tommy's there, but not in time. JP collecting the cap for his team.
Good patience there from JP. Didn't rush anything. Kind of waited to get some damage on the incoming crash. Able to make 2 happen. I'm pretty surprised that this is as low scoring as it is. I would expect that on the maps with the faster routes available, like Exhumed, I would be expecting to see things get out a little more. But you know, actually, we're just seeing a lot of standoffs. So maybe it's just both teams moving the flag, and we're not seeing a lot of stops on stand because we have been playing, or sorry, watching. Pretty much just every run is a full standoff, and whoever can win the standoff seems to be able to convert in most situations. Of course, we saw JP's team a ton of crash, and that is going to result in a return for them right there. But Matt just camping. Lots of camping and a lot of standoffs.
Yeah.
That's been the story of this one. It's not really a lot of like standard defensive set scenarios. Tommy just getting absolutely burned. But you'd think Sunwind can probably keep Ringo off of that, and he will. So another standoff. I mean, it's just standoff after standoff. Nobody able to keep it directly on the stand. It's just who can win the duels at this point.
I mean, the front crashes. That's also been the story of this map. Ridiculous amount of front crashes. Just making it really hard to collect points on the board. Alright, Apex gets it. Oh, yeah, top secret just a hair above Matten there. Matten looking to intercept. Doesn't quite get it. Top secret low, but plenty, you know, he's playing in the smart position. Trying to avoid Taste as much as possible. Taste misses the midair that would have saved it. So now 3-1 for JP's team. Looking good.
You can't always expect too much out of Taste in those situations. You know, he is one of the newer players. He's also a West Australian player. So he's not even playing out of the, you know, Sydney area kind of thing. He's out of West Aussie land. So he's sitting at about 240 ping. So that's a tough shot for him to make.
There could have been some cool synergy there with the pass off to Crow. It didn't happen. Ringo will collect from JP. Now Ringo has to take his time to get in, but Silverwind, Sunwind with the return. Scum return? Question mark?
Could be. Pretty long running pass there. Sat in the field a little longer than I'd like to see. Sunwind just going up straight into the air, kind of not willing to. Ringo puts a disc on his forehead though, and Sunwind's just gonna go down in the back. So a chancer to return here. Ringo just trying to keep some spam on it. Just trying to keep it in the field. Apex flying through now. Top has 1 point of health. Any chain gun will drop him. He tries to punt it away, but Matten's going to have that return time. So now Sunwind can make his way to the stand. And we'll see if they elect to still do it or not. Sunwind just kind of hovering, trying to escape damage. Nobody's killed him yet. How is Sunwind stayed alive? This whole time he had no health whatsoever, and the crash just didn't happen. Eventually they get the return.
Big return from Ringo.
Man.
Tommy will get the return.
Sunwind was just alive forever, and now you see JP dropping on a back route.
Okay, interesting. He didn't want to go for it. Probably knew that he was going to die to some chain gun. I feel like questionable. Like he could have maybe just tried to force the issue and toss it into the stand. Unless JP and Ringo keeping that Euro synergy, keep things going together. And JP looking for a 4th cap, and that is the 4th cap on the board.
Captured the flag.
Pretty tragic on the other side. You saw Crow was the one to get out with the flag. I don't know if he still had it or not, but you could hear the oob timer So he was outside, or somebody was outside, maybe even just the flag was outside the oob and returned after 5 seconds. So tough break there for team swappers on that cap. They're getting it home. Like, they're getting it over here. It just seems like a lot of the time JP's team is able to convert during the crash scenarios and the standoffs. They can just keep it going.
I feel like the difference maker for JP has really been the synergy between him and Ringo. They've just done a really good job keeping that flag in play. All right, we haven't watched the JP POV yet. Let's go ahead and do that. JP preparing for his teammates. And JP's been going, I don't even think he's been running back routes as much as he's just been like disc jumping the flag home, which is really strong on this map. You can disc jump from stand to stand easily here on Exhumed. So let's see what he's doing here. It looks like this will be some sort of back route, back right-ish. That's just a straight on back. Will he K or is he gonna camp? Okay, JP's gonna stay here. Feels that Ringo is gonna be good enough. Oh! Tried to disc jump for a really potentially a nice intercept that doesn't even matter. His team is still gonna get that return with or without JP.
That was a tough situation for JP. I had a bird's eye view of that one, and he DJ'd up right into a disc from Sun Wind. Doesn't know if he was even aiming at him or not, but ate that one. And Ringo, I think, might not have been spotted. Just barely in time, actually. Matten saw him and dropped some spam on the stand. That'll keep him from being out. They're going to hold it in the field. Keeps Apex away from it, so now this is a chance to make a conversion for team swappers, but looks like JP's defense may have even stiffened up a little bit. We've seen a couple of full stops now from Tritium and Top Secret, so maybe Tritium kind of getting into the swing of things.
Okay, Tommy curves in before Tritium is back, but no, he won't be the one grabbing. Taste will be clearing for Taste. Taste actually is clearing as well, so Crow is going to be the grab, but he's quite a ways away. But Tommy actually just says, you know what, I'll do it myself. We'll do it live. Disc jumps that flag straight down middle. Tommy is going to pick up his own pass potentially here. Tritium's on it, but dead. And so Tommy, he's like, no, Taste, this is my flag.
That was smart. That was smart from Tommy.
Smart.
Sometimes you'll see some of the newer players try to pick things up with no health.
Yeah.
And if you know you have a better shot at it, you'll see the veterans do some team killing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something we haven't talked about, Fish. We've been casting for almost 3 hours now in Midair, and we're talking about differences in Midair and T3. And one of the biggest ones, friendly fire.
Oh yeah, of course.
Is always on. There is no turning it off in Midair. Friendly fire has always been and always will be a thing in Midair. So another big difference.
Every other Tribes game except for T3.
Yeah, every tribe. Tell them how you really feel, Fish. So you can't just like sit on the stand and have your teammates spam you. You know, you take damage from your teammates. Also allows for heads-up plays like that, like we were talking about, where Tommy made a smart one and dropped his teammate who didn't have the health to pick it up. JP needs to toss this one and right into Taste.
Okay, I like it. Taste drops it on the flag. Oh, Matt not quite there. Ringo there first. Ringo actually is going to be able to convert this into a route, a disc jump route. Okay, he's like, okay, Sunwind isn't looking at me. I'm just going to disc jump in. Okay, interesting. Passing it off to JP. He always passing it off, these guys. Like, they don't bring it in. They pass it first. That Ringo JP synergy. Yeah, there's another cap. Wow, dominance here for JP. And, you know, I don't blame Matten for picking up Sunwind. People can call scum all you want. You know, I'd rather they have a team. I'd rather that they can play in the tournament than not. So, you know, I'm glad that they're able to play. Although, it is, you know, if they did win, there would always be an asterisk, right? Like, they had Sunwind, but they had Sunwind, right? So, yeah, but JP's kind of proving that, you know, he's just got a stronger team at this point.
Yeah, you know, happy to see the performance out of JP's team. Nothing really like crazy jumps out at me when I'm looking at the scoreboard with these guys. It's not like we're seeing any crazy carry performance from any particular player. You know, you see JP, Ringo, and Top doing most of the fragging work, which is you'd expect it. You know, with Tritium and Apex, you know, Tritium being, you know, a new transplant over from T3, and Apex I don't think has very many hours either. You know, you're not looking at them when you're looking at big fragging numbers. So just kind of a good bit of synergy from that side to keep things moving. JP just barely not able to make the return happen there, so they'll hold it for a little while longer, and it's just standoff eating time up here away from Team Swappers, and they've already eclipsed the cap per minute mark.
Yep.
So this one is all but over.
Time is not something they have in abundance. With just 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, it's looking all but over here for JP. Gonna take this first map to Exhumed. Not much chance to change that narrative at this point. But it is a best of 3, of course, so plenty of time for Team Swappers to potentially swap things up, swap up the momentum.
My goodness.
You know,
2 or
change
3
the tone a
seconds
little
of each
bit.
other.
I don't know. Okay, yeah.
Ringo needs a top. Yeah, there you go. Really low, though. He didn't have a lot of oomph behind that one. So still a chance here from Team Swappers to get some spam onto it. Kind of in that no man's land area, but Ringo swoops through. He's going to be able to move that one way up into the air. You can see Ringo just,
He's just killing
floating
time,
into
dude.
the
I think
sky.
he's just chilling at this point.
He knows.
He knows. We know he knows.
Yeah. At this point, everybody in the server knows this one is a go next. You probably start talking a little bit about what you want to change, if anything. You know, if they have to do any map stuff. I don't think they have to do any map stuff, but
I guess you know, talking a little bit about the difference between Midair and T3. We've talked about a number of major differences. One of the biggest differences is you can't throw the flag across the entire map in Midair, even if you are moving, cooking. If you're chucking it from midfield, it's probably not going to make it all the way home. Unlike T3, where if you're on a back route and you chuck that flag, it's making it home, like, no matter what. So flag play definitely super different in this game. I think even without the being able to punt the flag like you can in T3, just the distance that you can chuck that thing is so much less in Midair.
yeah,
it's
it's got a lot more gravity. It goes
more
kind of in an
predictable.
arcing motion.
Yeah,
It
it's just
is.
more predictable though. So it's much easier to toss the flag between players as well.
It's just a little more refined. The flag mechanics in Midair have seen a lot of work throughout their various versions. And this is going to be 6-1 in favor of JP's team. So the scum sub not working out
Your
yet
team won the match.
for Team Matin.
I think JP's team, what stands out to me is like it's just a great core of European Midair players. Top Secret, JP, Ringo. I mean, these are names that, you know, if this was a regular old tournament, not just the draft tournament, you see these 3 on a team, you're like, okay, that's a strong team. And then Tritium, of course, holding his own. I think picking up the chase position pretty naturally, as that was his position in T3. Apex, no slouch. So it's just a well-rounded team.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. JP and Ringo occupy the number 4 and number 5 spots on the leaderboard on the European
The enemy
Oh, wow.
captured your
True
flag.
skill ratings. So definitely some strong players there. Interestingly, you know, Sunwin number 6. So right
Wow.
behind him there, sitting there. So not like he is anything insane, but you know, we talk about Sunwin. Matin is number 4 on the NA leaderboard. So he's over on that side. So some really high tier players in both of these games. And I will be curious to see if a different map benefits Batten a little more, where you really have to have the fragging. On Exhumed, you can do the kind of passing. There's a lot of ways you can move the flag. It's not really a one-dimensional where you just have to outfrag the other team. There's a couple of maps where slaying matters quite a bit more. But as I'm thinking about it, that was mostly a standoff win for JP. So the slaying may not be too much of a factor for them, as long as they have good enough synergy to get the passing back and forth. They might be on their way to a third round of winners bracket.
Absolutely, and it looks like just pulling up the bracket really quickly while we have some downtime. All the round 1 matches are complete. It's going to be Busy Boomer, Route 61, Frost's team, Who Rocks, and the Leftovers, moving on to the losers bracket. And boy, oh boy, we have a lot of games ahead of us still, because that losers bracket doesn't even have the second set of teams yet in it. So we'll figure out who's moving on to the losers bracket after the end of this round. And we do have a lot of Midair ahead of us, so I'm trying to save my voice a little bit. I can already feel it starting to get a little bit rough. Might need to go get some honey tea, guys, because we got a lot of games ahead. A lot of Midair coming your way. Okay, just in from our admin, XTC. Losers bracket's going to be best of 1s. So that's good. That's good to keep things moving. Guest is as good as mine, Spades. I think it's probably going to be a little bit more than 3 more hours. I'm guessing 4 or 5. But it's there's a bunch more best of 3s left. But actually not that many. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. Losers bracket is best of 1. So that'll speed things up. Alright, we are going to TG for map number 2 here versus JP and Matten's team, so Team Swappers versus JP and friends. JP did take the win, so let me update the overlay really quickly for that. JP won. And they did so in pretty dominant fashion, right? So what was that, a 6-1, 7-1, something like that? Which is kind of more dominant than you'd expect looking at these teams on papers.
Yeah, especially with the sub coming in for Matten's team. Sunwind definitely no slouch of a player. Hitting kind of pretty, not Australian style ping, but definitely doing a little bit of work on the 150 ping that he's got. So see if they can move things through. And TG, so TG, a pretty popular second map for all the teams so far. I think we've only seen like what, 2 or 3 maps this whole whole time we've been looking at games. So teams definitely leaning towards some preference.
No Starfall. No Menorah. I'm a Menorah fan. Menorah's a really interesting map. It's kind of the most, I would say, unique in a way.
I would love to see some games on Elite and Menorah. Menorah, kind of that big, Capper's Paradise map where you can run some really big routes, and then Elite, kind of that almost a community favorite with the mapping stuff. Taste almost able to fly into that one. It's gonna just get bounced into Tommy. And Crow has a chance if he takes, doesn't even need to take a DJ, but looks like Apex may have been unspotted, so he'll be able to take that one home.
Elite, of course, is Stonehenge, basically. And I think Stonehenge is probably the greatest Tribes map ever made. So, you know, Elite carries that forward to Midair. There's a spicy take. What is the greatest Tribes map ever made?
Captured the flag.
Oh man, you're gonna start some fights.
It's Stonehenge. Come on.
It's gotta be Stonehenge. Fun fact, Elite and kind of a now defunct map that doesn't get played much anymore, Cryosis. We took in early Midair the height maps from the T1 map, Stonehenge. We took the height map from that, and of course in T1 maps are not mirrored straight across. In Midair maps are mirrored, so you can run the same route on either side. The height map was split down the middle and then mirrored, and that became Elite and Cryosis.
Yep. I believe Elite is the Blood Eagle side, and then Cryosis is the Diamond Sword side of the T1.
I do not remember. You remember better than I do.
I played a lot more T1 than you, sir. I don't know if you've ever played T1.
I had a pug run there for a little while. I probably played about 100 pugs of T1 before I just couldn't handle
100?
the oldness of it anymore.
Wow, 100. Wow, that's a lot more than I thought. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give it a chance, right? You
Yeah.
can't just play 10 games and say this sucks. So it's definitely fun, but I just got a little... It's old. It's
old.
really old. There's a lot of things that just happen because it's old, and you're like, okay, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, honestly, Midair just feels so much more solid. I say this as a T1 diehard. T1 was my game for about a decade. It just feels a little bit clunky these days. I did hear that, what's his name from the T3 community is like rebuilding the T1 netcode to like have like rollback netcode and crazy shit like that. So if that ever actually comes into fruition, I am really excited to try that. As it stands now though, when you shoot your disc in T1, like there's like a quarter-second delay. It just feels weird. It's just weird. I'm sorry to say. I'll get crucified by a certain group of people, but
You have to set your interp and your BFD and all this stuff, and it's like, all right, I don't want to have to deal with all that.
Tommy was hiding in the back of the map, but it was actually JP who was unseen by Tommy. JP just nails him in the ass. Ringo, though, moving this down midfield. Or, sorry, Pro moving this down midfield. And gonna give this to Sundwind, who's disc jumping up, of course. This is TG, so often you're gonna see people grab the flag, disc jump straight up, look for that pass. Kind of one of the really strong ways to play standoff D here. And then, you know, again, Sundwind just cruising in the air, and his teammates are gonna respawn right under him, so plenty of time to pass it off. JP's here, but Tommy's also here. Bit of a D up there for Matten as well, so Matten helping his teammates out a little bit instead of going directly on offense.
So far, Tommy and Sunwin handling the pressure very well. You know, not a whole lot going on for them. Crow's able to make the return happen on the other side, and that was just a solid standoff.
Your flag.
Tommy and Sunwin, they were able to maybe not make it look easy, but they definitely held their own there. Didn't really have too much trouble.
Yep, and pretty low-scoring game again. I feel like we've said that a lot. And it's like the first halves of these maps are low-scoring, and then like the second halves tend to pick up the pace a little bit. Ooh, Taze gets knocked out of bounds. He's gonna have to chuck this back in. He doesn't get the chuck off, so that's gonna return automatically because it's out of bounds. Out of bounds grid means it's going to return, and there's the second cap for TS. TS now equalizing the score here on TG, Twilight Grove.
Yeah, Taste there actually doing a little bit of jousting with Ringo and lost the joust there. Ringo was the one who knocked him out of bounds at the.
Ringo
What?
just
What's happening
stopped.
to Ringo?
Did he was that a beacon stop? I haven't really seen people using the beacon stops yet. I'm not sure.
There
if
is
the
a
beacon
bug
stop-
right now where you will just rando dead stop in midair, and if that's what happened to Ringo, it could have looked like a beacon. I wouldn't have expected him to hit a beacon on that particular exit route, so he may have just hit the dead stop bug and decided he had to go the other way.
I'm not sure. It looked intentional, honestly, but may not have been. I don't know. Hard to say. Watching Ringo top secret hold this thing. Matten looking to hit the midair, doesn't hit. Top secret's there, but he's in a really bad way. He gets disc jumped up. That's kind of lucky, but unlucky spawn for Ringo. He spawned right in the middle of 3 of them. That's one of those spawns that you're just like, well, I couldn't do it. There's nothing I could have done there. It's 0.
Yeah, he just got burned up immediately. They didn't get any kills. You know, they were getting the passing going.
Yeah.
But if you don't start cleaning up the base, you know, eventually you're gonna get a tough spawn spot, and that's gonna spell some trouble. Nice shot there from Apex to kind of keep Matten out of the play. He's not gonna be able to move out of the base. Sunwind, the only person who's even got half of a shot at Ringo, and he's gonna get it all the way home. Tommy just walking it from the other side too. So both teams able to make it home, but Crow didn't even intercept. The pass was just a little bit wide for JP's team. And now they're in a tough spot. Ringo doesn't really have a play on red here. He's going to try to get towards it. Top now body blocks Crow from getting into the stand. Ringo forces him off as well. Sunwind just kind of bouncing around the stand, and he's eventually going to make it happen.
I know Crow is newer to the game, but good game sense to look for Ringo for the pass. You have to be so quick about chucking that flag out to your teammates in that position, and he did exactly that. Converted into a cap, but on the other end, it looks like JP's team could very comfortably go for a cap. Matten is the only one that can stop this. He's very low. Nice midair to kill the incoming capper. JP collects, and that's going to be 3-3.
Playing it really close here. Have to see if they kind of open it up towards the end. You know, last game we saw JP kind of turn things on in the last 7 or 8 minutes. We're getting closer to that point in the game here. Ringo is just moving the flag all the time. I feel like every time we see an O-run, it is Ringo getting it at least back to a pass, if not all the way towards stand. Tritium and Top have a chance at it, and Tritium makes the return. Nice little ski through there from Tritium. Crash is going to be in time. Yeah, Tickle's hopefully going to wise up to this one, and he'll just toss over towards Ringo. JP gonna get knocked down by Crow in mid though, and Crow takes a DJ up, so Crow will save the play for now. He needs a toss back at base. Tritium is already right up in his grill, and the pass doesn't go straight over to anybody. JP and Tickle My Apex both DJing out towards him. Crow still gets the pass off, and if they can kill off JP,
Oh, JP!
No!
1 HP JP!
That feels so bad if you're team swappers. All it took was anything at all. Man, just one chain bullet, half of a hand grenade. But they couldn't get it figured out.
1 HP JP. I think we should start a thing. 1 HP JP. He did it.
1 HP JP.
There he is. 1 HP. He's out. Okay, gets the flag toss off. Apex gonna disc jump up. I almost feel like he should. Because JP spawned all the way over here, but no. Oh. JP nailed. It's gonna be top secret and JP holding this. Okay. Watch from top secret POV. Got JP's POV. Passing it back and forth. And here's, oh, doesn't get the pass off. JP tried to disc jump in, but it's not going to work. He's actually going to utilize the disc jump to get into midfield, though. Ringo makes this home. Who's his home D? It's going to be top secret. In the right position at the right time. So top secret now holding this quite comfortably. Going to swap over and see what's going on. Okay, both teams actually offense completely eliminated, so it's going to be Top Secret facing off versus Crow. Weird position for Top Secret. He's kind of skiing around a little bit. Is this something you like to see, Sin, or I don't know?
You know, maybe they've decided they can't hold it natively. I don't know. You go that far out, and then you just don't. You kind of need somebody to spawn perfect for you, and you saw there it wasn't the perfect spawn for top. So it just ends up being a return. A lot of spam coming through, and they'll get their turn on the other side of the map, and it ends up being a cap.
Captured your flag.
Right. Okay, JP's team starting to eke out a little bit more of an advantage here with 7 minutes 45 seconds on the clock. Let's see JP's route here. Oh, is this going to be a toss? Toss it! Yes! Well done by Apex and JP, but JP takes a disc to the face. Gonna pass it off to Apex.
A lot of jousting going on in this game. I like to see that. Tommy coming out on the top end of that one. Apex needs to toss it over to JP, but this has kind of been the story. When JP's team is getting things home, they're just not getting the kills on the standoffs where, you know, Sunwind and Tommy on the other side, they can get the passes and the kills. It seems like when we move into standoffs, JP's team is having trouble getting the kills. They can get the toss, but it turns into 1 or 2 tosses, and then they just get overwhelmed.
Let's see this route from the Australian player. Not much of a route. Looks like he's actually just... It's Tommy. Tommy's out, even though Taste wasn't there to do any distracting. Ringo on the other side gets mid-aired or something. So now JP's team has got to get over fast. They got to disc jump over, start spamming that stand. Tommy's coming. Tritium with the saving disc. Tritium saving this just for now. And how did that flag get boosted so far? Got double disced somehow. That flag's way back in the backfield. Silver win, Sunwind coming on in. Apex is coming on in. Apex, 50% HP. You would have liked to see him get shut down there if you're TS. That could have easily been a cap, but Apex actually makes this all the way home. Matten looking to try and intercept. He's actually going to get the mid-air disc on Top Secret. Nice shot by Matten, but it's not enough. Matten is going to die here as Apex comes to fix this up.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more help from Matten there early. It looked like TS was just trying to kind of secure the flag, and they needed to. I mean, they're still dealing with 3 players in their face on the standoff side of the map, and you see the cleanup is just there. They're able to get the kills, unlike JP's team so far. That's really been the only thing that I think is keeping team swappers in this. Is they've just been able to be stronger on the standoff side of things. It's almost JP's team is just kind of capping off the back of the out clean, get through the stand without there really being a full standoff, and Sunwind is just in orbit right now.
Way up here. Get back. Ringo's in a good position to get an E-grab, and that he does, and he's full HP. He doesn't even opt to disc jump. Ringo all the way home. Stop free. Tritium Jones pretty much alone, but gets a great mid-air. Is anyone from his team gonna be there quick enough to capitalize on this? Apex is here to keep the pressure on, but Apex dies instantly? I don't know. He just evaporated. JP, though, in a position to try and stop this. Sunwind is gonna come straight into the flag stand. He says, "You're not gonna hit me, JP. I'm just gonna curve this right in. I'm not afraid of you." Watch Matten on D. This is not a position he plays often. Or ever. So, kind of curious.
And Ringo's going to mop him up. And JP is going to be pretty much out full here. But this is not the position that I would want to be in if I'm JP's team. I don't want to be trying to trade standoffs, because so far, at least on TG, JP's team has been on the losing side of pretty much every standoff. You know, they're not winning them at a high rate. So I think with the standoff stuff, and maybe I've spoken a little too soon, now they have 3 players here. So this might be one of the first times that I've seen all 3 returners in the area for JP's team, so maybe they'll have a better chance at it. You can see Tommy respawning there. A lot of chain gun coming in towards Sunwind. He's just going to try to spew it towards the spawn. He gets a good spawn to get towards it, and he's going to be able to clean up Apex. So the spawn saving team swappers there. Could have been a return, but you know, sometimes you just get the implo spawn and survive.
It was a well-coordinated offense from JP's team, but also worth pointing out that team swappers, they need up. They saw that there was 3 there, so they cased, I think, temporarily was being up instead of going, oh, and this is going to be a return for both sides. Yes, it is. 2 minutes. I haven't looked at the clock in a while, and I just looked up. It is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Not much time left at all for team swappers. This is do or die now for them in this series, in this best of 3. So, Pace
He's
heard me.
moving
He's like, okay.
momentarily. Yeah, he's not going very fast, so he might get chained out here. Trying to toss this over towards Sunone. JP might have the intercept though, and he just barely gets it in time. Gets cleaned up right at the end, and Ringo skis right through the stand.
Captured your flag.
Tough break there for team swappers, and now they got to make something happen in the next 120 seconds.
Very close game, neck and neck. Super tight here. Here comes JP. He's in, he's out, he's full HP. Full HP JP, making his way on home, and nobody's gonna be able to stop him unless he gets disjumped, mid-aired, I mean. Excuse me. Oh, interesting spawn, not the best spawn. And okay, are we gonna see it equalized with 1 minute left?
The enemy captured your flag.
That it is.
6-6.
Wow.
Team swappers not ready to go into the losers bracket just yet.
Ringo pulling off here. He's gonna clear for JP. Everyone's clearing for JP. JP's out clean. Can JP's defense put up a defense? No, Crow's out clean. So we're back into a standoff potentially here.
Solid route there from Crow. You can tell he's definitely been practicing on at least a couple of the maps. He was moving pretty quick coming from that back right perspective. And this is something that you can see team swappers doing. Crow was the one that was out with the flag, but they have set Sunwind and Tommy as the standoff crew. So even with Tommy being not the one to bring the flag home, they have decided on these 2 being the carriers. Sunwind in some trouble, needs to get it over towards Tommy. You see Matt, and he's going to D-up here. Yeah, and that will delete Ringo instantly. The D-up very strong from Matt, and in the return gets home on the other side. So 2 players able to make it happen. Apex just barely saving it for the time being, but nobody's going to be there in time. I say that, where's the return? Where is the return from team swappers? Matt is just holding in the field, so maybe they didn't think they had the timing for it just yet. Being very patient. Sunone now throwing it over to Tommy.
Oh,
Matt
there it is.
Still make it happen.
The enemy captured your flag.
I had thought they didn't have somebody on it. Maybe it got bounced into a weird spot and Matt didn't have the jets to get to it in time, but nonetheless, they will even it up and we'll go to a game 3.
I think they actually made the call to leave it in the field. JP was on a front crash. Maybe a mistake? We don't know. I wonder where we're going for this 3rd map, and is it elite? Hopefully.
I hope it's elite. I don't know if JP wants to run against this team on elite though. That might be a little bit scary for just the frag ability. And you can see in the map the chat there, they are doing map bans, so they're gonna bound down to a 3rd.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Ingo. We haven't seen Ingo yet either.
Haven't seen Ingo, Menorah, Elite, Night Flare.
Night Flare, that's what it's called. I'm like mixing up the T1 map names. I thought it was called Starfall or Nightfall. Night Flare. There you go.
So definitely some discussion going on in the JP team channel. Maybe talking about where they feel confident. Maybe where they don't feel confident might be the important factor here. So nothing else in chat yet. So they're taking a little while.
I'm waiting.
See if any of the other matches have been reported yet. I am not seeing it at present.
Okay. Elite. Elite it is.
Doing a score report on the other games. So in one of the other upper bracket matches, we have Lunatics against Big Budget Losers. And Big Budget Losers actually take that one 8-4. So Angry Smurfs team putting down the first win in that series. They were still on map 1. So a little bit of delay for that particular squad. Jump through and see a couple other games. And a couple other games.
Rigo's on a front. Okay. Totally juked Matten, who was going for the early base there, but it didn't end up working out. Not quite sure what happened there for Ringo. That was looking good for a second there. Flag is now home to the Team Swapper side. Tommy's gonna jump up. He could pass it in. No one's there to pass it in. He just brings it all the way in. I'm surprised he survived that long.
Tommy equipping bravery at that point in time, and red flag is in no man's land. That's gonna be a tough scoop. You see Ringo going straight for it. He's just trying to force Matten off of this. Didn't quite get the scoop, and they're still going to hold it there. You can see Apex was playing the stand for a little while, and flag gets returned. That's going to let JP out. I don't think they had accounted for JP on that route there, and they just put it back kind of willy-nilly, honestly. I don't like the way that they put that back. Now Blue has a chance at a return. This might just be a trade. So JP trying to throw it over towards Tritium, but kind of goes over his head. Kind of a weird toss. Matten with a half a chance at this, and very low skis through it, so a bad pass. Kind of just an awkward angle, I think. JP didn't really have anywhere to go with that one, and Tritium wasn't in a good spot to receive it. Lands in the field, and those are the tilters. Those will make you slam your desk from time to time if a one health player just skis through the flag unharmed.
Ringo was trying to make something happen. I'm surprised he just didn't decide to oob it there. It's kind of in no man's land. It's going to be returned. Matten at least has to hang out on it. So pulling one player off the flag stand, and Tommy gets booped up, popped up in the last possible second. He must have been a centimeter away from capping that flag. Tritium moving into the backfield, but not going anywhere. Taste needs to pass it off. Apex is here, but low. JP not
landed
low.
on the top of the stand.
Unluckers.
Oh, poor Taste, just trying to get the flag out of his hands. You know, throwing before you die is the right move, but lands on the top, and nobody there from his team had the jets to get up to it. JP gets a return on a platter.
Flag still in the field for another 6 seconds. JP gonna go for a scoop. He whiffs. No scooperino. On the other hand, Tommy's fully out. 100% out. 100% clean.
JP
really
just
slow.
trying to cut him off.
A little slow though. Well, needs to find someone to pass to. He's just passed straight up. Apex is too low. 1 HP. Tritium and Ringo here, but also extremely, extremely low. JP's extremely, extremely low. You have to imagine this is a cap, but kind of a missed toss. It's going to force Tommy to drop to the ground before coming back up. Nonetheless, Works out in the end. Team Swappers up now 2-0 after losing the first map. Looked like they were going to lose TG. Came back to win TG. Now they're in a dominant position. Oh, nice disc.
Apex going nowhere with that sitting in the field here. And Team Swappers has had the ability to play the flag in the field a lot of times so far this game. They've kind of had their pick of where they want to defend the flag from.
Yeah.
And you basically just have to burn at least one player to get a force. And that doesn't even guarantee the force. You know, if that player can't make a play on it, or if it's in a really easily defensible spot, the flag being off the stand as an offense, that's really hard. It's not the situation you want to be in.
Wow. Nice full stop for Team Swappers there. JP and Ringo were on crisscrossing routes, yet they still made it happen. They could convert this into a cap, but Tritium Jones, nice midair disc there, but great toss straight to the stand. Taste was waiting for it for the alley-oop, and he collects.
It's an excellent catch and pass from Matten.
A great defense for Team Swappers. Sunwind and Matten pulling their weight because they're fighting against two of the stronger offensive players in JP and Ringo. This time Ringo is out, but slow and low. Sunwind should be able to get the chain out, and yes, he does. But Apex here for the grab. Let's get that off spawn. Apex in a kind of a tough spot though. He's gonna need somebody to pass off to immediately. Matten's 1 HP. Crow is still here. Crow versus JP. Crow hits JP right off and gets the return right under JP's nose. Is this gonna be ooped? Is this gonna be an oop? Or is someone gonna keep this going?
Crow playing pretty well for, you know, somebody who doesn't have a lot of hours in there. He's playing pretty well around the flag, which is not easy to do as a new player, especially in midair. Good to see that coming out of him.
Frog kebabs in chat rooting for his bro Crow. I think a couple of Tribes Ascent diehards there, as far as I am aware. I think they both got their start in Tribes Ascent. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't think they're old enough to get their start in any other games.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Someone just flying straight up here.
It's not the first time he's done that. He likes to just go straight up. So does Tommy.
Been working for him so far. I mean, Sunwind and Tommy have been holding it down pretty well on the stand FD side of things. JP's giving chase here to Tommy. Gonna put him out in a weird spot. And the crash just kind of slow to get here from JP's team. Now Tritium and Apex coming in, and JP's gonna get dispatched from by a disc coming out of Sunwind. Apex and Tritium have a shot at this, sitting in the back there, but the spam from Tommy and Sunwind will knock them both out at the same time, and TS will hold.
The other end, Ringo, desperation play, punts it off to team Top Secret. Taste is there. Taste is Australian though, which means his hitting is horrendous. He's gonna do his best. Crow is here as well. Ringo, full HP. He's using the base much to his advantage, dodging and weaving behind the geometry, and he's still full HP. Switch on over to the other side and see what's going on. JP's hot on Sunwind. Sunwind dead. JP 1 HP, but doesn't get the return.
Oh, no hashtag that time.
No hashtag. No. Oh,
Couldn't
but
quite get it, but Tritium can.
Tritium can. And it's a cap.
The enemy captured your flag.
That was a long standoff for JP's team there to convert, but they did make it happen. Of course, no standoff timer in midair.
Thank God.
None of that cheeky business. You actually have to win to get rewarded.
Okay, Tritium gets the return. Apex needs a pass. He's too slow. Doesn't have anyone to help him out. So it's going to be a return from both sides. But Ringo was camping the flag stand, and this is the strength of camping in midair. Ringo all the way home very easily. If you're a home D and you let that happen, you feel awful every single time.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in. Sunwind loves to chase when he's playing home D, so I'm not surprised to see it. And I don't know how bad Sunwind feels about it.
Yeah.
But he loves to do it all the time. We'll see if JP's been spotted in the air here. He's going to have the drop on Tommy. So if Tommy is not expecting it, could be interesting, but Tommy just kind of flying to that back spot, and he was not expecting JP to be there. Just dropped immediately. Doesn't even get the toss off. So now it's up to Sunwind. JP just trying to disc jump through that. What a play.
What was that disc jump? That was
incredible. Just kind of a halfway DJ there from JP. Bounced himself. And the reason that JP was doing that, a lot of people are going to be like, why the hell would you try to DJ that? JP was getting himself off of the terrain. So you can take a lot of damage when you're kind of skiing down the terrain slowly there. But JP bounced himself off of the terrain to avoid the spam that would have hit him. Just the splash. Bounced himself off of that into the air down towards the flag. So he avoided not only the splash damage, but it was also kind of just able to get himself into that flag. Incredibly good play.
Yeah, such a fast flick of the wrist too. That's the kind of thing that you see players like Clown do all the time. But you know, I mean, the number of players that can do that kind of movement in midair is like you can count them on one of Sin's hands.
That's true. You can pick one too. You don't have to be specific. Nice catch there from Ringo. Takes a midair on the way out though from Sunwind. Ringo's not going to be going anywhere. Maybe up into mid. Chain gun should have come through already. So no chain actually, and JP has a chance at catching this. Kind of looked like he expected it to get intercepted.
I did. I thought both of them were there. Neither of them did. Ringo disc jumping up immediately, gets the good spawner. Top secret with a decent spawn there for Ringo. And Pretty Jones is holding this. This is timed. And here's the return. It's going to be returned.
Where is it?
Tab.
Oh my goodness. In terms of timed returns, that wasn't a good one, but it won't hurt them in the end.
Worked out.
And they'll bring it to within 2.
Nicely timed offense there. Tommy on the back route, gonna bring this all the way home. Taste does not grab the flag on the field though, so Taste now has to toss it off. And I think Taste is gonna go offense. Yeah, I think what you talked about is exactly right. On the Team Swappers team, they know who they want to hold that flag. So Taste, you know, Aussie player, a bit harder for him to maybe hold the flag, a bit more effective if he's maybe on the other side of the field. But Ringo is gonna get a cap. Now 3-4, 9 minutes left. It's a very, very tight game, Sin.
Yeah, game 3. I mean, you gotta win it here. Of course, this is winner's bracket, so nobody goes home at this point. If and or when they lose, they'll be dropped down into the loser's bracket. Double eliminations all the way through this tournament. Tommy maybe looking for a pass, and he is gonna go a little bit over the top of Crow there. So blue flag again, held in field. So unless Apex can save this from Matten though, it's gonna go back, and it will. Crow trying to walk it up mid. I would expect him to die. Tommy with a shot at moving it though. Nobody there immediately. Tommy just goes straight up, tries to throw it over to a teammate, but JP heads up from him. He DJ'd up as soon as he saw Tommy pick that up in mid. He was waiting for it.
Okay, Taste, this is looking good. Taste ahead of everybody, but he doesn't get the flag toss off. That could have gone straight to Tommy. In the end, it goes right home. Back to JP's flag stand. Apex grabs the flag, but he's gonna die here very, very quickly. He actually gets further than I thought. Does this get over the rock? It does, just barely, so we're gonna cluster here. Oh, Sunwind actually playing home D. There he was chasing. So Sunwind has to K out and go back home. JP's out full HP. Tommy has it. On the other end, JP takes the disc jump to get all the way home. And he'll chuck it off to his teammate.
Something that's nice about having this dedicated pair on the standoff defense as well, you saw Taste coming in there, and he had 2 passing options. So a lot of the time you'll have the home D picking up the flag from the capper coming back, but you saw Tommy calling for it, and so the pass went his direction. Originally, Taste was looking over towards Sunwind, who was covered So a nice bit of strategy from this team. He'll get the pass off for now. And Tommy's in a bad spot though. 3 players in between him and Sunwind. So unless Sunwind pulls something crazy off here, we should see a return.
Everyone's whiffing right now. Everyone's whiffing these flags. Let's see.
Good camp from Taste.
Oh, okay. Taste is moving home. Oh, I think... I was about to say this is going to be a cap, but man, that chain came in fast and furious.
Burned up. Oh, it's music to my ears to hear multiple chain guns on somebody in mid in this game, and for it actually to result in something. How am I gonna get towards the stand? Spam not able to hit him in time.
Enemy captured your flag.
And TS puts their buffer back up to 2.
2 cap lead for Team Swappers, Matten's squad. Of course, there is that asterisk, that Sunwind-shaped asterisk. Both teams out with each other's flags, both teams full HP. Moving across the midfield, they're gonna joust a little bit here, maybe. Ringo doing some weird stuff. I mean, this is not the first time Ringo has like completely altered his route from what you might expect. And I think it threw off his chasers. So he's still looking good. Passes off to Top Secret. Top Secret's here in the back. Taste actually nails the disc. Ringo in a actually decent spawn, given the scenario. Ringo's holding this. Top Secret gets another decent spawn, so he's got to get it up to Top Secret. And no, there's a return. Could we see another cap on the board? This could be a disaster for JP's team. No, JP's there. He doesn't want this to end here. Just not yet. Not like this, JP says. But there's a return anyway. Sunwind in a position to collect the cap, and yes, he does. It's a 3-cap game with 5 minutes left. Watch Ringo as he's running this kind of wider route on the right-hand side, blazingly fast. And it's Apex who actually ends up grabbing it. This is not the first time this has happened as well, where Ringo was potentially on a faster route, and he's the 3rd one in. You usually want the 3rd one in to be the one grabbing. Apex does grab it right under Ringo's nose. You know, that 2nd guy in has to be a threat to grab the flag, Sin. You can't always pull off for the 3rd, otherwise it gets a little bit too predictable. But I think in cases like that, I would have liked to see it happen. But JP gets knocked off the stand in the last possible second. Ringo will hold this, but Taste is there. There's not much front crash though, and just in the nick of time, with 4 minutes left, it's now a 2-cap game.
Bought just enough time there to get that cap through. Ringo did, which smart play. From his perspective, Tommy's going to be moving this one pretty much full. Defense has just been crushed by the clear from TS. And Tommy's not going to have any trouble making that one back to base. Starting to get towards the danger zone here. Definitely still doable for JP's team, but starting to get to the point where you really need to bring it to at least within 1 to feel good about it. And this one's not going to be coming home anytime soon. Tritium going to get burned up pretty quickly by the chain gun from Tommy and Sunwind. Tommy down to about 3/4 health, and he's probably going to take a little bit of spam as he flies up into the air here. A couple of chain guns both in his face. Sunwind now with the scoop, but the DF's going to come through here for TS. Matten spawning, and he's going to help do some damage. Tommy takes a disc from Tritium on the way in, and another disc from Tritium. He has a chance at the return, but the spam coming through. Crow D's up onto it and makes the pickup.
Almost a hero
Heads
play
up
by Tritium,
play.
almost.
Yeah. Tritium very close to making it happen, but Crow recognizing the need for the D up there, and he holds the flag just long enough to keep it realistic. Ooh, that was a little close to Apex, but Sunwind will pick that one up. Took a disc to the face, and now trying to punt it over towards Tommy. Of course, when we say punt in midair, we're talking about if you throw the flag over the top of a little bit of terrain and then shoot the terrain under it, that is a midair punt. You cannot hit the flag directly. Not an option in this particular flavor. JP,
oh, Tommy!
Tommy knocks him off of it, but it still goes into the hands of Tritium Jones, and it was sitting on the stand on the other side.
Oh,
Oh.
my god.
JP may be calling that he had the intercept blocked up, and I would be interested to see if that was the comm, and maybe they went for stand just thinking that it was coming home. And when it took just a little while longer, the spam was there from TS. And now you're at a minute 30. This is... You gotta get out and get home and get this one capped. But Crow camping there. There's just a lot of pressure from TS on the offensive side, which is going to make it hard for JP's team to really set up. Tommy getting towards the
Tommy
stand.
here. They don't have a lot of crash. Okay. JP needed to make it happen. It had to be him. It had to be there. And he does. So JP's on his way home. We need to see a return right now. Like, this needs to be returned. Yep. But no, Matten's there. So 60 seconds on the clock. Only 2 caps between these two teams. But it's got to be a cap and probably just getting the flag off the stand. Like, I don't think there's enough time for 2 caps to happen. JP's coming in first. He has to clear this flag. He has to clear this defense. He does get Matten off the stand, but Ringo, so it's up to Tickle My Apex. It's up to Apex. It's up to Apex to make this happen. Scooping in. Oh, he misses!
And he missed.
Tragedy!
Oh.
Tragedy! It's not over yet. There's still a small sliver of a chance. But
yeah,
man,
I mean,
gotta be kicking
barring
himself for
barring any huge misplays, even with the grab from Apex on that first run, this one's over. 10 seconds is not going to be enough unless you've got a perfect camp. Blue's got nobody in the area. This one's not going to get capped. You can see Taste just waiting on the stand there for Apex. So that'll do it. 6-4. So TS will
Your team won the match.
bounce back off of their game 1 loss and win the next 2. So they will continue on into the 3rd round of winners bracket. And I think that might set all of our losers bracket games. I'll have to go see if they've been reported yet. And they have yet to be reported. So now we're going to be waiting on some losers bracket games. We are going to need a couple of teams to get forward. And I'm actually, now that I'm looking at the brackets, the winners bracket is going to just keep going. We're not going to have any like insertions of the losers bracket into the winners.
Wait. Huh?
I am not actually seeing how this...
Yeah. So the
The enemy captured
winner of
your
losers
flag.
bracket will come in the finals, right? Right here. So whoever gets through the, yeah, this will be the semifinals, and then whoever
Oh,
gets knocked
so
out here
the
goes down to losers, and then whoever wins this losers will go to finals.
so the grand final is a double best of if the winning
Yeah.
the team coming out of winners. Okay.
If the loser bracket team ends up
Interesting.
winning, they're gonna have to reset the bracket and then win again. They're gonna have to win twice.
Very curious. And we're running this like a Call of Duty tournament. I don't think we've ever ran a bracket like this in Midair, so it'll be curious to see how it scoops out. If we can get somebody coming from the sewers back up to claim the trophy. Still waiting for one of the winners round 2 games to get going. And actually, something that might be a little surprising to us, at least, the team that we criticized quite a bit on Brent Helder for, kind of just a little bit of sloppy offense play. Dragon Wins Home put up a 2-0 over Rex's team, and they have continued on into round 3 of the winners bracket.
There you go.
So maybe Fox and Friends getting some offensive stuff figured out. And I would love to see I would love to see them in that if I guess we kind of have to pick at this point, right? If we want to look at any, I don't think we really want to watch any losers bracket games, or do we? I don't know. Those are eliminations at this point.
Yep. Question is,
Kind of depends on where we want to look. There's
I
4
want-
games to look at.
Twitch chat, like what do you want to see here? Because we can watch the cream of the crop in the winners bracket, which will be a best of 3, or we could just watch elimination elimination matches, which obviously have a little bit of spice, a little bit of flavor, because one of these teams is going home. So yeah, let us know. What do you want to see? We want to watch Musselin down mid and Team Swappers. We just got a chance to watch Team Swappers. We watched Musselin earlier. Moose's team, I think, again, Sin's prediction is Moose's team is looking maybe like the strongest team here versus TS, which is Matten's team. We just watched them play. Or do we want to move into the gutter and watch somebody get eliminated? That's the question here. Thanks for the follow, Crow Dog. Real skills highlights. I'm assuming that's skills, aka original 5150 member, legendary tribes player.
The Wolfpack himself.
Mr. Wolfpack.
I am gonna take a quick break
Yep.
here. I need to jump to the bathroom.
Yep. We will keep monitoring the lobby codes, see where we're headed next. Mech Warrior soundtrack, huh? Watch someone get eliminated, more fun. Yo, Crow Dog with the Prime subscription. I don't know why it didn't show. Oh, it's because my alert box isn't on the top. I'm gonna move my alert box up. Thank you for that Prime sub, bro. I appreciate it. I like casting tribes. I also like money. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks everyone for tuning in and following. If you are just tuning in, my name is Fishsticks. I got Sin casting with me today. We are walking you through the Midair 2 draft tournament. And it's been fun so far. Had some pretty exciting games. We are cruising through the playoffs bracket now. And deciding which match to watch next. There's a variety of matches it could be. Could be winner's bracket match. Honestly, this one looks like a lot of fun to me, but I have a feeling like we might see these teams play again in the grand finals, potentially. I'm actually also really curious to see who comes out on top of this match. Luna's Lunatics and Big Budget Losers. That match is probably ongoing right now. I'm gonna see if I can actually pop this open, get an update on Luna's Lunatics. Wait, nobody's in the server. Okay. Looks like that match just ended. Wait, no. Wait, what? This is the server I was just in. Bit on code. Maybe that match is actually already over. Let's see. Let's get a refresh. Okay. All right. I do hope everyone's having a fine Saturday morning or evening. Perhaps you're joining us from Australia and it's tomorrow. Very well might be. We could watch Rex's Ragers versus Busy's Boomers to see who gets knocked out here. JP and Friends versus Frost's team. I don't think we've had a chance. Actually, did we watch Frost's team from the get-go? I think that was maybe the first match we watched. Again, chat, I want to watch the match that you want to watch, so please let me know. Out of all of these matches, we actually haven't had a chance to watch Clown's team play yet, which, you know, I feel bad for. You know, he had the tiniest little budget for his draft picks, which kind of sucks to be you, Clown, because yeah, other teams had filled out their entire rosters before he even got a single pick onto his team, which was kind of a funny little thing. Let's see. Do we have any lobby codes? We got JP versus Frost going on. We got Ryan versus Fire's team. We haven't watched Fire's team yet either. Set the Tone versus the Leftovers. I think that's Fire's team. Is this the match we want to watch, guys? Because we haven't seen Fire's team play yet. We haven't watched the Leftovers. See Lunacy typing. Oh, new code for Lunacy versus Angry. I think since this match is ongoing, we can jump on in. All right, we're gonna watch this one. Alright, looks like we are tied 1-1 in this match. Cool. So it's Lulu. Oh, frick. Lulu on right team. Left team, we've got called the Losers or something, the Big Budget Losers, BBL.
The Losers or something.
Yeah,
Dang.
BBL.
That's tough.
Sin joined the server. Welcome back, Sin.
Hello. So we're still winners, right? Is this third map for them then?
Mm-hmm. Tied 1-1.
Oh boy. Not seen. I don't think we've casted the Big Budget Losers, have we?
No. And this is an interesting team because they had the second to most points to bid with out of any other team. And I was very surprised to see that Jik was actually selected first for 45 points by Angry Smurf. If you're following the stream for T3, you know Jik is one of the top cappers in the T3 scene. He's been playing Midair pretty seriously for the past couple of weeks and has improved markedly. Thus, let's see if he can prove the value of that kind of first pick for Angry Smurf.
I'm curious to see. There's a couple, or at least one player on Angry's team. I don't know how much Frey plays Midair these days. Played quite a bit back in the 20 teens, but I don't know
The enemy captured your
how much he's been playing as of late. And Lulu will put the first one on the board.
Target destroyed.
I think Jik playing home D. If I remember correctly, Jik is.
I believe so.
Home D position. Super interesting because he's like. He is a capper. That is his identity in T3. Making a pretty bold swap up.
Jik had played
and they'll even things up. Jik had played offense on a team with me and Shady and blah blah in Legions, and he had always wanted to be a D player, but Dose unchallenged there to the stand. Always wanted to be a D player in Legions, but he was sitting behind some of the pretty decent D players, and couldn't quite make it happen. And T3, he enjoyed the capping side of things, but in Midair, over the past couple of months when he's been playing, he does play a lot more defense than he does offense. So just trying to reinvent himself here. Definitely more known as a D player in Midair than as an O player. So I'm not surprised to see him playing defense.
All right, Jik, I see you. All right, okay. Nice little combo there, hitting the nade off in the distance and the midair as they came on in. So nice stuff. And another midair from Jik. Oh, doesn't hit the third midair in a row. Jik been grinding midair since the start of the T3 tourney. Yeah.
Yeah, Jik famously kind of destroyed the flamboyant T3 team by essentially just jumping over to midair. That was kind of the start of the beginning of the end for the Flam team.
Well, whose fault was that? I feel like that's more JP's fault than anything.
The enemy
I
captured.
don't know. Jik and JP maybe similar blame, but
Yeah.
I think Jik the main culprit, you know. JP might get charged as an accomplice, but I think Jik would be the main target by the prosecution if we had to get down to it. Dose coming in here, really the only grab threat at this point. Jik gets cleaned up by, I think that was Jaka and Danky comboing up onto him, and defense is strong on the other side of the map. I actually see this like ghost player on the top of the blue stand.
No.
Or is this a bug for me? I see a ghost player just standing on top of blue stand. So I don't know what bug that is for me, but there's like a weird, there's just a model there. Very curious. All right.
By the way, as we've been kind of talking, the highest scoring game we've seen to date is unfolding before our eyes. We're seeing 5 caps with 5 minutes in. 1 cap per minute is a high-scoring Tribes game, to say the least. Doesn't matter which Tribes game you're talking about.
It is a lot so far, and Dose just flying straight through 2 players. Lulu
Wow.
trying to make a statement here in game 3.
Emphatic. Domination. Alright. Yeah, I know we beating the dead horse here, but once again, if you look at the Lulu squad, you could certainly argue this is yet another case where the best players on the team are all stacked on defense. So Lunacy and Tiff are holding it down for the defense here. And you know, when I look at the offense, I have to admit I'm not too familiar with Jaka, and Danky, you know, more of a T1 player. So obviously Dose, an incredibly strong Australian capper who just pulls out the craziest routes. Like I really love watching Dose play because he plays differently than most people.
Differently is a way to put it.
Yeah. In fact, let's watch Dose. Let's see what we got. Okay, and as soon as I go to Dose, it's the most boring, vanilla, basic route.
Yeah, I think Jaka probably called that he was on a long one, so Dose just tried to get some timing up there, but nobody got some damage onto Refi, and that let him just stare down the incoming play.
I mean, just K out, I think, right?
Yeah. And I think we may have a position change for big budget losers. Looks like Angry has gone offense and Refi has come back to play defense. Not
Interesting.
I mean, I guess just try something at this point, right? If you're not able to make anything happen, you think you need to change something up. I don't know if those are the two that I would swap, but
it's Stanky who's making this way home. It's going to be a 6th cap if nobody can get there to stop him. He tosses it in. Almost the perfect toss, but it works out in the end anyway. Lunacy is going to collect. And that's a very dominant 6 caps in just 7 minutes expired.
Yeah, it's turning into a full-on blowout for Lulu here. Frey trying to keep this one. They have enough players on it. They should be able to have that return without too much trouble, but you're looking over at the scoreboard for Lulu, and Dose has 4 caps. And I wouldn't expect that's coming out of standoffs. You know, it must just be Dose on some out full all the way home kind of stuff. I see Jaka moving that one. I think he might have gone a little wide. I don't know if he can get back in before that oobs. He's gonna have to throw it down into the field. Reppy hot on his tail, and he'll make that.
I'm
return.
surprised Angry didn't just try walking that. I guess it probably wouldn't have worked. I want to give a droid some limelight here. Let's see what routes he can cook up here. He's a capper, main capper in this game. He's also one of my former teammates in T1 way back in the day. Okay, a droid is moving.
It's one to the noggin on the way in. Applies one to Jaka on his way out. Nice little joust there from a droid.
Droid trying to disc jump to do some early damage to Lunacy. Doesn't get any damage done. No harm, no foul though. He is able to respawn with plenty of time. He's trying to, wow, actually he just destroys Lunacy in no time flat. So Lunacy is out of the picture. Jik is hiding. I don't think they actually know where he is just yet. They're looking for him. They're hot, you know. Jik is a little scum move, you know, but it's all part of the game. Nice midair. Jik. Uh-oh. This is actually a for sure return. It's got, wait, no, the perfect spawn for Jik. The perfect spawn doesn't actually end up working out. Almost did though. Man. And Lunacy's team, Lulu.
They need help in the back on the red. Yeah, too many people paying attention to stand there, and Danky trying to do a little bit of camping, but nobody onto it. Something we should mention, another big difference between Midair and T3 that we haven't really talked about. You know, Fish, you mentioned Jik was hiding with the flag, and somebody who's played T3 a lot might be questioning, like, what do you mean hiding? Like, just standing back there. Unless you have someone on your team has line of sight of the flag carrier, their IFF will remain hidden. So there is no just like flag icon all the time sitting on somebody. So you do need to have line of sight. So if you're hiding behind, you know, an uncommon hill, or you know, you sit on some rocks and you're around a weird angle or something like that, you can, you know, hide through a couple runs of a standoff if it's, you know, if you're not being looked for. So that's a big difference as well.
And if you think that it's bad in midair, go try T1. A couple of maps in T1, the terrain is so jagged that you can just hide in these weird little pockets. Only OGs remember.
Yeah.
Shoutouts to my T1 bros.
T1, of course, is like skiing on gravel.
Yeah, like really pointy.
Really pointy, sharp triangle.
Sharp.
An absolutely miserable experience.
Angry body blocked. Angry in no man's land. He's got to pass it off to a droid. Misses the pass. A droid will DJ. So a droid. Why is there no chain on him yet? No chain at all. Jik is going to be here for the pickup. Jik gonna keep this moving. He's going to dish jump home, and he's going to pass it off back to the droid. The droid now has a flag. They got to kill Lunacy though. Lunacy's low HP, but he's still a threat. So please kill that man. Lunacy's still up, still doing a ton of damage even with 1 HP, and that's going to be an easy return.
We have our first score report from a loser's bracket match. Rex's Ragers has eliminated Busy's Boomers. So Busy's team, the first group to bow out today. They will not be playing any more games. Kind of a surprising one for us. We had seen them be fairly strong on a couple of their starter matches. So
Yeah.
we bid farewell to that particular team.
Yeah, Rex's team also looked fairly strong, I would say, one time we got to watch them play. So, yeah, I'm assuming that was probably a pretty close match. Wild guess, but I feel like it probably was. Here comes Dose with a front to side route. He's nailed in the ass by a disc. Doesn't get it up over the hill. But with 7 minutes remaining, it's a lot of pressure on. You can't make any mistakes if you're BBL. There's no more room for any mistakes whatsoever.
Yeah, the margin for error has been eliminated. So, gotta make all the stops at this point if you're the defense. Flag's gotta move.
How is he still alive?
However, Jocko was just sitting on top of a droid there. I'm kind of surprised to see a droid still alive, and nobody was looking for Danky. He just home completely free. Actually, absolutely clunks his exit route.
Yep.
So a half amp here.
They got to get this return like right here, and the droid's coming in, doesn't quite angle it.
Just no damage there onto the pass. You know, he was on the ground. That cannot happen if you are BBL, and it's gonna turn into a standoff, this is the worst case if you're Angry's team. Other than a return by a 1 HP Lunacy, which is a reality. No.
Unlucky. And that's
Enemy captured your flag.
it. That is GG.
Your team won the match.
He had 1 HP for so long right there. There is no way he should have been able to get that return.
Yeah.
I think that's the final
Round two.
winners bracket match.
I think you're right.
And that will allow all of the remaining, or not all of the remaining, but all of the round 1 losers to start. And we do have the other upper bracket winners in progress right now. So Moose and Matten are currently playing. I'm trying to see on the other losers bracket games if we've got stuff running still. I don't know if we have that running quite yet. We do have Ryan and Fire going at the moment. And that will be loser goes home. So that has set the tone and leftovers. I don't know if we want to jump in halfway through something.
We certainly could. Sorry, that was Fire's code?
Yeah.
That game has got to be basically
Ryan's
over at this
code.
point. Oh, Ryan's code.
Ryan's code. Yeah. It's probably near over, but see, I'm going to jump in real quick, see what the timer is. 7 minutes left. And actually, this is close.
All right.
So 7 minutes remaining. 4-3, now 4-4. So a tie-up happens. Fire able to stabilize at the moment. So this is of course, loser goes home in this particular game. Just checking the scoreboards, and Fire is just trying to drag this team across the line in some form or fashion. And I think that might be a sub actually on Fire's team. I don't think that is his full roster. Who is he missing? Wow. So Fire's team is playing with a sub. Tyler is his sub. So decide right there. That is Tyler.
That's Tyler. Okay.
The sub, like the player that he has been subbed in for, was Fire's last pick, who was worth 1 point of budget when he was purchased. So Tyler Market has been slotted in for a single budget pick.
Sounds about right.
I don't know
Just
about
kidding.
that one.
Just kidding. Obviously, Tyler, talented player. He's kind of a brainy player. You know, he brings a little bit of I don't know. He brings a.
You're not about to call Tyler a smart player on stream in the year of our
just
Savior
did.
2024.
just
I
did.
don't know about that one, Fish Sticks. That might come back to bite you at some point in your career.
Yeah, that
Definitely way better than a single point of budget. You know, Tyler would have been getting picked up in the 40s, I would expect. He has improved even since, you know, the last time that we'd been playing fairly regularly. Tyler has kind of come up into that. I would put him in that sort of like Lel, Jick, Lon category, probably around those guys. So for this to be tied, I think might tell you what the level of play used to be on poor Fire's team.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can drag this one out. 5 minutes remaining, all tied up, and set the tone. You know, a team that we talked about earlier. You know, a meaty fan has been made out of you, Fish. So are you pulling for set the tone here? Is that what we're looking at?
I think so, especially if there's kind of like a weird sub going on. Again, there's no money on the line. Or actually, is there any money on the line? I don't think there's any money on the line.
I
but,
don't think there's any money on
You know, I don't blame anyone for subbing somebody in if they had somebody drop. But, you know, again, there is always that asterisk. So, I mean, I'll go with set the tone here.
We'll have to see. I mean, 4 minutes. Ryan just trying to escape the damage. Vorpal and Fire in his face. I would be surprised to see him get out of that corner, and he does. Gets over to Cray, but no damage has been done to the incoming stand. Cray just has to spew this. Meaty trying to D up for it, and Fire's sitting near it. Both flags. Happens so much within a couple seconds of each other. Just instant returns.
I know you're all here for the meaty cam. Here you go. Here's what the people want.
Go, Meaty, go. Oh, man.
Gray's not on the stand. Gray's nowhere to be seen. Meaty whiffs the disc jump. None of that chain is hitting. Like,
I think, oh, he needs a pass now. Takes a disc in the head from, I believe that was a Vorpal. Now, all up to Fire to make a return here. Day's going to try to walk this one through mid, but tons of red in the area. Everybody's D'd up. But Gambit's going to try to get it over to Meaty. Oh, no! Nobody with health there from Set the Tone able to take the pass. And we'll go back into standard positions here. This one is close. This might be...
so close.
Might even be our closest game of the tournament. Ryan just kind of sleeping there. Did not see Day, and he is gone.
Yeah, Day is home with this, and there's just 3 minutes left. I don't know about that disc jump. 3 minutes left, and it's do or die, so it's a one-cap game. It's a 3-minute game. Loser is eliminated. It's a lot of pressure.
Curious to see Ryan on defense here. So Set the Tone has changed that up. You know, that used to be, what, Mavi and Kravok, I think? So they've definitely swapped things out. Day and Murley just trying to get some damage on the stand here. And they're going to nuke Ryan. Mavi falls off to the side. Incoming is Vorpal, but
no.
Murley just walked it in front of him. Still gets the pass to him, but...
I mean, Vorpal's route was not great, but it was
a lot better than that walk. I'll tell you that. Meaty now trying to get the toss over towards Cray, who has a good route down to the stand if he wants it. He drops into it, and the spam will not knock him away.
Set the tone with just 2 minutes left.
They got a chance here, so even with the scum sub from Tyler, see Fire on maybe even a rage route here, calling on the D up, and you can see the entirety of the blue team going back to the stand, but Fire gets absolutely hoard out by Mavi. Nothing doing.
All right, pressure is on for Fire's team. Minute and a half, 90 seconds left. And Murley's out, so Murley's moving quick. Murley should be able to bring this all the way home, but not dunk it. He's gonna have to pass it off to Vorpal. Vorpal didn't get the memo. Neither did Tyler. And this could be very ugly. Fire's the only one here.
Yeah, neither did the home D for Set the Tone, though. So Day was camping on the stand. But
Oh!
Bobby, nice midair intercept. And this could be 2 caps. This could be the nail in the coffin. All up to Murley. And he won't be able to pull it through. Yeah, unless Fire makes this one over mid, I'm ready to call it. I think this is going to go for Set the Tone. They'll hold this one in the field. You can see they're calling a D up. They got 3 players on it.
Oh, actually,
But 3 players are going to miss.
they're like, oh, it's in the field. We can just bounce it away from Day. No, we just bounced it right to Day. This is the only thing that would have kept them in the game, and they're still in it. 23 seconds left.
So now they got to pull the goalie. Everybody has to go. There cannot be a single player on the stand. Fire is throwing. Fire is on the stand. Why are you on the stand? It does not matter. I hate it when people do this. I always yell at people in pugs for doing this. You need to get out full. It does not matter if you keep the flag home or not. And regardless of whether or not this play works out, that is the incorrect move. Fire should, and there comes the return. You need to make sure that you get the flag home if you're down 1. It does not matter if you keep it home. I hate it when players do that. It is such a misplay. And I'm really disappointed to see it out of a player of Fire's caliber. You know, somebody that, of course, that is not the T3 Fire. That is the Legions / Midair Fire.
I didn't realize he was Legions too.
He's a Legions player, but I hate that, man. That is such a way to go out. You know, with that being an elimination game too, that is not something I want to see. Is that be the way that it goes? But if you're here, if you're in the chat, if you're down 1 and you're approaching overtime or in overtime, please, for the love of God, do not pay attention to friendly flag. Go to the enemy flag. You must secure it. Otherwise, you lose. It's a very simple linear concept that so many players in Midair have still not figured out. That one tilted me, Fish.
All right. No time to be tilted. We got to jump into our next game. Question is, do we want to get into a top tier Captain T versus Luna, or do we want to watch Clown? Because we haven't seen Clown's team play yet. I think this is potentially our last chance. I'm voting elimination match.
Yeah, let's take a look at Clown here. We haven't seen the Route 61 guys throughout. Let's get them a little bit of screen time, and then we can maybe jump in on the 2nd or 3rd map of T's game.
Just getting started here.
Just firing up, so excellent. So Route 61, of course, Clown, the best player in North America. And if you want to go by the leaderboard, by a pretty wide margin. He is a whole 5 true skill points over the top of anyone else, which is a lot. When it's capping out at around like 30, 5 is a ton. So Clown, the biggest, baddest player in North America, kind of made his name in T1 and then transferred over to Midair. Really low budget for him. You're looking at the players on his team and kind of what he was able to scrounge together, and he doesn't have a whole lot of help. He's got skills. Who has been really grinding on the home D side of things. Morning Light Mountain is a decent Aussie capper. Ecstasy, who put the tournament together. Round of applause for Ecstasy here, but one of the lower mid-tier players, and then Sagent, who is also kind of a mid to low tier, usually seen on defense. So curious to see him on offense here up against BBL, who put the first one up on the board.
Yep. I'm giving Clown the limelight. We talked him up. He is easily one of the best Tribes players across all Tribes games. I mean, really just a god tier player. I was super bummed to see players like him just not even give T3 a shot. Like, I know it's not everyone's favorite Tribes game, but when T3 first came out, I'm like, I just want to see everyone in it. Would have been nice to see him in it, but anyway, he's been playing Midair the whole time, and he's gonna show he's gonna put his carry pants on as hard as he possibly can. Did Frost lose yet? No, actually, Frost, I think, just reported a win over JP's team. So Frost moves on in the losers bracket.
That is tough for JP. That will be
That's a surprise to me.
an elimination game as well.
Yep. JP and Ringo are out.
That's rough.
I mean, they put up such a fight against Matten's team. It was neck and neck. It was so tight. Okay, nicely timed offense there for the BBLs. A droid is out 100% clean, not even taking a single chain bullet yet. So droid's looking good on that side of the map. Other side of the map, Ecstasy's in trouble. Gonna have to pass off to Skills, who is there for him. Skills gets Midair directly down into the dirt, and Frey snags his opportunity to get a Midair return there.
Nice little intercept there from Frey. There was some discussion on kind of the way that Clown went through his picks and also just the budget that Clown's got. Nice little DJ out there from Mountain though. So Frey, if he just gets Frey gets over mid, that's tough. Kind of some talk about how Clown really spent just 20 essentially on 3 players, and some people were kind of hoping that he would spend big on somebody who can maybe also help carry. Because when you're looking at what he got versus kind of some of the lower budget players that he could have picked up in the similar price range, I don't know if it was worth it, but it's really hard to spend the budget wisely when you have no budget at all. It's just tough. And you can kind of see it coming through here. And if you open the scoreboard, it is just the Clown show at this point. There's not a whole lot much you can say. I mean, Clown's sitting at over 2,200 points, and nobody else on his team even broken 1,000 yet. So he's trying.
Oh, pass it
He's
in.
doing
No!
his best.
Oh, that was painful.
You had it right there, and Jick just in the right place at the right time, swinging through.
Yeah, I mean, it's always risky to try and go for those alley-oop plays, passing it into the stand. Things can happen, it can go wrong, but I think that would have been a cap if Mountain had pulled the trigger and just chucked it on in. I think it would have converted.
Ecstasy taking one to the dome as soon as he picks it up. That's going to be a return for BBL. And Route 61 also putting it back. And Mountain, a little bit of a... kind of looked like he was just flying up from the side, so not quite a route, but not also a direct camp. Just throws it into mid, but nobody's going to be there. Maybe Sagent. But he's dropping into a tough spot to be in.
Oh, no!
Oh, just threw it right under Mountain. Ooh.
Droid does bring this all the way home, and here comes a flurry of front crash. Just a whole bunch of bodies getting thrown here. Mountain's gonna try and move this, and even though he's low HP, nobody was on the stand, so you can't blame him for going for the opportunity. That said, it's gonna fall into this bucket, into this bowl, and Angry is gonna hold on to this. It's a timed return, so Angry can hold on to this for a little while, but no, he is forced to return. Now Frey could chuck this into Jig. Here's the chuck. Jig needs some help though. He's gonna have to pass it off.
Pretty risky toss there. There was a lot coming in. I don't know if I would have made that exact play. A lot of spam starting to hit stand at the same time they were throwing that. Doesn't burn them at the moment, at least.
This is looking good for potential return for BBL here. Maybe not. Yeah, I think it's gonna happen. Yeah, returns on both sides. And now Red Bay looking to try and do something sneaky. Nope. Okay, Clown's moving it. Gets it up pretty high.
Straight up punt. Straight up and straight down. Not a whole lot going there. A lot of players coming for it from Route 61, but it's in a tough place. Jik and Angry both sitting there. If they put it back, though, there's somebody on the stand.
Oh.
So Sajent was waiting for it. He'll come out from under, and Jik and Angry weren't ready for him to come out from under the crane, so he'll get it all the way home. Needs to toss it. Finally gets the call over towards Ecstasy, who's going to be able to pick it up. But on the other side of the map, Jik's in trouble. Clown's going to be able to clean him up. But I don't think Clown gets that return. Yep, Angry and Refi going to stop him from making any hero plays. And we'll go into a standoff.
Alright, only 2 caps on the board. It's looked pretty good to date for BBL. But, I mean, 2 caps is absolutely nothing with this amount of time left on the board. And here's a return for Route 66, but Frey is there. They got the return, but their home D is all the way back behind the back bowl. So now a Droid's going to get this return very easily, and this could swap very quickly into a cap for the other side. BBL, nope, Mountain has it. Mountain's moving it. Angry gets the return though. Clown gets the other return. Okay. We're reset.
And Clown is really, he's trying.
Oh yeah.
Midair, it is so tough to be a one-man army in this game.
Yeah.
It is just so hard to carry when you need that cohesion. And not to say that his team's doing nothing. I mean, you have players definitely contributing here. You know, Sajent and Ecstasy both in double figures.
Speaking of
And
which,
now, put one on the board. So here we go. Bring it to within 1.
contributing a cap there. Nice defense as well. Mountain did a good job to bring that home all by himself, but his defense also kept that flag home. Got the full stop. The Droid's home. This is full. I don't even think... Okay, just kidding. I was going to say, I don't even think Clown could chain him out that fast, but... I was
Where's
wrong.
the
And he gets the
pass?
return.
Why are there so many people there and nobody...
Okay.
And it results in a cap. Oh my goodness. Like 4 players spawning for BBL and just nobody's looking for the capper. Man. That's going to cost you every time. Nobody looking for the flag. A Droid just kind of takes it right in the face of Clown, but I don't think that's going to get into mid. It's just going to kind of drop on the hill.
Sajent.
And Sajent moving, so chance to swing this into a lead now for Route 61, but Ecstasy getting spammed by Frey and Refi, and that one's gonna go home.
I kind of wanted Sajent just to curve that in. I feel like he had the opportunity to do that. I mean, I get playing safe, but that wasn't the right place to pass it at the very minimum.
Yeah, I mean, win or go home. Sometimes you just gotta get brave. Try to go for it. Ecstasy's throwing this one way up into the air. Mountain trying to come over the top and get to it. So 2 players for red team sitting here, and Angry's going to go down. So they will hold for the time being. Really early pass from Sajent, and this might get intercepted. That was
no.
straight up bad. So now Clown having to kind of panic E-grab. That one's going to slide down under the stand, and you got to imagine Jik's just going to have a freak out.
Oh, he gets
Blocked by Frey!
Frey!
Okay, it doesn't matter.
Nothing could stop him from capping, except for Frey.
Almost some blue on blue action there. You know, maybe the team name getting a little too real for Frey and Jik right there. Maybe ran into each other.
I like this route from Mountain. I mean, he's an Aussie, and like when Mountain first started playing, like he was very new, and not, you know, took some time for him to become a good capper. But I mean, like, look, I mean, Clown had very little budget to work with, but he does have some role players here. Like Mountain is running good routes. I don't think you can
He's
take that.
definitely got a couple, yeah. Another errant pass. I think this is kind of where you're seeing things fall apart for Route 61 is passing. There's a lot of these players that just aren't super proficient with moving the flag around. and they've lost a multitude of flags to just errant throws or, you know, bad judgments on when they need to throw, just kind of stuff like that. And that's what's really going to hurt you in these games that are close, is just not having it down on when you need to move the flag around.
Okay, Refe is moving. Full HP.
This agent
And
is
his
not.
flag is
He is down.
in the
Mountain
field.
gonna scoop it.
Okay.
So I think we'll get into a standoff here. Oh! Referee just flubbed a toss. It hit the top of the barn. Top of the crane pole, but Frey is gonna D up and save it. Got a little spicy there for BBL for a half a second, but no harm, no foul. Gills holding
Gills
it down
definitely
on the
likes to
side.
hold it back behind the base, which has its pluses and its minuses. And that's going to be a quick return. BBL has a chance to get a cap here. Clown's here though. Clown on this will get the return. But as I was saying, you know, Skills definitely likes to hold the flag back in these sort of crevasses behind the base, which, you know, you're protected and you can potentially hide from your enemies. But it also means that if your flag gets returned, you don't have a lot of chance to get there before the front crashes. So, I don't know, just a trade-off.
Feels like every time either one of those teams has gotten the flag home recently, in the past 5 minutes or something, it's the defense taking the pass, and in turn, just a free grab for the other team. It
Yeah.
doesn't seem like either team has respawning offense to take the pass, which is really the ideal situation. You would prefer an O player to take a pass if you can get that to happen. But so far, it's just these teams. The standoffs seem to be pretty short, honestly. The teams are getting kind of just bopped on both sides of the map, and then it's either a camp or an instant return. And Ecstasy has a shot, so a spawn is going to be required here. Spam's coming through, but he should still have it. And Sagent is in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory over on the side of the map there. I don't know exactly why he was flying over in that side of the map.
What's going on with this? It looks like Adroit's going to be picking this up at the midfield. Clown is hot on his trail, but Adroit does get the toss off. It's not quite far enough. I don't think anyone can collect this. No, Clown's on it. Clown's waiting. I mean, okay. Alright, Adroit's gonna run a quick front route. I think he's like, okay, Clown just respawned. Do I have a chance to do this? And he does. Smart heads up play there from Adroit, knowing that Clown had just respawned to run that front route. But Clown, there he is. He's on him again. You gotta fight. You gotta fight. Okay, Refe's here. Okay, Refe does have this. Clown is 1 HP. Just chain this man. Thank you. Okay.
Nice bit of passing from big budget losers as well. They're getting it into multiple O players' hands, and then it'll go over towards Jick now. But Jick's landing. I thought he was going to go down to the side there, but Clown is all over it. He's full health. Return comes through for him. But Adroit on a walk again. A lot of flag movement. Neither team really able to hold it on the stand for any amount of time. Seems like both flags are just kind of moving at will for the offenses.
Oh, skills. 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 1v3.
He's gaming.
Hello.
What a guy.
And again,
He
look,
does
he's-
like that little back left slot,
He
doesn't
really
he?
likes this spot.
He loves to sit there.
Oh, Refe knows it too. Uh-oh, this
Agent.
is terrible for Route 61.
Boy. This one's going to be hard to recover. And they will not recover. So Adroit with a chance to put his team up by 2.
The enemy captured
Ooh.
the flag.
And I mean, look at the scoreboard.
The biggest
Clown
lead we've
at
seen.
almost 6K points. Next closest on his team is 3 grand. That is rough.
Doing what he can. Okay, Sages. Oh no, Frey with the midair gets the lucky spawn and the midair. Oh, and the midair return too. Nice little sequence there from Frey. Oh.
This has got to happen for Route 61. Like right here, they got to keep it. Otherwise, I'm... Oh no, and we have a pause. Oh, an angry DC. Well...
You could cut the tension with a butter knife.
Honk shoe, honk shoe. Like an ecstasy. I can still look around in spectator. I wish I could move around.
Yeah.
I cannot.
Are they trying to keep us from cheating or what? I don't know.
Maybe. Looks like Angry's back here.
Sorry. Yes.
So they'll get things fired back up. Route 61 needs a cap. Right? Meow.
Right now.
Otherwise, this is going to be probably a win for BBL. Station's moving, so if this one gets back and they can secure this one, I could see it happening.
Oh.
But Refu's going to stab that one out of there.
Oh.
And with a minute to go,
Match ends in 60
I don't think this one's gonna go the way of Route 61. So
Do you think BBL just stacks 3 on D or something here, or is there any reason to do anything like that in this situation?
I don't think so. With 2 caps, I think you just play it standard. Mountain's
Okay.
gonna move this one out to the right, so I have a chance. If Mountain's got the speed to get it to stand, and they don't have a grab, he's gonna actually try to toss, and it bonks off the top of the stand. That really needed to be perfect. Now the crash is landing for BBL. Red flag's gonna go down into the back. They have 20 seconds. Angry gonna be able to get the kill onto Clown as well, and the return will happen, and that will seal it.
GG.
Pass needed to be perfect, and it just
10 seconds.
wasn't quite there.
You really
And that
can't
will
blame you really can't blame him for that. I mean, that was like a thread the needle kind of pass. Not many
Yeah,
players would be able to hit that.
You got to be exact with that one, and that'll be the end of the road
Team won the
for
match.
Route 61.
GG.
Good game. Good game.
Tough tournament, for them. It's hard to pull things out, especially for Clown when you're working with that kind of budget.
All right.
And that will be, I believe, our second team eliminated, our third, actually. So we spoke about JP earlier, and actually all of the elimination matches have now been completed on round 1. So we will wave goodbye to Busy and his Boomers, Clown and Route 61, JP and Friends, and Fire and the Leftovers. So those teams have all made their exit. We are now down to 8.
Looks like Frost's team, after I don't think they did too well in the group stage, but it looks like they're about to knock out Ryan Rhinos, set the tone. They are up 7-2 currently on TG, and it's going to be the cap right here, and they did it. It's done.
The enemy captured your flag.
Frost teams just knocked out Ryan Rhino.
Your team won the match.
GG.
Good game.
Wow.
Okay.
So set the tone, making their exit now at this point.
All right, let's see what other games we can get on into. I mean, I guess it's I see Captain T's lobby code Luna versus whatever they're called. Dragon wins home.
Let's
So the
hop
question
on in
is,
there.
do we want to hop in there, or do we want to hop into some more losers bracket matches? I mean, the only person who said anything in my chat was Berserker, who wanted to see the winners bracket matches. So
I mean,
get-
we got to appease the people
I gave you guys an opportunity to give me your opinions.
or the
Berserker-
person, I guess.
Yeah, Berserker was the only one who did so. So
See here what we got going. Inganyama. I'm assuming this is going to be 6-2 first map.
okay. I mean, you can never count Captain T out of these drafts, man. I feel like he won. He even won the T3 draft, the EU one, didn't he?
He did win the T3 draft on the
Yeah.
EU side of things. Yeah, yeah.
Can never count this man out. Absolute monster. Easily, I don't know. I mean, you're talking about top 3 in a single position. I feel like you could argue Captain T is like top 3 in all of Midair, period.
I don't think it's arguable. I think it's pretty cemented as a top 3 player. You know, you put T up there. I think Guillaume gets overlooked just because he's kind of a quieter player. Doesn't say a whole lot, but I would definitely put Guillaume up there, and then you could sprinkle a bunch more into the top. Of course, you're talking about right now versus eras, and we get into the whole conversation, but just kind of waiting for them to filter into map 2. I will be interested to see what the offense looks like for Dragon Wins Home, Captain T's team. We were very critical of them on Bryn Elder, but clearly, I mean, they're still in the winners bracket. They're up 1
Vote initiated.
in this next round, so we'll a little bit of confusion on the mapping.
Man, I I was excited to go to a different map, but apparently we're only gonna play Elite, TG, or Bryn. Like, that's it, all day. This is what we get for letting people pick. Like, I would have liked to maybe have seen the kind of thing where, at least in the group stage, where it's just like a set predetermined list of maps. I don't know. 'Cause I
think
was
they were
excited to
trolling.
see some Ingo, and I was excited to see, and I still want to see some Minora.
Yeah, I'm really surprised we haven't seen any teams getting onto Minora. It has traditionally been a very popular map across pugs, pubs, drafts, bring your own tournaments. It's very popular usually, so I'm kind of surprised to see it not getting played regularly tonight. Of course, maybe we've just gotten unlucky with the games that we've picked. But we'll see how these things shake out. Map score is 1-0 over to T's team, Frost. So two
Alright.
chances for T to send Lulu down into the losers bracket. First
Wait,
of which here on TG.
Yes.
I know we're still in warm-up, but I'm watching Daredevil do some legit routes all of a sudden. Maybe he knows TG much better than Bryn.
Maybe DDM just didn't practice on Bryn. It's there you have a set amount of time to practice maps. Maybe they said Bryn is kind of clustery, just figure it out on some others, run the big maps. So it's entirely possible, without a lot of time, sometimes you just have to pick the map you can practice. And we'll hope that he's practiced here.
Yeah, here we go into TG. Currently, we are still in the winner's bracket. And in this particular set, Dragon has 1 map win, and Lulu has 0, so it's best of 3. And Lulu has looked really, really, really strong. We were very critical of Captain T's team Dragon, especially their offense earlier today. But clearly, they're in the lead. They're in the driver's seat in this winner's bracket match. So maybe they've just found a way to cohese together. Fox has put on his carry pants or something. Daredevil's getting his routes together. But yeah, I'm curious to see how this one goes. And you know, it sounds like the last map was actually pretty dominant. I think they said 6-2. So Captain T's team looking really strong.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that they've changed since we last watched them play. You know, we saw Blah Blah doing a lot of the hunting before. They have flipped that around. So Blah Blah is playing true home D at this point, sticking to the sand, and we saw T doing the hunting. I like that better, and you called out Fox, and there's the first cap for Dragon Home wins.
Dragon Home wins. And,
Dragon wins home, sorry.
Dragon wins
TWH.
home. Okay.
And this is actually a rematch of what the game that we watched, isn't it? I just completely had forgotten.
You might be right.
This is the same team that they had played before, at least in groups. Danky with a nice body block, but Fox another cap.
The enemy captured this flag.
Wow, they really got their shit together.
Maybe it just took Fox some time to warm up and remember his routes. Something similar. See Dose getting out pretty much for free on the other side. Took a DJ and some damage from Blah Blah, so that pass is going to come out early. And the
Did they get this in before the cap?
I don't know. The offense run from Captain T's team is late, but there's DDM. And he's gone. No damage at all. Takes a bit of a crunch there on the way out, but 2 quick ones and then into a standoff for Captain T and his crew.
Alright. Man, I feel like Legions was the smallest Stripes game. Very, very small community. But there is such an outsized presence of Legions players in this tournament. They're just all over if you look carefully enough. Blah blah.
Yeah,
Captain
three
T.
3 out of 5 players on Captain T's team. I got Tyler over on the other side. Came out of Legions as well.
Tiff did too. That's actually
Oh, sorry, that's fucking God.
different Tyler.
Yeah, that's Tiff. I just saw Tyler and I was like, yeah, Tyler came out of Legions. Not Tiff. No, Tiff was a TA player. Jaka getting one, so a chance for Lulu to put one onto the board here. Crash is starting to file in though for Captain T's group. Pass goes over to Jaka and just getting it off the stand for a little while. Jaka has a sliver, but
The enemy captured.
able to make it happen, pulls it back within 1. Dose, I think just walking it down mid here. Blah blah. Gonna be able to combine with T for a little bit of chain onto that. T's gonna hopefully not put it home right now because it would have been a grab for Danky and he wisely kept it in the field, but maybe a little bit too long. Jaka's gonna pick that up. Removes Captain T from the equation. Gets the toss over towards Danky, so held it in the field maybe a little too long from T. Just kind of a bad spot. Couldn't move it anywhere, and Fox is not going to be able to stop Danky.
The enemy captured.
Oh,
your
man.
flag.
And Lulu will tie things up.
Well, you were play-by-playing everything on that side of the map. I was watching Bigger BG come home to nobody. Blah blah. If he's playing home D, was just not playing home D for that run. As BG brought that home pretty well, but just didn't have the help when he got there.
First 2 stopped for DWH, but Jaka's gonna move this one not really fast, but nobody in the area right now. T with not a lot of health, so unless this is an instant return, it should be a hold for Lulu and the rest. But T is still alive. Need to get him chained out. He was snaking his way towards that one, but they do eventually knock him over. Got a little too close for comfort. Tiff just...
I'm like, where is this flag being held?
Yeah, he's way over on the other side of the
I
map.
have spectator. I can see everything, and I still couldn't find him. I'm like, where the hell is this guy?
A lot of chain damage there onto the holder for Lulu. Gets it over towards Tiff. And tough spot. T's gonna get cleaned up. Bigger's gonna get cleaned up, but Tiff holds for now.
Make your
And
way
nobody
in
did.
eventually.
It's just
Oh!
a slow crash here. Fox able to make the kill, but no DJs there from a couple of players, and that results in the third unanswered cap now for Lulu.
Yeah, but striking back hard here after being down 2-0. Lulu now in the lead. Look at that defense. Tiff and Lunacy holding it down, but Daredevil was a bit late and he gets shut down. So now Daredevil is way off time once again with Fox and Bigger. We're now coming in, but Fox grabbing the flag. He's only 50% HP when he touches that thing. So he's not long for this world, but he's longer than I would have thought. And that's gonna go right into Denki's hands though. Daredevil is looking for that pickup, did not get it. Bigger though, he's standing on the flag stand, able to disc jump straight down mid. Fox will pick this up in the mid. Oh, no, Fox whiffs it. It's still in the midfield. Denki's there once again. And it could be anyone's flag here. It's a cluster play. Everybody's here. Both teams crashing onto this flag stand. Bigger trying to pass it up. Fox, actually, where is that front crash? It's not there. It's not here.
Captured your
It looks like Jaka was starting to run a route. Would you prefer that Jaka just disc jumps down mid in that situation? Or
I would
like
have
that
loved
he-
to. Man, I wanted to see the crash there.
Yeah.
If the flag was further away from the stand, he's still going to kind of move this, which he really shouldn't. Actually, looks like T and blah blah will make sure that it doesn't go too far. But if the flag was further away from the stand, you know, I can understand a route in that situation. But really, he should have been crashing there. Yeah, you called it out.
Seemed like they had time to crash. But it just didn't
If
come
he's
through.
spotted on this back left, he is. And Danky actually gets body blocked, tries the DJ up, but that's going nowhere. That's going to drop right into blah blah.
On the other side, Fox is moving very quick.
He is
And nobody's
moving. That guy is gone.
nobody's here.
The enemy
Wow.
captured your flag.
We have
So
a
3
game.
unanswered originally for Lulu, and now 2 in the other direction for Captain C. So kind of just coming in waves here. A couple of different tide shifts so far. Jaka will get nuked by Blah Blah trying to exit the stand. Danky gonna have some spam onto it, and he'll actually kill off Blah Blah. So if T didn't get a good spawn onto this, this could move into mid, but the grenade spam is there. Dose gets BB'd actually on his way trying to go over mid to absolute nightmare scenario now for Lulu. They need to make this extend, and Tiff is trying to keep T away from it, but actually just boosts him into it. Oh, rough break.
Wow. All right, Dragon Winds Home are dragging themselves towards a victory here. They're already up 1 map in this best of 3, so it's looking good for them. Now up 2 caps as well.
And you're starting to see Blue Flag just not exiting their base.
Yeah.
As soon as I say it, of course, Dose is going to DJ this one up over mid, but Blah Blah and T have been doing a good job at making sure the flag at least has to get clustered home. You know, there's no real like out full threats. And the pass actually gets missed there. Don't know if somebody got shot in the back or something like that. And Fox just swoops in for a nice return. Pretty close. I like to see, you know, a vast improvement from T's offense. You know, Fox and co have definitely stepped it up from their first performance.
Yeah, absolutely. Their offense is looking night and day different. On the other hand, it's lackluster offense from Lulu. They just haven't been able to move this flag.
Yeah, you see Dose just kind of coming through off time here, and the Australian first in is not what you want. As much as Dose sees himself as a clearing kind of player, you don't want the guy with 230 ping to be the first one reporting for duty on the clearing section. DDM might get that one over mid. I don't know if it quite makes it all the way. Tiff kind of flies over the top of it. Nice little kind of half DJ from T. Fox picks it up. He needs to toss it as well. Might just go into Dose there. He flies just a little bit too far. Don't think he really had the angle to get to it. Now dropping into the back. Luna has a chance at it.
Look
Tough
at
break for
Luna.
Fox.
Yeah, Luna 2v1 gets the return. But Bigger's on the stand. No harm, no foul. They're going to keep holding on to this thing. And it looks like they're holding onto the flag as well. They can return their own flag, and it's a timed return. Daredevil Moon calls
The enemy captured
for the
your
return. And there it is. Captain T's team is looking stronger and stronger.
This is such a stark difference from when we saw these two teams play in the group stage. At this point, T's offense is just almost like at will out with the flag. It hasn't seen a lot of stops this go through, and of course the caster curse may be in full display as we see a full stop come through for Lunacy and Tiff. And Danky's going to move this one towards the stand now. Tries to throw it, bounces straight in, but goes to the side just a little bit. Luna, no health now. Anything will knock him down. Just barely a little bit of splash hits him. Tyler with a nice shot on the Tiff. Saves it for now. Blue flag just sitting on the front of the base. Fox going to move out towards the right. Chase will not be quick onto him. And for the time being, T has escaped the cap coming in from Lulu. Oh, and that pass, tough break there for Fox. Just kind of slams into the rocks. But again, Bigger. What a difference. I mean, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but
Yeah.
their offense has completely turned it around in the winner's bracket.
Absolutely. Oh! Danky, though, has been in the right place at the right time on more than one occasion. Tiff is coming in. Daredevil, unopposed. He wasn't moving particularly fast, but just no one was in a position to body block or get that midair. Tiff passing off to Jaka. Danky could get the return, so it's looking okay. Jaka taking his time, but you gotta start moving in, bro. You gotta start moving in. Am I wrong?
He's gonna take a little too much time here. He tries to get it over towards Dose. Dose has a good angle at getting in, and
Oh.
Blah Blah doesn't hit the incoming kind of swipe through.
Captured your flag.
And Dose will put a return fire cap onto the board. So 2 scores, all that separates us. Definitely still winnable for Lulu here. They are nowhere near out of this.
Not whatsoever. 2 minutes left. Or 2 caps between them, I mean. Oh! Bong Lord, aka Dose, and Jaka came in at the exact same time. Sounds good in principle, but in practice, you want to split up your O timing by 1 or 2 seconds, maybe 3. If you come in at the very same time, then the same disc can kind of mess both of you up, or the same grenade spam. Here comes Fox, but he's completely by himself, so he's gonna pull off a clear, right? Or wrong. Fox is just gonna grab that thing and move it. Says, I don't care, there's 2 people on the stand. They don't think I'm gonna grab it, so I'm just gonna grab it. It's mind games, right? But Dose is there on the stand. Dose moving it down midfield. Lunacy could potentially get this return. No, Captain T is there. Blue flag returned by BG. Blue flag, red flag picked up by Fox, and this could be a really dangerous cap here if it happens towards Lulu. It is going to be a cap, and now all of a sudden what was a very narrow, close game is starting to look pretty difficult.
Yeah, Dose going nowhere with this one. He's going to try to throw it over towards Danky, but Danky doesn't have the angle, and there's a ton of blue. 4 guys all in the area for T's team, and now sitting on match point for Captain T and the rest of his team. This one's going to go over the head of Tiff, so T has a chance at making a play on this flag. He's going to drop into the field, and Dose will try to walk this one out mid, so could be a turnaround here. Might be clawing one back for Lulu. But Blah Blah is there in time.
It's still plenty of time. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Lulu's still in the game. Both flags now in the field. Fox doesn't go anywhere. Looks like Danky, no, okay. Both flags kind of awkwardly in the midfield now. But Jaka actually is able to make his way out to this. He's gonna do a half dish up, no. Just pass it off to Tiff. Over Tiff's head though. Captain T. Oh no.
Tiff got
one.
absolutely dumpstered. A quick 1-2 coming
Uh-oh.
out from Fox.
It's
and
all
T.
up to Denki now. He gets the flag off the stand. Where's the front crash? Is the front crash coming in time? Is it going to come in time? This could be the game. This could be the set. Fox actually pushed off into the wrong direction from the flag stand. He's got 3 people on him. He's going to go down in short order. But the pressure's still on. I don't think... Oh! Gets the return. But there you go. Daredevil was running a route. He was just... You know, he's just doing his thing, running that route. And Daredevil is almost all the way home now. Dose just doing a desperation front crash. Not really on a route. No, you know, nobody's on a route for Lulu.
Nice
They're just
toss.
crashing
Good
after
toss.
crashing.
Yankee kind of the last hope here. He's gonna. Oh, he should have held on to that. There wasn't anybody behind him right away. Throws it into the field. And now Blah Blah's got it held.
Captain T.
Oh, tough break there. We are approaching the church bells for Lulu here. Yankees got to make this one home, but 3 caps down, approaching that 3-minute mark. That's really that's where I'm looking for these guys. If they hit that point, you start to sound the alarm. Dose, Jaka.
Ryan, run
Man.
some more like proper routes.
Well, you mentioned it earlier. Fish does he does play differently
Yeah.
than a lot of players in midair.
I mean, he's doing it again. He's not really just clearing. I mean, he's an excellent capper. He got routes, and he's the Australian with the high ping. I want to see him running routes. Jaka is out, but not looking good. Does this pass connect to Denki though? No, not quite.
You know, I don't want to harp on Dose too much, but this has been said many a times across the NA career. And Red's going to land in the back now. So, dangerous spot. Kind of just seems like Lulu has had to crash repeatedly. Flag is always getting home for Dragon Wins home. And Fox now kind of DJs out from the back. This could do it.
The enemy captured your
And there it
Nail.
is.
Your team won the match.
Wow, nail in the coffin. So the team that we were criticizing viciously earlier today has pulled it together and has put themselves in the winner's bracket final.
Excellent turnaround from them. I mean, props. You can't say anything else other than, you know, maybe just Bryn is not their map. You got to wonder if maybe that's going to be their ban moving forward. You know, they've gotten through, at this point, 3 rounds of winner's bracket, all with a 2-0. They have not dropped a map through the winner's bracket at this point. And maybe Bryn is just their kryptonite. Maybe that is just their impossible map where they can't get anything done. So that'll put Lunatics into the losers bracket round 3. They'll face off against Frost. And we are currently waiting for Moose and Matten to be finished. And I would have to expect that is into a game 3.
Yeah, I'm looking for a code. I don't see a code for that one.
Yeah,
I'd love to jump in and see it.
I'm also not seeing a code. Maybe Miller's got ones that he snuck in or something like that. I do not see one on Miller's stream either.
Is he streaming that game?
He's not, no.
Okay. Okay, well, I don't think we have a code for that one, unfortunately. So we'll have to jump into maybe a losers bracket game if there is one available.
Kind of looking to see. I don't think we've got anything fired up right away.
Does not seem that way. We could take a short break.
Yeah, I think we are locked out of the other match that is currently running due to no custom
We have
code
the enemy flag.
post. So We will have to see. Maybe it's in a different channel somewhere. I don't think that it is.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna step away for a few minutes, grab a beverage, and we will be back with more Midair coming your way very, very soon. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We'll be right back.
The enemy captured your flag. The enemy captured your flag. Your team captured the flag.
I'm back. My fiance made some zucchini bread from the zucchinis that I'm growing in the backyard, and it's dank. Boom. Delicious. What's up, John? Yeah, I don't know why my Twitch doesn't auto-publish my VODs anymore. But I do also have the YouTube stream going. Twitch is going to be better quality though, so how do I do this? There you go. All for you. Sin, have you rejoined me, sir?
I have. I am here. I am paying attention to the captain's chat. So, Moose went 2-1 over Matten.
Oh.
So, Moose's team will be they're the number 1 overall seed, moving into winners bracket finals, along with T's team, who of course we just watched, also headed into winners finals. And then in losers semis, we have Matten versus Rex. And also on that side will be Luna versus Frost. So I think we will probably just want to stick to the winners mostly from here on out, because the losers stuff will kind of eventually be pulled together.
Your team captured
Yeah,
the flag.
I'm down. I'm down with that. We can stay in the winners bracket.
Because we will have to get to we'll hit a point where the winners is going to be waiting for losers, I think. No, it's always going to be. Ugh. I hate Call of Duty brackets.
We'll be waiting for losers, because I think the losers matches might be best of 3 from here on out.
I think starting
actually,
in
wait.
round
Round
4.
4 will be best of 3. Okay,
Yeah, so
So-
currently best of 1s.
got it.
And we are actually waiting for Moose's team needed a little break. They have been grinding straight all the way through, so they took a 10-minute pause, and I think Matt and Rex might be running right now, so we might be able to jump into that one. See if they are playing yet, or if they're still getting things together.
There's Matt and Rex, and also Luna Frost. It's also going on.
Matt and Rex has only 5 players in the server, so that one is not fired up yet.
Well, Luna Frost then. You can check that one out. Bro, somebody play a new map, please. When are we going to Vegas after the release of Midair 2? Is Midair 2 going to be released? That'd be great. I'd love to see that. One day. Okay, well, I guess we're still in best of 1 mode. In the losers bracket, we've watched, I think Lunacy's team, we've watched him more than any other team. But we're gonna keep watching them because they're the one with the game going, and do or die here. So loser bracket means whoever loses this one map is out of the tournament. All right, Lulu on the left, and then Rox is on the right. Let's edit this.
The enemy captured your
And we're back to Twilight Grove. So much Twilight Grove, man. Yeah, here we
You
go.
don't sound happy to be on TG.
I'm well, look, we've seen only 3 maps the entire tournament. So yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing some other maps. Best map, says Crow. Maybe.
Bro's a big fan.
I disagree. I think standoffs on TG could be kind of annoying. I play home D, right? So it favors. This is one of the better maps for a home D, right? It's easier to hold the flag in standoffs. You know, it's easier to see when somebody's camping your stand in most maps. But it also is like almost too easy to hold the flag. Like standoffs can just last forever. That's my biggest criticism of this map.
This one is starting to look like it might last forever. Malice able to make the return happen though. Jaka just barely can't swoop into that one. Lunacy needs to get cleaned up. Shoot him! Shoot him! Thank you. Oh my goodness. Lunacy alive for way too long, and that is gonna put Rox in a bad spot. Return happens. Ugh. Watching people not get cleaned up is probably one of the fastest ways to make me angry at your team. Simply shoot him. That is all that needs to happen. He's not moving quickly.
Oh. Pretty sure just Ghost just nailed Jaka a little bit there, but Jaka's still on his way home. Quarter HP. Looking great for the cap.
enemy captured your
And that's a pretty quick cap in 2 minutes on the board for Lunacy.
Solid start for them. I am going to be keeping an eye on the chat here. If this one starts to look like it might get lopsided, we may want to just jump over into winners. I don't know if
Sure.
watching a single limb game is worth the time for all of our friends at home. Jaka out again with this one. And Tiff sitting on it in the field, so a timed return here, but Lon makes the stop. He's gonna knock him off, and now you have the crash coming in from Rox, so we'll have to see if Dose can keep Devil off of that. He will not.
Couple of
Possible.
nice plays there. I mean, Lon with the hero play, and then Devil, almost equally so. A nice play there to keep that going.
Haven't seen Frost play a whole lot this tournament. At least not on our side of the streaming stuff. And you see Rox gets basically full stopped on stand, but Lon has enough health that he'll walk that one out into mid. Denki's trying to do the same on the other side of the map, but it's gonna drop just kind of down into that front crevice. Jackal will pick it up, but he's going the wrong way. Let's try to move it back into mid, and it's just gonna land on the rocks inside the trees, and that'll be a definite return for Rox. And they'll even things up.
The enemy captured your flag.
Okay, it's not going to be a blowout. That's for sure. Tied up game here. So is Lon playing defense here? seems like it.
I don't think so.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
it was just D'ing up for a second there.
Yeah, probably D'd up on a run when he got hit on his route or something.
It's a full stop for both sides. Bit of lull in the action. Lon and Devil starting on the right, Malice starting on the left. But Dose cowboy capping just first in, and he's out anyway. He's gonna chuck it, even though he's quarter HP. I feel like he maybe even could have kept bringing that in. Flag stand. Tips now holding it into the midfield. Malice is out, but very slow and quite low. I expect that flag will be returned relatively soon. And is Frost in a position to return? He does do so. Both flags will be returned, and we are back to a neutral position here.
Really long routes so far from both of these teams. Lulu, maybe not so much. Dose there. We talked about Dose doing this kind of in the winner's bracket, and he sometimes just gets in this mindset where he wants to run down mid. And I feel like if you're the 230 pinger, you really gotta just accept that and run your long routes, you know? Force your offense to time around you.
He's a 230 pinger, but he's also somebody that knows some really good routes and can run really fast routes. So, yeah, I'm with you on that.
You see there, he's just there. You know, the timing was correct there with Dose, and he's kind of the second or third in, and he just swipes it all the way through. Took your advice from the last time around.
Yes, so.
And I have been pinged. The code is starting for winners bracket, so I guess we kind of ask the chat, what do we want to do here?
Yeah, chat, do we stick it out in this losers bracket match, or do we swap on over? I'm kind of leaning towards just stick it out. I mean, we're already 6 minutes in, and it's looking like a pretty even game.
Yeah, and the other side's a best of 3, so it will not end right away. So we'll have a little bit more time.
It's a 2-2.
Flag.
Okay, we got a game. It's like all 3 offense are on the left side here for Rocks. One after the next. Devil is the second one in. Gets absolutely demolished on the stand. You usually don't want to have all 3 of your offense coming from the same side. It's just a little bit easier to follow the action. Ideally, you got one person like hard clearing and then 2 people running crisscrossing routes. I think that's like the perfect world situation that you usually want on offense. Not always the easiest to organize that kind of thing on the fly, especially Chaka. Flicking his mouse in a little bit of frustration, just ran straight into the terrain. Doesn't have enough jets to get over that little trivet, little hill. And it looks like we're potentially going into a standoff. I don't think anyone on the red team is able to get there in time to return that flag that was just awkwardly sitting in the midfield. And so we're on TG, and means we're probably in for some long standoff positions here. But no, Devil swoops it out of the air, and that's a quick cap for Rocks. But Lunacy actually making something out of this. Could make this pretty decently far. He's gonna have to toss it, getting chained pretty quickly, but toss maybe a little bit too early, half a second or so earlier than he needed to, and doesn't make anything. But Dose sitting on the flag stand. Dose disc jumps home. Dose will be home in just a couple of seconds. Tosses down to Jaka. Jaka has it. Lon has stopped in the midfield. He's calling for Frost to come. Help me, help me, help me. I am stuck. Not moving. Luna's chain is on me, but the pass is wrong. The pass is bad. Oh,
what is he
no.
doing? Just wait for Frost to get to you. There wasn't any pressure behind him. He didn't. That was just an errant throw. He should not have done that.
And it's gonna potentially lead into a cap here.
Gonna burn his team. I don't know why he threw it so early. Like, he knew Luna was there. That was the whole reason that he stopped behind the rock.
Yep.
I don't know why you throw that flag in that situation.
I mean, it was also the 2v1. You could have just killed Luna.
Yeah, there's a whole number of things. The only thing you weren't supposed to do was that. And we'll have to see if that ends up costing him. Lon is out full. He is clean.
Dose is low, but straight across mid. He's facing off against 2 defenders, though. But that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to pass that off to the side.
Kind of dangerous spot. That one went,
Whoa.
I think, over the top of Tiff. And now down into a big bowl, but the cleanup is there. Last person coming in is Frost.
Not really in a good spot to make a return, and I think Lulu's
Uh-oh.
maybe gonna hold, but Devil's here in time. Crash. Devil may have got a good spawn, but Lulu just swipes it out from under him.
Looking very
Got
dicey.
a little scary there for Lulu.
Tiff just going straight up into the air, calling for that respawn. There's the respawn, but Lunacy mid-aired immediately, so this is looking really, really bad for Lulu. There's a return. Frost is probably going to disc jump this in. No, doesn't do so because Dose is out with the camp. Dose does seem to be in the right place at the right time often in these sorts of situations, waiting for that flag to get returned. And now Tiff is holding the flag once again, but he's got 3 blue versus 1 red. He needs some help. Jaka's coming out to him. Flag gets tossed to Jaka. Jaka misses the grab, but there's still some numbers for both teams. It's anyone's flag grab. Nope, Malice can't do it. It's going to be Lulu holding on to this and moving on to another standoff.
They've got to get that, right? They do. Okay.
It's Frost. Jaka, though. Nice timing.
Frost now in some trouble, kind of trying to get it back and forth with Lon. And they did a couple of early tosses there. Probably could have afforded to hold for a little while on 1 or 2 of them, but won't hurt him too badly. Now Danky, the only one in the area, and Lon just floats onto the stand. Return came home at pretty much the perfect time for Rocks. Danky didn't have a play on it. And they will take a small lead heading into the back half of this one.
Must have been some communication because Lon was prepared for that return. He knew it was coming, or he knew there was a good chance of it. But here comes the crisscrossing routes, and Dose is out relatively slow. Gotta chuck it, does chuck it. But no, Basket's there. Basketaru is there, and Lon collects the cap, and Lulu was looking like one of the stronger teams in the tournament. Now Frost has them. Has the high ground or something. I don't know. This is the best I could come up with.
See a really high right route coming in from Dose. He's going to take some crater if he even gets the stand. He's not, but it was enough distraction to move Jaka out to the right side. He's probably going to get chained out here. He's not moving very quickly. Frost and Boss are both there, and that'll go back to the stand, and Lon's going to make another cap happen right here. 3 in a row. Rocks maybe figured something out.
Well, we had a moment there where we got to point at Lon and laugh and say, "What are you doing, Lon? That was a bad play." But Lon just got 3 caps in a row for his team. I mean, he was the one who brought it in. Like, obviously, team effort. But Lon looking super strong right now, bringing this thing home.
They're just out again. Rocks is just moving the flag over and over at this point. Malice gonna scoop that one out of the air. It's all front crash coming from Lulu, and Rocks has just opened it up. 7-3 now, and I gotta see something change from Lulu. It has not been going well. Lunacy on offense now, actually, so they have made a change. Jaka on defense at this point. Maybe a last-ditch effort to try to change things up, and it does not actually look like a permanent change, maybe? I don't know if maybe that was just a positional call while they had the time for it to see, and it is in fact not a change. Or it is a change, yeah. Jaka's back on defense now, so they are putting Lunacy on O, and Lunacy just going straight down mid, trying to get some clear out. Dose didn't have the angle for the grab, so it's all up to Denki, who is really slow coming in on this one. Dose still having health, just K's out. I believe in Lunacy to walk it, who had half HP. Dose was full health there. That should not have been a Lunacy walk situation. And now Oh
Oh,
dear,
Lon.
Tyler gets cleaned up. Doe's getting back to it from mid, but he's not going to get across even that little divot. And so now absolute panic mode. If you're Lulu, Lon needs to toss this, but everybody's got to be crashing on the sand because this will end your chances in the entirety of the tournament. Jaka will prevent it.
All right. Is there a chance here for Lulu to strike back and shift the momentum now that Lunacy is on offense? It looks like Lunacy is not really capping. He's just playing this dedicated clearer role. And I wonder if their thought is like, we're not getting stops even with Lunacy on D, so we might as well put him on O? I'm not really sure. I'm not familiar with Jaka as a player, but he has been the one bringing this thing home quite often. I mean, it's been Dose, but it's also been Jaka.
Ooh, a bit of an errant toss from Lon goes over the head of Devil, and that results in a return for Jaka. Even with Lunacy clearing, we haven't seen the caliber of route from Lulu that I'd like to see. You know, if you have a player doing kind of that run down mid, as Devil makes a nice little return in front of the Lulu base, if you got that guy running down mid and really, you know, getting the kills on stand, I would prefer to have at least some pretty solid, you know, speedy sides. And at this point, it doesn't look like that's been the case. Lunacy now on the route, they're just trying everything. You can tell Lulu is just don't know what they can do to make things happen. And at this point, Lon's out through mid. Bam from Dose is going to be the only thing. Dose, nice shot from him. He keeps at least a little bit of hope in the eyes of his team.
The enemy captured
But that
your
is
flag.
dashed by a pass on to the
Your team
stand.
won the match.
And not the ideal scoreboard if you're the Lulu crew. You see Dose there top fragging with the high ping stuff, but that will be the end of the road for Frost and his team. And I think we should jump over into that winners match
Yep.
and
That we
see
should.
what the status is over there. Hopefully, I think they're probably still in game 1, unless we've just, you know, experienced a blowout, but we are not seeing a blowout. Only one cap, and we are 6 minutes into things. Of course, this is the winners bracket match. Number 1 overall seed so far, coming from Muslin down mid, captained by Moose. And Dragon wins home, Captain T's representative squad. And we are going to join up into here where T has the flag held in field, but Daredevil Moon thought he had the flag. Oh, tough break. DDM could not get to the flag. He thought he had it, just skied away from it, and it results in a return for Astralis. Rough spot for him to be in, and that's gonna keep things at 1-0. Moose trying to kind of get through on a front there, but Lel will be the eventual grab for Muslin down mid. Fox home as well, so both teams moving the flag pretty well from what we've seen so far. Blah blah, getting rid of a couple of players so far, but Jagel's here. Be excited to see some more out of him. We won't see it this particular run. Astralis will get dropped off by a little bit of a D up from Captain T, and we will stick in full standoff.
Moving into a standoff here, and yeah, super low scoring game, maybe the lowest scoring game we've seen to date. I think that just speaks to how evenly these teams are matched in the winners bracket grand final. The winner of this map, or this match I should say, is going to move on to the grand finals. The loser will be sent to the loser bracket, still has a chance, but will have to fight back up through the loser bracket if they go down. Fox is hanging right on top, and Astralis and Jagel, the two T3 boys, didn't even know how to get up there. Maybe not. Blah blah and Captain T holding this thing, but no one's dying on that offense. And I think, as you pointed out many times, Sin, you can pass the flag back and forth between during a standoff as much as you want, but if you're not actually killing the offense, then eventually you're going to get worn down in that sort of situation, which is exactly what we saw there.
Yeah, you gotta clean up. You know, if you're not cleaning things up, it's gonna go sour for you pretty quickly. Couple of standard lefts here coming in for Moose's team. Moose coming in, just trying to do a little bit of clear. Gets blopped on stand. 3 guys there from blue. They're getting the flag home. So Fox is kind of just wheelchairing this one through mid. Lel's going to have to take that just into the back. And I'll be curious to see, you know, I expect Lel to kind of dance around back here. I think he will kind of sit on that oob line. And he doesn't, actually. I think that's a mistake from Lel. He's going to let that get held in the field now. So Fox, if he just gets this pass off into blah blah, excellent timing from T. I think that is Lel's fault completely. You cannot let the flag get held in the field like that and just give your the opposing team whatever timing they want to get onto the stand. That was just a bad move.
Doesn't get the toss off either. He's gonna drop into another poor position into the field. Captain T just decides to return it though. I'm not quite sure why. Could have been popped into a better, more advantageous position. Nonetheless, BG moving. He's moving across mid. He's looking pretty good. Lel's out 100% clean though. Nobody had a spot on Lel. So Lel is home. Captain T, one of the best chain gunners in the game, so Lel's health rapidly declining. But he has enough health to pass it off to Knopf, who I think Knopf might be playing homie for this muscling team, if we remember correctly from our previous match today. And him and Knopf and Lel have been holding pretty well. Lel, does he go for it? He does. He just goes for it, and that's the 3rd cap on the board.
Yeah, Jagel and Knopf playing defense so far, and you see Jagel making a stop on Fox there. And the later this team goes, the better they're gonna get. I mean, Moose de-rusting from his his long exodus from the game. Astralis and Jagel just kind of getting used to the game, honestly. I mean, they haven't played Midair really at all. Just, you know, several pugs here and there, which is not a lot compared to the experience that most of the players in the draft have got. Nice little toss over to Fox there, and that'll they'll scrape back within 1, and Bigger was camping on the other side. So you mentioned Knopf playing home D. Bigger, a really bad walk actually from Bigger. He did not take a DJ on his way out, and it costed him.
Nice shot, Jagel. You expect to see those hit in T3, where discs are really, really, really fast. But those shots in midair, a little bit more satisfying, a little bit more rewarding. Oh, Jesus.
That's a tough break if you're Bigger. You know, walking into the jaws of Jagel is never a fun experience. And the return actually comes home. Blah Blah putting that back. Fox takes it straight through. Astralis untouched so far. Nice shot. Blah Blah hits him on the exit. And that'll go over it into the hands of Lel though. So we do need to see some crash come in from the blue side.
Well, taking the high ground. Gets way up into the air. Yeah, what's going on here? It looks like Jagel's waiting on this flag. He can return it at any time. Knopf just waiting for the right time to move on in. He gets disjumped or mid-aired in the face, but passes it up to Lel. Another nice alley-oop for this team.
It's just showing how strong it is to hold the flag in the field when you got, you know, the timed return. It takes away a lot of the agency that the offense can generate on the stand. You know, if it's sitting on the stand in a static spot, you can always get somebody towards it for an E-grab. You know, the front crash is going to be there, but if you got it way off to the side, you know, if you're committing players in that direction, you're just losing, you know, you're losing positioning. You have people that are only going to be able to make a play on that flag if it stays in the field.
Oh.
And a nice little return there.
Oh man, unfortunate for Bigger once again. He could taste that flag cap. He was so close, yet no cigar, gets killed and flag mid-air returned. Very good, very good. All right, I'm curious to watch Astralis here again, one of the newer players to the game. See how he's doing on offense. Astralis on a left route. He'll be the third one in. Oh. Oh, it's Moose who actually snags it under Astralis' nose. Moose is fully home. Fox on the other hand has half HP. He does grab a nug really quick, but Captain T's got to take this from Jagel's there, and Captain T can't bounce it out of Jagel's way in time. Here comes Moose. Moose coming in for the cap. Bigger is there in the nick of time, which he does have a knack for being there at the right time, but Bigger gets mid-aired in the ass. Does Crater as well, so taken down quite quickly. And there's the return. Didn't quite catch who that was who got that, but wait, who was the... Okay. Let's see what Daredevil's got up his sleeve. Well, Fox first in, but decides to grab it anyway. You have to be a threat sometimes to do that. You can't do it often because it's usually the wrong play, but if you do it every once in a while, you might catch the defense off the guard. And Fox needs to find someone to pass to. T is scrambling for it. Knopf is on it first, though. Can they get it outside of Knopf's point of view? Yes, they do. Devil gets it, but he's way too low, so now Fox is the one who has to chase it, but he's getting chained straight up the ass. And Moose 3 versus 1. And now on the other side of the map, we could have a cap. Will it be Astralis? Does he know can he disc jump up there? No, he tosses it up, and this is awkward. This is an awkward moment. There's some front crash, but not a ton. Here comes Moose though, and that's the 5th cap for Moose's team. Musselin, your favorite to win it, Sin. Looking very sharp.
They're doing pretty well there. That last play, T got kind of caught up in trying to deal with the red flag. So when the flag moved for Moose's team, they couldn't get T onto it immediately, and that let it get home. Kind of tough for them. Hard spot in terms of positioning for T's group on the last run. Try to regain it here. Of course, map 1, so even if they drop this one, they got some time, but Fox just gets murdered there. And that's going to be a return now for Moose and crew. He's trying to toss. He's just going to try to go into the stand with that one. Maybe a little too brave there from Moose, and DDM's not going anywhere, but he did his job. He moved it off the stand. And it's held in field again. So we got a, well, it looks like blue team's also got it pretty well secure. So no danger on either side. DDM coming in, don't know if he was spotted, but he gets slapped on his exit by Jagel, and that one drops down into the waiting hands of Jagel, and there is no remaining grab threat for T's team.
Oh, wow. The chain from Captain T was absurd. He was hitting every single bullet. Daredevil took the disc jump down mid, but just didn't predict that amount of damage coming out of Captain T's chain. If he let it go, if he let it rip, if he tossed it there, I think there would have been a chance to keep that going, but unable to do that. That's something that comes with a lot of experience, right? Knowing exactly the last possible second that you have before you have to throw the flag.
And we'll see if DDM's got it here. He's going to take a little bit of chain gun. Actually, just no damage onto him. Just floating through the air and didn't really take anything. Nobody there to E-grab from Moose's team. So T will claw back to within 1. Strawl is trying to get some clear out, but Lil will be the last bastion on the offensive side, and he does move for the time being. Takes kind of a weird DJ and gets absolutely blown up by T going over the top of that hill. So that's going to come home for Dragon Wins home, and DDM again out. So DDM moving this a little more often than not so far. Kind of a shit toss. Landed a little weird, and another bad pass coming out of T's team. We'll have to see if this one is better, and that one will go straight into the arms of DDM.
Blabla might be newer-ish to the game, but he already knows about the punting mechanic, using integrate effect there to get it off of Fox. But Jagel's here. Does Jagel bounce it into himself? No, Blabla saves it in the last possible second. Jagel almost had that return, and it's going to be a cap. We're going to have this equalized
The enemy
from 3 to
captured
5 to 5 to 5 in just a couple of minutes. And again, I've been so engrossed in the gameplay, I haven't looked at the timer. There's only 1 minute and 15 left, and it's a tied game. We might be going into overtime.
Map 1 of the winners finals. What more could you ask for?
Dude, Captain T's chasing is ridiculous. Every time somebody's in midfield, he just is on their ass immediately. And this is terrible for, let's see, what is their team name? Muslin? Oh no, but the return happens just in the last second. That would have been absolutely terrible to have that cap come in the last minute. Huge moment. Okay. Strahl is scooping the flag out of the back bowl. He's a bit slow though, and I'm expecting T to be on his ass in a few seconds here, and that he is. Moose is there, but not there in a position to do anything with it. So that flag's gonna be returned, and we are going into overtime, Sin. Winners bracket finals.
Overtime.
Let's get hype.
Fox wants it to be a short one. He's out full over mid right now. Some chain gun coming in from Jiggle. A lot of chain all the way down. Burned him all the way from 100 to 0, but Jiggle can't quite ski into it. He did at the end. Nobody in the position to make the return, or sorry, the pass happen for T's team. Now it's kind of sitting down into mid. DDM moving on the other side. So Lel's got a tall task ahead of him. Just kind of floating up into mid, trying to win a chain battle. Him versus a couple, and that's not going to be a fun one to make happen. Knopf kind of trying to DJ back up into mid. Doesn't get the toss off. That's going to float down into a return for sure. Jagel camping on the other side. Heads up play from him. And he tries to get it over towards his team. DDM full health in the Dragon Wind's home base. Now tries to get the toss off towards Blah Blah.
Blabla's
And
in a
Blabla's
very,
in a
very bad
weird
spot.
Kind of just spewed it to the left. He didn't have to pass it just yet. Jagel didn't know where he was, but Jagel versus DDM is going to come out in favor of Jagel, and both flags will go back to their stand.
All right, back into. I mean, you could just pretend this entire map is a one cap map. Whoever gets the first cap here is going to be the winner. Let's see, Moose is the first one in. Is he actually going to go for the grab? He does, but oh, Astralis. A little bit lucky or nicely done. Speaking of lucky, there comes Lel from the front in a good position to pick this up. He's absurdly slow though, so he's going to bide his time and hopefully wait for one of his teammates. Looks like it's going to be Moose. He's going to be trying to connect this flag with Moose in some way. I'm not really sure how this is going to work.
He has actually not been spotted. T and Blah Blah couldn't find him, so Lel played that hill almost perfectly, and he just skis down the back bowl, and he's going to get at least into mid. Probably looks for a pass here over and off. He gets it all the way home, and it could be a cap. Lel completely avoided everyone. Bigger makes the play on the stand to make sure that doesn't come out really embarrassing for T's team, but just nobody had line of sight onto Lel there, and he took it all the way back to the base.
That was big brain play because, I mean, he was like hiding in plain sight, moving straight down the middle of the map, but nobody, including myself, expected that play. I was expecting him to look for a pass off to a teammate, not just to squeeze through all the chaos.
Flag is held in the field for Moose's squad here, so they're all going to be trying to secure this one that's sitting in the back, and Fox is a hero. Dashes right through it. And with 2 minutes to go, we're still waiting. 3 minutes of overtime and no scoring. That's interesting. You'd expect somebody at this point to crack. You know, somebody to get a little too excited. Hasn't happened just yet. T's gonna float down towards this one. Moose doing some damage onto him. And he's gonna get it up into mid at a minimum.
Bigger on the other side of the map has also gotten this all the way home. He does need Blah Blah to come to him because Astralis is looking to put chain gun bullets straight through his skull. Captain T picks it up. Moose is around back. He's pretty low, but the way that he's exited, he's actually completely scot-free. Nobody's chasing this man whatsoever. So if this flag could get returned, it looks like Fox is going to be able to hold this relatively comfortably as well. So it looks like we're heading into a very, very important and very intense standoff with 1 minute left. Uh-oh, Jaggle!
And Jaggle is going to make it shorter than we thought. Again, that last situation, it was T having to pick up the red flag and then having nobody to get on the chase immediately, but he's going to bring it all the way home. Fox, he couldn't quite ski into it. And the return happens for Jaggle. You know, Fox is going to be kicking himself about that one. Just skied barely to the left of it. Astralis, no pass directly in range. That one might just stay oob, and it will. That one's going to go return on its own.
All right, 35 seconds left. What happens if nobody caps? Do we just restart and do a first cap wins kind of situation?
I don't know if that's been listed in the tournament rules, so we'll have to find out. I think Moose probably maybe should have left that one for Astralis. We may not have to wait for it. Lel will drop Fox, and the return will happen, so we will expire. Nobody's going to cap. And I'll be curious to see if they reset or if they just fall back into the, kind of first cap wins on the next map. So a tie on map 1. Look at Captain T. 9,800 points, 17 returns, and 45 kills. Woof.
Dude, Captain T was everywhere in the midfield. We know he's a great chaser. We talked about him being one of the best players in the game, arguably top 3. But it was just kind of sickening to see every time anybody got out with his flag, he was just there every time. I mean, there's one part is hitting the shots, but probably the more important part is positioning. And he just had the positioning on lock every single time. So, I mean, T definitely playing his heart out in that set, in that match. And I think we're going to reset it, and I don't know. I'm not really sure. It can't end in a tie. Best of 3. Can't. Keep playing. I don't know. I feel like it should be a golden cap situation. Yeah, exactly. Liquid Swords. Just whoever caps first wins. I don't know why we wouldn't do that.
And they are going to go into sudden death.
Anytime.
So first cap wins it. I still am unsure, like, why do you even have a tie mechanic? Just overtime should be unlimited. I don't think you should ever in the game in a tie.
I think it's worth mentioning that this is exceedingly rare. Like, this basically never happens.
Yeah,
it's like
5
1 in
minutes of
100.
overtime with nobody capping is pretty rare, but man, seems like they're still figuring things out, or maybe somebody had to take a quick step away.
Great shot.
Yo, thanks for the gifted sub, Hot Rod Appreciate it. Rigged for Jim Christ, though. Truba's asking if we're merging. Does that mean, like, should we merge Meller?
No, he means fucking Farm Merge Valley.
Oh, what is that?
That's a Discord Zynga Facebook mom game that's got him hooked. Oh, what an embarrassing comment from him.
I mean, I was hearing a lot about Roblox gamers, so I don't even know what's going on these days.
Well,
kids.
after Treba's, unfortunate you know, absolute smackdown in the T3 tournament at the hands of T+. His mental kind of cracked, so he's going pro on the Facebook mom games at this point in his short and not so storied career. So it's been tough to watch such a fall from grace for that particular triber. I am getting a request for a shout out. Shout outs to Jim Christ, Hot Rod Ree, and I'm not going to shout out the third requested because they're a Farm Merge Valley gamer.
All right, everybody, it's Golden Cap. The first cap here will win the map. Let's get into it, Sin. This is going to be exciting. I mean, we went 5 minutes of overtime. 5 minutes with no caps on the board. I have a feeling like this will be done in just a few minutes.
I would have loved to see some cheese come out of somebody. You know, maybe like a quick 4-0 or something like that. Maybe something weird to start things off. But it looks like both the teams kind of just starting standard right now. DDM has a chance to return. Nice damage on Knopf. And now it's all up to Bigger to try to keep this out of the hands of Lel and Moose, and he does.
Oh,
So
there's an
chance
armada
here-
crashing onto this flag stand. 3, 4, all crashing straight down mid. All disc jump with half HP. It's going to be a cluster for this flag, but Jagle in a great position returning. He does get the return on the other side. Astralis is moving quickly. Captain T is there, but Lel has full HP. Captain T chained down, but it's going to take him a hot minute to get home. He's disc jumping home. He's going to pass this off to Astralis on the other side. BG is out. BG has 2 chasers. Chain on him left, right, and center, and he's mid-aired by Jagle. Jagle going to be able to return this in just a couple seconds, but both teams returning their flag, and we're back to another neutral position. It's first cap wins.
Could we see an overtime in the overtime, Fish? It's too early to call, of course, but I would love
Overtime at the overtime.
for the most legendary game of
Oh,
Midair to
God.
start right here.
Yeah, I'll take it.
0-0 for 20 minutes.
I will take it. Fox super low. He's got to pass this off any second now. He has to find somebody to pass it to. It's going to be Blaba, but that goes right into the bowl, which basically means it's anyone's game for that flag, and it is, turns out being, let's see, muscles, the muscles, whatever they're called. Sorry.
Muscling down mid.
Muscling, there you go. They are
DDM
muscling down
does need
mid.
to toss this. Goes over to Blah Blah. Lots of red in the area. They need to clean up here. Trying to get the players down. Blah Blah tosses it over towards DDM, who could do it. Again, 1 cap is all they need. We're in an extended overtime, and Knopf with a hero return. Just a sliver left on his health bar, and he makes the most of it.
Talk about a tense game. Golden cap, first cap wins it. All the pressure is on, and both teams are performing. Astralis is moving, but super low. I don't think anyone can pick this up. This has got to be a return from T. T is there on the other side. Fox totally stopped in his tracks. I'm not really sure what happened. He's going to punt it, but Knopf is in the right position. He saw that punt coming. Don't call him Knopf, call him Nostradamus. That sort of worked. Nice.
Moose getting some good damage.
Lel's
Lel
out.
is moving.
This is the best chance we've seen yet, but Bigger grabs it. Chucks it down middle. Fox is there. Lel stops on the outskirts. He's going to have to duel against Captain T. Not the person you want to be dueling against. Look how quickly his HP just drained from 100 to nothing. That chain gun was ridiculous. Now Moose is in a position to try and cap this. No, Blah Blah has it. This is just ridiculous. Sorry, Moose is bringing this home. My bad.
They're
Captain
so
T could get the return.
evenly matched. Fox cannot get to the stand from here. He just tried to toss it over to Blah Blah, but there was 2 people in front of him. Probably should have gone somewhere else with that one. Camp doesn't work out from the other side of the map, and we are approaching 10 minutes of overtime.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, let's give it up to Knopf. He's been playing excellently in these overtimes. But Daredevil's out. Daredevil is completely full. Actually, both teams are out and full. Moose takes a disc, and Moose is a tad slower. It looks like BG's in a position to do some damage. Captain T, of course, is here, letting that chain gun rip. So Moose needs to pass this off. He does. T almost intercepts.
Oh, I don't know what the call was there from DDM. Kind of just threw it to nothing at full health. I hope that is not what costs the game here, but it's looking like it might. There's not going to be anybody in the area. And there it is. Moose takes map 1, and it was a lag out from DDM.
DDM lagged out. Are you
I was really
serious?
wondering what was going on there, because Daredevil kind of just floated in the air for a little while and then just tossed the flag at full health into nothingness. And it ended up being a return. So that is a tough break for T's team.
Hot Rod says
Yeah, I hate
run it
to see
back.
that.
I mean,
That is rough.
welcome to I don't know. Welcome to games that don't have a lot of developer support and a lot of crashes. Sad.
Yeah, that was rough. I think it actually might be DDM's connection. He's been notorious for having a bad bit of internet throughout his time in T3. So that'll go 1-0 in favor of the Musclemen.
Slin down mid, and they sure did. I mean, this is those front crashes were kind of insane with the whole armada of Reds coming straight down mid.
Have to see what they decide on for map 2 here, or if they are still waiting for DDM to get back. I think DDM's skiing around, so maybe just discussing their next bit of mapping to jump into. There's a lot on the line here. You know, it is not an elimination game just yet, but the winner here gets 2 individual best of 3s to claim the tournament. That is a lot of midair that you can kind of strike your way through if you're looking to win this tournament. So you don't want to go down into the losers bracket and have to come back and win 2 in a row. Not that we haven't seen teams do it from other games, but you have to wonder about fatigue becoming a factor here now, Fish. It's been 6 hours worth of a midair tournament so far, and that was just the first game in this best of 3, and we still got at least 1 more to go.
Yep. And I want to get that started. Hopefully we can get things going as soon as possible here. I just realized that this spaceship on Elite, it actually moves. It's actually
The one up in the air.
yeah, I feel like they stole that concept from Tribes 3 where they just put spaceships everywhere for no reason. Or I guess that was in TA as well. Just random Unreal Editor assets just spammed everywhere.
And finally, we will have a match to spectate on Engon Yama.
Thank God.
The Lion King map making an appearance here. So now it is losers bracket vacation on the line for Captain T and crew. So they will have to figure out how to bring this one home.
Great shot. Great shot. Sorry.
Waiting for players to filter in at this point.
All right, first time over to Ingo. Sin, break it down for me. What do you expect to see on Ingo that's different than all of the maps that we've played to date? How does this map play in comparison?
I'm hoping to see something that's different on this map across every other map in the game is the kind of like front backdrop routes. When you're looking at kind of staring at the base from the front, kind of looking at the flag stand, you can fly up from your own base and just slide down this back hill that sits right behind the back of the stand, and it's an instant, like, essentially front to front route. And that's probably the biggest, you know, unique thing on Inganyama. Otherwise, it plays kind of closer to the spammier maps. You can run some big routes, but more often than not, you'll see teams try to run those spammy fronts, kind of run it like a Bryn game. So we'll see Fox out on the first run here, and he's just gonna try to take it all the way in. It's chained out on the way, and Moose just, thank you, sir. I will have that, and he moves all the way out. That is rough. Pass gets over down to Knopf.
Boom. And Lel's there for a regrab. Talk about momentum. In the first minute, there's a cap, and then there's also a regrab, so potentially a second cap could come in here, but Fox, no. Fox is out, 100% HP. Very, very full. It's BG and Captain T trying to get the return on this, but all the spawns are happening. There's a bit of a D up happening as well, so muscling down mid, holds on. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Captain T and Co will be holding up on top of the arch here. It looks like Fox dropping down. Fox is under a lot of pressure, but he's just gonna get some height here, wait for that spawn, and Blah Blah does spawn in a decent position. Fox, interesting that he didn't just go for to toss it. He was trying to go for some sort of sneaky play, but it did not work out whatsoever. Luckily, Captain T is waiting there on the stand to bring this thing home. Captain T will make this all the way home. Camping the flag stand on this map, I feel, is also incredibly potent. It's potent on all maps in Midair too, but this is one where you can really, you know, move that thing even if you don't have a route. Even if you're just walking it, DJing. Speaking of DJing, here comes Captain T. He's gonna try and DJ this in. Jaggle though gets the return.
Bigger trying to camp on the other side. Knopf not quite in a position to hit him, and he kind of just throws it up. Be surprised to see this one not get returned, and Jaggle will oblige. Throw that one back towards the stand.
Got some flag movement down the midfield. Blah Blah is hot on this though. Looks like he should be able to get the return. Yes, he does. All right, let's watch Pat though. Okay, Moose just caught that Blah Blah just respawned, so looked like he was trying to go for a front. It didn't work. Lel also knocked off. Is there a third one coming in? I don't see a third coming in. Daredevil was on a back route. He grabbed that flag in, what was it, 2, 3, maybe 4 seconds after grabbing the flag, and he's already home. So these back routes could be very, very powerful here.
Yep, those back to fronts and the front to fronts that we talked about, they get to stand real quick. Like a lot of red in the area though, and Fox was camping that one, so
Oh,
he's all the way home.
yep.
Takes quite a bit of crater damage though, so he'll toss that over to Blah Blah. And, ooh, emergency now, and Astralis makes the return. So kind of a flub toss is gonna cause the alarms to start going off. You need to get the flag off the stand at this point if you're T's team, and they're all trying to do some damage. Wisely, Moose is holding top rock, and that's going to be a cap.
Talk about patience there. I mean, Knopf tossed the flag to Lel, even though Knopf, he had 3/4, 75% HP. I mean, 75% HP, but he still decided to go for the flag pass instead of dunking it. It ended up being the right play. Almost too cautious, but it was the correct play at the end.
Back to Blah Blah and Fox trying to hold this one. Blah Blah just throws it up onto the top of the rock, and now an E-grab is required for Moose's crew, and that's going to happen courtesy of Astralis, but Bigger's got him on the exit. Jaggle able to make the return, though. Nobody there for the pass on the stand. And I almost feel like there was a player missing, so I wonder if somebody was trying to camp and got cleaned up by Knopf playing home D, but unsure at present. Fox moving again. And DDM trying to clean up some of the chasers, and he's going to draw enough attention at least to pull Jiggle off of Fox long enough to get Fox into the base, but Fox has no pass. Blah Blah was kind of looking over at the exiting Capper, who T had already chained up. And still Bigger out again, so just flags moving all over the place for both of these teams.
Oh, the DJ in made sense if the flag was there, but it was not. Flag couldn't get returned in time for that aggressive DJ from Fox to bring that flag in.
Great shot.
Unfortunate, because that was a cap.
Big swooping back route here from Lel, and he's going to make this one at minimum back to his base. Wisely tosses that over towards Moose. Fox trying to avoid the damage. Looks like he just had mostly a walk there, and Daredevil Moon gets clobbered trying to get through mid. So this has got to be a cap for Moose's team, but everybody K'd out on it.
Yeah.
Nobody returned the red. They thought they had it, and it doesn't end up getting returned, and Fox is going to be able to scoop now. Lel hits him with a midair, but a chance at a cap turns into what is really just a complete misplay for Moose's team, and both flags get returned off the back of it.
Okay. TDM is slow and pretty low, but nobody's really hot on his trail, so he does get this home. Gonna be able to pass it off to Fox now, and if this is returned, Fox is in a position to DJ at home, but no, Jaggle is there. Jaggle sniffed out the DJ. Meanwhile, Bigger was camping the flag stand, so Bigger will move it home. 4 chain guns blasting. I feel like we're in Star Wars with all the lasers zipping by, but Bigger is in a great position to bring this in, although he's got a couple people trying to stop him from entering his flag stand. He's going to pass this off to Blah Blah. Great pass, actually, from Bigger to get that in. And a nice body block from Captain T. Captain T stops the front crash. And I think they have enough time to bring this in.
Yeah, nobody left. Fox was able to take the pass from Blah Blah, and he'll ski straight through the stand. Back to 2-2. Really evenly matched. Even, across maps, these teams have been just kind of trading caps back and forth. Nobody getting a significant advantage either way. Lel might be too far. Just barely gets it back through the oob grid, and he takes Blah Blah out of the play as well. Could have been a return there for T's team, but a nice intercept shot from him. And Bigger's moving on the other side. Tons of speed from him, so you'd be surprised if Jaggle hits this one, but Bigger's giving him an opening. Jaggle didn't hit it, so nothing crazy just yet.
Oh boy, he needs... Okay, Fox is there. It's going to be a bit of a tee up for Blah Blah and co. But they might still lose it. Moose is likely to get this return, and yes, there it is. And I don't see any blue crashing. I think that this could be a cap, although they're really slow. They're really slow to bring it in. Fox does get the crash, and they were looking at the stand, though, so Fox killed, and there's a quick return. Lel collects. Nice stuff by muscling down mid to make that happen. Good defense.
The 1 seed showing why they've been the 1 seed. They're keeping it close. Where it matters, they're able to make it happen so far. You see Jaggle lighten up the scoreboard. It's really good to see out of him. Not a lot of games so far in midair, but he's just gonna keep getting better, keep getting used to it as time moves on.
Astralis got like half body blocked by Blah Blah, but it actually helped him. It angled him home a little bit faster. That actually brought him home extremely quickly. It was almost like
Lel camping. He's probably going to intercept that. Yeah, sometimes the body blocks in this can act just like they do in T3, where they kind of just put you in a better spot. Not my favorite feature, but
What do you do?
Okay, Lel's cooking. Let this man cook. He's out. 55 HP though. Needs to look for a pass. Doesn't have anybody in his sights. Noff was probably chasing a little bit too much or something. I'm not sure, but he's actually manages to get it. I thought that was easy return. Noff wasn't
Landed
there
on
for-
the side of the rock, and Noff spawned directly above it, so he had a disc straight to it, basically on spawn. And that kept it alive. Got a little bit of an inflow spawn there.
Oh, we got to see a little use of the beacon stop. That's like the first or second beacon stop I've seen all tournament. Well, using it to bounce himself up and stay off the ground, where obviously when you're on the ground, you're a bit more vulnerable to the splash damage from discs. So Lel uses that beacon stop to keep himself just a little bit safer, but Moose doesn't let the toss rip. Noff is there, but is it enough? It is not.
No, Captain T holding. This is not where you want Captain T to be if you're on blue team. Although it gets just away from Astralis. T still having to play the red flag though. You're losing so much value not having T just free to chase the flag, and he takes one to the head from Jagel there, so it could be a little bit scary. They've just elected to switch T and blah blah on this run just because of how the flag passing worked out. But you really want T on the returning side of the map. You don't prefer him to be the holder. You want his skill set to be fully utilized, always trying to bring the flag home.
Once again, I want to call out Noff and Lel. Their synergy on standoffs has been superb. I think both of them have a lot of experience in the home D position, and I think that's really showing here. Noff playing in this back position, blah blah. I don't know if you knew blah blah was coming from this angle. Noff is actually totally screwed. Just caster curse, as always. Here comes Fox, gonna try and drop directly onto his flag, and he does it! Even though there was a couple of reds right there.
It's a slam dunk, and then Bigger's out on that kind of like backslide dropping route. Flag goes a little bit over blah blah though. Lel has a chance to bring it back. A lot of crash now coming in. Tons of red chevrons in the area.
Tons of red, but they're dropping like flies. They're melting. Jagel full HP though.
And Fox just has to throw it at T, who's got both flags right in his lap. And he's trying to get it back towards the base now, but it goes into the hands of Lel. Tough spot if you're T. Having a timed return and then the enemy flag shows up in your house. That's a weird place to be in. Jiggle has this one
Looking
timed
good.
now. Astralis can just float that one in.
The enemy captured your flag.
And Muslin down mid answers back.
Somehow Fox completely undetected there. And is this gonna be just the quickest cap out of nowhere? Just instant reply?
Your flag.
I mean, it wasn't even like a sneaky weird play. He just did it. I don't know. I guess in between respawns or something. But Fox again, is he gonna reply again? Oh no, nice stuff by Moose, knocking Daredevil off with the disc and landing directly on the flag. I think Fox is really starting to come alive here for his team. Trying to clear this as best as he can for Daredevil. In comes Daredevil, but Jagel and Noff are still up. Where is the third capper? Wait, Daredevil's just out. He's full. He's 100%. That's a back cap, and he's going to be home with this. This is the equalizing cap.
The enemy captured your flag.
His back caps. They are so fast to get home on Ingo.
Truly. And once again, Fox is home. They've really turned it on with this offense.
Gonna get there, but he's got a lot of people waiting for him. And he just kind of throws it to a spot where he hopes he's going to spawn. Blah Blah spawns on top and is able to knock it away from the incoming players. Return happens, but Lel is there for the camp. And it's going to go back into standoff mode. Although T was waiting behind him. Knopf didn't see him. So T has a shot at the return. Didn't quite get there, but DDM has the spam and he makes the return. And this could be a cap for Fox. He stayed all the way on the other side of the map, just waiting for the camp to come to him, knocked away the home D from the pass, and it turned into DDM's return and a cap for Fox.
Cap for Fox indeed, and a total reversal of fortune here for Captain T's team. Muscling down mid had a decisive advantage, and it has been erased. And now Fox and Captain T and co are making some magic happen, and man, they're just out every time their offense is clicking into high gear here, especially on Ingo. You know, this is a very offensive heavy map. You expect to get out with most of the time. You know, even getting a single full stop can feel like, you know, a moral victory as a defense on this map. But it's really favoring Captain T and Fox in these last couple of minutes here.
And Fox is going to have this return. So he's going to put that one back to the stand. Blah Blah needs a pass immediately. Just barely gets it up towards Bigger. Astralis in a nice spot to make an E-grab. He'll take that one out to the outer edges of the map. T will have some chain gun into him, but you'd expect that pass to get over and off, and it does. And Fox is actually the one in trouble now. So this could be the evening cap. I'll have to see if Moon can get through the stand, and he missed the grab!
He misses.
Oh, tragedy for DDM. He just couldn't quite figure out the angle.
It can be tricky. It's not as easy as it looks to hit those, hit the terrain just right when you're coming from a weird angle. Not as easy as it looks.
And that's the, you know, just the experience factor. If you haven't played a whole lot, and you don't know the exact angle on that backslide from Ingo, it turns into a situation like that, and that will be the equalizer for Moose's squad. Jiggle on a backdrop on the other side. He had it figured out, although T is right on him. He is stuck to him like glue through mid, chains him out, grabs the return.
Great shot.
Blah Blah is all the way in the corner of the map, though, so you need to get a couple of stops at minimum if you are T's defense. And actually, nobody here. Just only Moose, and he got cleaned up right away. The rest of the crash just was non-existent for muscling down mid.
Are we headed to another overtime? It seems quite possible at this point.
We could see it. Lel not able to touch that one. Moose kind of just pulling off, so Astralis will be the last hope of the grab for the Moose squad. And he gets body blocked on the exit by Blah Blah. Heads up play from Blah Blah to just drop right in his face. Now Moose is just going to try to walk this one through mid. Blah Blah and T are all over it. Lel's going down there as well, but he's going to get slapped away from it. And with 2.5 minutes to go, one cap wins it for Captain T, and one cap would equalize for Moose and friends, but nothing happening just yet for Moose. Fox is going to probably be able to toss this one over to a pass. There's a lot of players in between. Kind of lands in a spot where people might spawn. Bigger gets one out of the way, but Jagel able to make the return. A DDM camping. No home D there from the team on Moose's side. DDM's going to throw it towards the stand. Goes into Captain T, and that's the cap. And there is the strength of the camp.
Your team won the
Absolutely.
match.
Daredevil really proving his worth in that match. He had a couple of back routes where he was home with that flag in, I don't know, under 4 seconds. Does that sound about right? Maybe even less. And I mean, several of those caps came from, I mean, Fox also, of course, turned it up. But Daredevil really making an impact on that match, especially with the camp at the end. Very clutch stuff.
Solid play from DDM, who, again, he's just one of those players that's going to keep improving over the course of the tournament. Not a lot of hours in midair, and a long stint like this, you can really kind of fall into your groove, get rid of some of the habits that T3 might have created. So we'll go to a map 3 in the winners bracket final.
Damn, what a set we're witnessing here. If you're just joining us, welcome. We're casting the Midair 2 draft tournament. We got 12 teams participating here. Always love a draft tournament. There's always storylines. There's always awesome matches. You never know what's going to happen. And there's a lot of new blood. I mean, there's a lot of new folks participating in this event. Jagel, relatively new from T3. Astralis, extremely new to the game, also from the T3 scene, formerly a T2 player. And we've talked a lot about Blah Blah as well, who comes from Legions. And I think he has a bit more of a background in Midair too. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, Blah Blah's
Yeah.
he's been playing around the same time as Jik. So when Jik kind of picked things up earlier this year, Blah Blah kind of also rolled into it. A little bit later than Jik, but he jumped in there. So at least 4 players that don't have a lot of game time in the winners bracket final.
Yeah, and of course Daredevil, who we talked up quite a bit in that last match. But let's go, Game 3, winners bracket finals. Chat, you're kind of dead right now. I want to see some hype. Let's get hype for this fantastic set casted by myself and Sin. Thank you so much for being my co-host here, Sin. It's been a lot of fun so far, especially this match. Super insane match. Let's get hype. Come on, let's hear it. Who do you think is going to take it? Is it going to be is it going to be Moose's team muscling down mid, or Dragon wins
Vote initiated.
led by Captain T? Who do you think is going to win it?
I thought they were going to play on Bryn here, and I was having flashbacks to our casting of the Captain T offense on Bryn in the group stage, but they will move to Exhumed. A really wide, kind of a just. This is a capper's map, in my opinion. There is a lot of kind of back over the shoulder routes that have some serious speed to them, and I don't know. I this is one of the less popular maps as well. So if we don't have routes coming out from T's team, this could be a little bit tough. Lel will move the flag here for sure. Lel is gonna get out, in my opinion. He's definitely got the routes on Exhumed to move the flag, and if DDM doesn't know him here, it could be tough. You can see I'm watching DDM right now. He's just out in the very corner of the map, actually riding the oob, trying to drop down into something, and that didn't look very promising. He just kind of hit the ground and K'd out. So I hope it looks a little better than that for DDM on the offensive side of the flag.
Chat, I'm just gonna read what chat is predicting for this. Team Noflel, Connor thinks he's gonna take the win.
The enemy captured your flag.
Audible says Nof and Lel playing real good, but T is a force of nature. Very true. Moose team skills says Moose team strong on Exhumed. I think they pull it off. Audible says Jagel's looking real nice. Zerker says Exhume is advantage for Moose IMO. Nof toggles his chain here, says Connor. Okay.
Well, here we go. 20 minutes on the clock and a ticket to the grand finals is on the line. You can see Lel coming through mid. I'm surprised to see Lel doing the clearing and not some routing. He just gets deleted. No chance of him doing any damage there. And Moose kind of pulled off from it. Astralis just trying to DJ up mid. Heads up play from him, and this is going to move, actually. This is going to go over to Lel. So good, nice shot from Lel as well. Just takes out one of his potential killers in the mid. But it won't go anywhere. He was going the wrong direction the whole way. And we'll go back to standard defense.
I think Moose maybe, I don't know if he's had a chance to play this map yet today or not, but his route had a couple of issues in it. I was watching his route off the get-go. I'm sure it'll come back to him in due time. And here we can see return. Captain T does return it. Blah Blah knocked off the flag stand though. Astralis is there. Vox will knock it away, but he doesn't knock it away in the right way. He actually knocks it straight towards the enemy, and Lel is going to oob this unless they can bounce this back in, but the flag is oobed. It will be returned, and Bigger is coming in. Maybe Lel, you should have kept it, but no. Moose is out, but very, very low, and both flags will be returned, 0-0.
The crashing on Exhumed is tough to beat. You know, you got to play essentially the back of the peak of the pyramid if you want to avoid any of the crash. And you know, you can try to play the tunnel. I don't recommend it. Just lots of DJ down front capability on Exhumed. T's still just holding this one in the field. Moose trying to force him off of it, but Strawless can actually pick it up for now, and he has a DJ if he wants it out mid. He takes it a little late, but he's gonna get it all the way back. Drop it into the hands of Lel, who might just ski into the flag here, and he does.
The enemy captured.
Nice little alley-oop there from Astralis over to Lel for the first cap of Exhumed.
Good return by Jaggle to set that up, and then nice little alley-oop as well. Bigger likely to just oop this. Yep. Bigger will be resetting here, but one of the defense... Okay, Jaggle was off the stand, but he's back. Fox nonetheless goes for the first cowboy grab in and out. Fox is making it all the way home. Despite taking a lot of damage on the stand, he's all the way home in a perfectly timed return by Captain T. That's going to be equalizer here.
That was really close for T. He almost did not have the timing on that. He was dropping straight into it to try to make it happen, and he just barely landed in time. 2 full health players now for Moose sitting on T's stand, and that's going to let Moose get out with it. Kind of an awkward DJ. Didn't take as much, give him as much speed as he would have liked to see, but we're going to enter standoff, it looks like.
Under an incredible amount of tension and pressure, and Blobble actually misses the flag grab. Pat, aka Moose, is out with it, but T gets the mid-air return, so nice stuff. Ruffle how.
Moose tried to throw that, and he got mid-aired after he threw it, and that slowed the flag down enough to go back into him when he respawned.
Wow.
Tough break there for Moose, but he will not make the same mistake this time. He is out real fast, already across mid. Did a little bit of jousting with Fox, but neither one of them will hit the shot. And we'll go back into standoff. So both teams moving the flag pretty well here. Nobody having trouble getting out just yet, and that's kind of seeming to be the theme, is the offenses are starting to, as we get later in the tournament at least, the offenses definitely have the ability to move the flag. They're not, you know, we saw a couple of group stage games where teams just did not move the flag whatsoever. And you can see the teams that have really got an offense that is competent, able to make it later here. And just a crazy difference from what we saw originally as Fox gets domed, and this is going to be probably another cap for Moose. 2-1 for them, but just a complete turnaround.
I've already done it like 3 times, but I'm still gonna keep calling out Noth and Lel. Their synergy has just been on point.
Really interesting to me for Noth as well. Traditionally known as a chase player, not known as a home D. So, you know, he's been playing a lot of home D in pugs leading up to the tournament, and definitely been holding his own here. Had the walk grab that ended the game last game, but you can't be perfect. Just unfortunate that that's the one it happened to be. Gonna hold this one in the field. Actually returns it. Ooh, and a nice shot from Jaggle. Bigger might have had a chance of just being out with that one, but Jaggle with a shot from almost directly under keeps that from happening. Fox gets bumped into the tunnels inside the pyramid, so he'll try to key down through mid, and Jaggle actually lost sight of him for a second there, and Fox passes over to Bigger, so they have a chance to move this home on what really should have been a stop for Moose's team.
Big return. This is looking likely to be a cap. Daredevil's the only one here to do anything about it, and he cannot.
Yeah, and you saw the inexperience there for Daredevil. He knew that he was in the pyramid, but he was just trying to make the grab. You really want to drop a hand grenade in front of that tunnel and then a disc after it. You want to try to knock them away. You can pretty easily knock players off their course in this game, but just a little bit of the, you know, haven't played the game enough. DDM coming out right there.
Daredevil, he's going to be known for his back routes, not just in Types 3, but in Midair as well at this rate. Running another effective back route here on Exhumed. He's great clearing by his teammates as well. Getting that flag stand very clear, very distracted. And, you know, what's really interesting is usually in Midair, whoever takes the flag home will be the one to hold it in standoffs. But we've seen in this tournament in particular, a whole bunch of teams just deciding these are the people who do the standoff. So even if another person brings home the flag, I'm going to pass it off. And that's exactly what's happening with Lel and Noff on one side of the stand. And they're not the only team that's been doing that. We've been seeing that quite a bit.
It's a strategy that works really well. If you have some players that just are not comfortable playing standoff defense, switching things up and having a dedicated duo, and also letting that duo kind of build synergy throughout the tournament. You get a couple of benefits from doing that. Jiggle's gonna hold this one in the field. Approaching the halfway point. Maybe Bigger will be out with that one, and he's on a back to front. Pretty slow one, but he'll still make it. Kind of looking for Fox on the pass here, but Red is all over the blue stand at the moment. And Moose is just gonna walk that one right down Main Street, all the way back to his base. T on top of him, but he'll get the toss over towards Lel. Lel actually had a little bit of trouble on the handling for the pass there, and Bigger just skis right up through it. Other side, they've been cleaned up, and that's going to be 2 caps on the board now for Captain T.
Captain T, once again, really just incredible amounts of work to keep his team in this one, doing everything he can. I feel like this is on this map, it's a bit harder to chase when people are out. It's not as viable to chase, unlike, you know, a map like Elite, where he's getting a good chase every single time. There's a lot more back caps that are viable on this one. You don't really ever see back caps on Elite, and I wonder if that, you know, is going to come into play here. Get a little of the Jaggle POV here. Okay, just went for it. All right. Jaggle playing Chase D, it looks like, for his team. And Daredevil's bringing this all the way home. Moose is there for a great E-grab, very important E-grab for his team. Jaggle mid-aired, straight out of the air. Daredevil trying to bide his time, but he's just going for it. And there you go. That's another play that it's, with more experience, you probably don't go for that, right, Sam?
I think probably not, and that turns into a return for Moose and Co. But Bigger just on a camp. He's just gone again. So didn't have the presence on stand on Moose's side. But no harm, no foul. Everybody's back in their own base. Bigger dropping with that one, and the return comes home. Astralis able to make the return on the other side. T with full health. He's going to make this at least into mid, but lots of chain gun headed his way, and he's not going to get it over the mid hill. So Lel now might just drop onto the stand. Tries to toss it over to Noff. I think that was probably actually the right play after I saw the positioning of the players coming from down mid there.
I think BG would have beat him to it. Right play. Passing it all the way back, but this is probably almost for sure going to be a return. There's 4 blue over here. Why are there 4 blue over here? You know what that means? That means somebody's free to camp the stand, and that's going to be Moose making his way across mid, passing this thing into Noff. So Noff is going to be holding this. Let's watch the Captain T side defense. Oh, and a quick return by Lel. Big play by Lel to get the kill and the return, but Blabla's on the stand. Blabla's moving straight down mid. He's low, so he does need somebody to pass this off to. It's going to be Fox, it looks like. But Fox is in a bad position. Going to take a whole lot of damage. All right, Fox is desperate to grab this flag. Lel dropping on it. Blabla looking to keep things alive. And they're actually out fragging. Lel's just one hit, so Lel gets taken out. And despite that being a bit scrappy, they did the damage, they got the kills, and they're going to hold on to this flag.
It's starting to feel like both these stands are just permanently camped. Like,
Yeah.
every time a return happens, it's like an instant, like just instantly it's off the stand again. You see, and here, both flags are just moving again. There is no consistency of flag on the stand. Maybe Moose holds this one off for the time being, and you can see Fox actually was trying to look for some damage into the carrier there. Bigger coming through mid. He's going to move this one for a little while, but I expect him to go down. He's kind of in a tough spot. He could actually kill Jiggle here. If he whips out the chain gun, he could make the kill onto Jiggle happen, and T will actually do it for him as he crosses mid. So Bigger's going to get all the way home. No pass there just yet for T's team, and Lel's going to make them pay for it. It's been a couple of times now where we have cappers getting home for T, and there's just nobody home.
Fox will oob this. Okay, 7 minutes left. 2 halves. What are you watching in these last 7 minutes, Sin? What do we need to see out of Captain T's team? Who's the key playmaker here?
I mean, we gotta keep the stand a little cleaner. I think the just kind of rotating grabs is hurting them really bad. I think, you know, Blah Blah's gotta stick to the stand a little more. I don't know if they've decided that just double chase and let the flag go, but I think you really need to make sure that you've got your stand locked up. I don't want to see those walks just straight down mid immediately every time a return comes home. It just takes your team so, like, out of whack.
Yeah, it puts you in those more chaotic situations. There's set plays and tribes, and then there's these standoff, like, chaos situations. And it does feel like Moon and Co are driving more in the standoffs.
Astralis with a huge midair there onto DDM. We'll see if it ends up paying off. Pass over, and a nice E-grab there from the home D. Knopf moving that one away from the stand. Let's see, I only see 4 players from blue at the moment, and actually Bigger has now respawned, so they are committing everybody to this. Jiggle gets the midair though, and the return!
Oh, okay. Both sides returned. Huge return from Jiggle, though. Against, what was it, 3 people? Jiggle just sneaks in the middle.
Really gotta see the pass happen there, and Jiggle just takes advantage of a low health player. And it's not like they're having trouble moving the flag. Like, you see Bigger coming over mid here. He's gonna drop the pass down toward T, who's not your optimal flag holder. I think Blah Blah might have been able to stay on stand a little longer there. Maybe let that come to him. And now this is one of those situations where you've got to convert a straight to stand pass. Really ballsy there from Blah Blah. That could have gone wrong a number of ways, but again, this has ended up with T holding the flag, and that's going to result in no chase for Dragon Wins home. And that's the situations that really hurt T's team. I think the worst situation that you can end up in, specifically for Captain T, is him holding the flag. It's just so hard because he is the pinnacle of chasing in midair, and you really want him all over the flag at all times. Astrala's going to try to knock Fox off here, but they'll bring it within 1.
Damn. Okay, 1 cap game. This series has been nail-biting from start to finish. I can't wait to see how this ends with Lel moving the flag once again. Lel has been an excellent player for his team. Numerous occasions being the clutch maker. Lel gonna pick up the flag that he brought home, and Deeks jump in. Yes, he does. Passing it off to Moose. Moose could just jump in as well. Opts not to. He's actually getting mid-aired away. Fox almost gets the return, but Daredevil should be able to. Daredevil does. It's just a 1 cap game, Sin, with 4 minutes left. I love midair. Let's go.
It's been exciting. 3rd map here. Of course, the team that loses down into the loser's bracket. You really prefer to stay on top in the grand final. Give yourself 2 whole best of 3s to take home the imaginary trophy.
Nice little pass off from Fox to Bigger. Kind of surprised Bigger didn't decide to disc jump there, but Fox, oh no, Moose intercepts. Really great game sense from Moose to position
But there's the
himself
camp. Again, it's just
Uh-oh.
the camp the whole game. DDM's kind of wiggling back and forth, and the pass is short. You do not want the passes on Exhumed to go short. You want them to go long, if anywhere. That front bowl is a tough spot to sit in. Lel's going to move it at full health. And Blah Blah will play the standoff with Bigger. It looks like they're electing to have play back here. Lel's just taking his time. He is taking the scenic route home. Blah Blah's trying to get a pass. Doesn't look like Bigger had spawned yet. So Bigger on the back of a respawn didn't give Blah Blah enough time. And that's going to result in a return. DDM has a good shot at this. It's sitting under the front wings. That's so hard to get to if you're spawning on Exhumed. T out actually with an E-grab.
He was just on a route, I guess? Like, I don't know.
He was on a front crash into a backside
I see.
return, so he was able to move it home there. Jagel will put that one back onto the stand. Again, just every time it gets returned for Moose's team at this point, it is just out again on a camp. DDM's home should have been Fox with a DJ up towards it, and it's all going to be up to Jagel here to make the return happen, and he does. Oh, that one's going really close to the stands. And now it's panic mode for Captain T and crew. He needs to get there in time, but the toss is wild from Knopf. Goes over the top of Lel. Luckily stops on the rock there. Could have been almost an easy return for somebody coming in. DDM gets cleaned up on the other side, and that one's going to come home. So now Lel floating above the stand. They got to get it off, and they will not.
All right, your magic rule, 2 caps differentiate these teams. Less than 2 minutes on the scoreboard. The pressure is on to the nth degree. It's ridiculous. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what I'm saying.
You gotta hope that T can figure something out here. DDM coming through, and if they put this one home immediately, it could give them a chance, but Moose is already out all the way home. Gonna throw that one over to Lel, and if I was Moose's team, I might do a little bit of D up here. I might just kind of keep everybody on the flag, but Astralis might not even need the help. He just solo returns. And that is misery if you are Captain T. That is just so hard to stomach that on that team. They get another walkout at least. But you need a cap right here. You don't need continuous walks. You need a cap, and then you need to focus on moving the flag again, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Blah Blah just trying to throw it towards the spawn. DDM spawned on the other side. That's going to be a return for Jagel. And with 30 seconds to go, I am ready to call this one. This is going to be Moose moving on to the grand final.
Comes the nail in the coffin. There it is.
And there it is. That's a tough break for T's team. You know, the solo return, that just hurts so much. Astralis able to make a huge play at the end, and really the backbreaker for Captain T in terms of the winner's bracket final. Of course, they're not out of things.
Nope.
As time expires, they are going to have another shot
Good game. Good game.
at a best of 3 down in the losers bracket.
Your team won the match.
And I don't think that losers semifinal, or sort of final, first final, I guess, has been called just yet. So that would be Rex and Frost still battling things out down there. But Moose, the number 1 seed, yet to drop a series, and they will move into the top of the winners bracket. So that is going to give them a best of 3, and then if they lose that first best of 3, another one.
Yep,
So
absolutely.
the dream scenario for them.
Rex and Frost are in OT right now. Lunacy is letting us know. Let's see if we can find that. Let's get into this game.
I see people connecting. I think it must have just ended.
Ah, yes, it must have just ended.
So it swapped servers. And Luna just pinged with a code, but I think it must have just ended. I wonder if that was map 2 or map 3.
We have the
I don't
enemy
see any
flag.
score reports.
Rex1, Avisk says. Fish
Rex
is
one,
very, very
okay.
quiet in the mix. Why does no one tell me this
You're
until
not-
5 hours into the cast, if that's true? Hopefully that's not totally the case. Thanks for letting me know, people.
I just unmuted the stream for a little bit. You didn't seem that crazy quiet to me, but
Yeah.
I feel like we would have
Gotten
had
quieter
more.
over time. Okay. Maybe my mic moved further from
Maybe
my
you
face or
leaned
something.
back.
Yeah. Ooh, it
And
is.
Rex did complete the W over the top of Frost. So Rex having a tough go, getting bounced down into the losers bracket. Not as soon as you could, but pretty quickly down into losers bracket in round 2, and so far they have scraped it all the way through to losers bracket final. So they will now play Captain T, who we just saw drop a game to Moose and Co, and they will play for the chance to get into the final. So something that could be pretty big here, Fish, is Moose now has an entire best of 3 worth of time for his team to take a rest, take a break. They can go stretch, get some food, anything like that. And they are going to be well rested coming into the second game. Some people think that is a nerf, actually, to kind of get out of your flow state. And I think that is not a nerf. I think having a break, kind of letting yourself reset a little bit. If you're up too high or down too low off of any particular plays, I think it's good to be able to eat, kind of hydrate, and they can also watch what the teams are doing. They can just
True.
sit back and view what's happening between those two teams. So they're going to have the opportunity here to kind of do a little bit of strategizing, and they're going to have a little bit of time to just prepare for what could be 2 best of 3s, but in their minds they're hoping to win it in 1.
Absolutely. And just if you're not familiar with how a double elimination bracket works, I'm sure most people are, but the team coming up from the losers bracket here, whoever wins this match here, losers round 5, which is the losers finals, will go up to go to the grand finals. And then, yeah, as Sin said, they will have to quote unquote reset the bracket, which means they have to win 2 best of 3s consecutively to win the grand finals. Meanwhile, Musselin down mid only has to win 1. So that's just how it goes with the double elim brackets. Usually we do single, I believe. I think that's typically how we've done these draft tournaments in the past. But this format's working out great. So we're getting some good games. Although I would not be surprised if Dragon wins home, ends up coming back up into the grand finals again, which would mean that'll be the 3rd time that they play against Muscle and down mid.
That would be a pretty good storyline to give them another shot at things. So we'll have to see here. Just kind of waiting for the teams to get fired up, and I am actually going to take a quick break before we get into the next one. I need to get some food in me.
Go for it. Okay. Thanks for the feedback on the audio. I'm fully boosted on my mic, so I might have to just bring Sin down a teeny bit, which I can do. That's very doable. want to bring them down by like 15% on Discord and see how that sounds. All right, we're heading into the loser bracket finals. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Really appreciate it. My name is Fishdix and I'm joined by Sin throughout the day. We've been casting since 9 in the morning. It is currently 4 p.m. That is a lot of casting. We're at 7 hours at this point. And plenty more to go. Well, I shouldn't say too much more. My voice is starting to feel it. I'm not gonna lie. Project Ben, project better. Come on. But yeah, the grand finals are coming up here pretty soon. Just one more match until the grands. So really, essentially 2 matches left. That grand finals could end up being a doubleheader. We'll find out soon.
We have the enemy flag.
All right, we are currently sitting at 60 viewers on Twitch. Shout outs to all 60 of you for tuning in. Midair is a great game. It's I always enjoy casting. Honestly, as soon as I signed up to cast and told Ecstasy I would run the main stream and cast, I started to instantly get a ton of FOMO. Because I really enjoy playing in these things too. As much as I like casting, playing has been a blast. I've really been enjoying Midair 2 lately. You know, it's funny, they've been patching and updating the game pretty regularly. I mean, at least compared to Tribes 3, which has not been doing much at all. So, indie dev, tiny little indie dev is, they've created a really great game, really special game. You can tell with the way that people play, and I don't know, just the level of skill expression is pretty amazing. So thank you all for tuning in, and we'll be jumping into this game very soon. Rex's Ragers made it all the way to the grand final, or the finals of the losers bracket. And it's going to be Dragon home wins, or Dragon wins home on the other end. Loser is knocked out. Winner goes to the grand finals. Looks like we're gonna have another match on Ingoyama. I'm down for that. I'm down. Oh, everyone's disconnecting.
The enemy captured your flag.
Wow, JP out. Yeah, JP got knocked out. What was it, 2 rounds ago? Frost's team, I think, did not start out too strong in the group stages, but JP's team got knocked out pretty early. Actually, like a bunch of rounds ago.
JP made his exit in losers round 1.
Yeah, losers round 1. That's pretty fast. And Sin, what did you get for a snack, sir?
Barbecue chicken pizza.
Nice.
Reheated, but, you know, still good.
Are you a microwave guy or a cold pizza guy?
Absolutely. Microwave guy. If you consider yourself too good to throw your pizza in the microwave and think that it's just better out of an oven, I don't know what to tell you. I got words for you, but not on a tried pizza.
Good game.
I'm actually, there's a third option, which is throw it on a pan. That's actually usually my move. Throw that shit
I
on a
wanna make-
pan. It takes about the same amount of time as a microwave. Get it all crispy.
I don't want to make the dishes for myself, though.
Fair.
Use a pan for pizza? I don't know.
All right, here we go. I'm going to change the overlays. So take us away, Sin. Or actually, you're
Alrighty.
eating pizza.
I can-
Sorry.
I can multitask here.
Yeah.
So just to remind everybody, we are sitting in the losers bracket final. So this is going to be Rex's Ragers against Dragon Wind's home. Of course, #1 seed made it all the way into the grand finals without losing a match. So these two teams fighting for the opportunity to go up there and kind of slug things out with Muscling down mid, Moose and crew. About to fire things up. The first map of the losers bracket final gonna sit on Inganyama. That one.
Oh, that dingo.
It's been starting to be popular this tourney.
I guess so. Still haven't seen Menorah a single time. Okay, could be our first cap here. Captain T is the big blocker in the way of Inzi, who wanted to come straight on into his flag stand. Captain T said, no sir. Inzi's gonna pass it down to Rex. Rex now holding it. He kills Fox, but BG's there for the quick regrab. So again, we're in a situation where there seems to always be somebody on the stand. I don't know how you need to alter your gameplay, or if that's just how Midair works these days, but somebody always seems to be there. I don't know if Inzi is usually, is he always a capper?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Nice amount of damage Captain T just output there. Pixel is going to die momentarily. He does get the flag toss off, so that's going to make it all the way to Rex. It's going to be a cluster though. Captain T doing incredible amounts of damage, still alive, and there's the return. It's coming in. And Fox is in a position, he can grab this and disc jump this home if he's able to grab it. But he's too busy dueling Inzi. So he needs a friend to come grab this. Daredevil is his friend, and he's coming to grab it, but very, very slowly. BG now tosses it up. Fox, once again, could have grabbed it and disc jumped, but he just wants to do all the fragging. Not able to frag Rex, though. Rex gets the return, still 0-0.
See Pixel out. Kind of taking advantage of the chaos back to that standoff.
By the way, everyone, how's the audio sounding? Sin actually sounds quiet to me now, so I'm going to bump him up a tiny, tiny bit. I'll just keep tweaking this. Let me know. Okay, Pixel just jumping up, but he gets mid-aired, mid on his way up, taken out. And we could see a cap here, though. Fox is coming in. It's all DL or nothing. DL is able to get it up and punt it out, buying his team plenty of time. And actually, Rex is going to grab this in the midfield, pitch jumping all the way home. He'll look for a toss. It's going to be Ace. I'm going to go with Ace. And Ace has the flag now. So it'll be Ace and Rex holding it here. Daredevil in a position to try and stop Ace, but Ace is dropping right on it. Daredevil doesn't get the midair, but he does get a little bit of a cheeky grab of the flag, bringing this home. Bigger in a position to keep this going. Blah Blah here as well. Might be Bigger and Blah Blah holding this at home, but Pixel's right on Bigger's tail. Bigger still full HP, but he's going to start. This is not going to be the case very long here. He's going to pass it off to Blah Blah. Blah Blah now in a terrible position. Got a DJ up. I like that DJ to just get out of that dicey situation and pass it off to the other side of the stand. But Incy in a position to now get it, do a D grab. So, you know, the gives and takes of playing home D. Okay, my mic is still quiet, okay? I will keep adjusting. I don't know what's going on with my Streamlabs, but it's like getting really chunky and slow and unresponsive. I feel like it's gonna die shortly, but we'll see. How do I sound now in comparison to everything? Any better? Yeah, I am turning the game down slightly. Yeah. Okay. All right, cool. We're Gucci.
All right, I have returned from my foraging. I
Nice.
should be fully able to get back in the action. Pretty low scoring. 1 cap in 5 minutes. This is a stark difference from what we were casting earlier. You know, teams getting up to 6, 7 caps pretty rapidly. But T's team, their offense still just moving the flag all the time. There's what an improvement, honestly, over the first round that we watched. They figured something out. Or maybe just woke up. Maybe it was a little too early in the morning for a couple of their West Coast guys. Blabla gonna go down with this one, just throws it right into the hands of DL, who thanks him, maybe even offered him a tip on the way out there. Teal make that E-grab, bounce down into mid, and Bigger has a chance at a DJ up for that. He needs Blah Blah yesterday, but Blah Blah is just now spawning. What a spawn, though! Oh my goodness. Excellent place. That is an Implo spawn, if I have ever seen one. Bigger just kind of spewing it and heading right for him.
Very nice spawn, but Blah Blah in a very, very bad position. This has to be a return. There's blue all over it. Let's swap on over to the other side, but it's a return for both sides at the exact same time. The tribe special. DL and Rex on D. That's just a scary, scary defense here for Rex's team. Very, very scary.
It's a tough nut to crack. Two of a couple of the top D players, but they just left it in the field a little too long, and Fox will gladly scoop that one, and now it's all up to Ins. He's going to have to make this grab happen. He will not get there in time. Ace, though, just barely gets it into maybe a quarter mid. Blah Blah will DJ out to that one, and they're going to be calling for the timing here. Fox drops onto the stand, but Blah Blah didn't have it in time. The mistimed coordination there, and Blah Blah just couldn't put it back in time for Fox to drop into it. Now In's going across the side of the map. Blah Blah hot on his tail. A lot of red here, so this should be a return for Captain T and crew, but they're getting cleaned up. Rex has got out the mop, but he gets mopped up. Ace gonna go down very shortly to Captain T. Actually stays alive. The red flag sitting in the field, and the return comes home. DL makes the return. Nightmares.
Your flag.
Oh, flashes of a couple of games ago. What should have been a return for Dragon wins home turns just into a free cap for Rex's Ragers.
Fox getting there a little bit too early for his friendlies. And this is kind of a discombobulated offense here. Daredevil not going to make it happen, but Fox is on a quick front, and he'll make something of this. I don't think this gets over midfield, though, so it's going to land right on the midfield rock. Captain T came out to it. Even though he's playing Chase D, he's like, you know what? I'm going to make the move. I'm going to make the executive decision. I am the owner of this team, after all. Inzi, though, making his way along the side of the map. Goes right over DL's head, but he picks up his own toss, and this isn't going to go straight into the flag stand. Rex just, oh man, that could have been a cap if things went a little bit differently. Rex now is holding the flag on top of the arch, and I think they're timing this up. Rex dropping straight onto it, and now 3-0. I felt like, honestly, just after watching both of these teams play, Captain T's team definitely was my favorite, but Rex looking really, really strong halfway through the map.
You gotta wonder if this is the strongest defensive duo that T and crew have seen throughout the tournament. I can't think of one that, at least on paper, is scarier than Rex and DL. That's a tough one to look at.
Yeah, I think that's right. Pixel panicking a little bit, but Inzi is there. Full HP. Now he's not. Passing it straight up. Fox, once again, he knows all the nooks and crannies in this oddly shapen arch. Utilizing that to his advantage. Pixel, though, nicely timed front crash. And he'll make it out to the side, but not for too long. Very, very low. Lots of chain on his side, whizzing past his face. And Rex is going to get this up to Pixel. So Pixel once again, and Rex will be holding this here on this side of the map. On the other side, it's Blah Blah. Blah Blah under a ton of pressure. Or he was. Yes, still is. Inzi knocks Fox off of this. It's Ace and Inzi here, both. And there's the return.
Regrab already there for DEM. Nobody looking at the stand on Rex's side.
Uh-oh. Awkward. Ooh! Wow, I thought that was going to be a return for the red team. And it still might, because this flag has been hit into a very awkward area. The Captain T able to collect that return. Pixel out but low. This is Ingo, so even if you are out and low, it usually means that you can get it across mid. Nonetheless, Captain T is right there for the return. Ace is on a weirdly timed route, though. Usually you wouldn't expect that to be a good thing, but in this case, it ends up working out, and Ace is gonna try and drop this right on into risky toss there. It does not pan out for Ace.
Yeah, it's a hard situation for him. He didn't really have the momentum to throw the flag anywhere else but the stand, but when there's that many players around, it almost becomes a coin flip on who comes out with the flag. Pixel just completely gone, so just a turnstile at the Dragon side of the field. T trying to get some damage into Ace here, misses a couple of shots that I don't think Ace even really knew he was there for a little bit, so T may be starting to feel the length of the tournament. It has been a grind for a lot of these guys. We're almost, what, 7.5 hours into this thing, so the teams that have been playing, they have been going for a long time.
Big D up, though. DL definitely went out of his way to help his defense keep that flag where it was, but now Rex is all by himself. I think DL D'd up, and then he went offense, and I think there was maybe some miscommunication because Rex was left high and dry all by himself. Nonetheless, both flags returned, and Inzi could be another cap here. Could be the 4th cap.
Yeah, heads up from Inz there. He took the end of that kind of chaotic standoff crash return scenario, realized he still had some health. And he turns it into a cap. So 4-0 now. Not even one on the board for Captain T and crew, and that's just a really tough
Yeah.
spot to be in mentally. You know, I say 1 cap per minute, but they haven't even proven that they can get a cap at this point on Ingo, and that's going to be in their head. You know, they're thinking, geez, can we even score 1 on these guys? And it's the first map in a best of 3, so all is not lost if this one doesn't end up going their way. But starting to get to the point where you're worrying a little bit about moving the flag, and you see DDM's just going to get chained before he even pops over that mid hill. Really good defense at the moment coming out of Rex's Ragers. Although T is there, kind of a heads-up play from the Chaser. I don't know if that's where you want your resources spent, but he at least gets it back to base and throws it over to Bigger, who is going to play the defense now with Blah Blah. Taking some spam on the way in, though. Inns has already some good damage onto Bigger, and Blah Blah's in the middle of a duel with the L, so Bigger has nowhere to go with this flag at the moment. Has to wait for the spawn to come out of Blah Blah, and the toss is a little too short. Actually, Bigger and Blah Blah get blown up by the chase coming in as well. So now a really hard spot. Inns gets spawned on, sorry, not Inns, but Bigger spawned on the wrong side, and he just knew that he had to ski towards the base, so he immediately started for the enemy stand. Would have been great if it got returned for him, but it didn't. He kind of just, with a sliver, pokes it out into mid. And now DDM's going to try to keep it away from DL, but that's going to be a tall ask for him.
Your team captured
And
the
we have hit the threshold, Fish Sticks.
Yep.
5 caps in under 5 minutes. They've got to make it happen.
Okay, well here's potentially one of them, but Pixel's timing is good. Pixel's in and out. He's gonna be making his way back home. We'll watch Rex POV here playing home D. Nice midair there by Rex with the grenade launcher. Very viable to midair with the grenade launcher in this game. I'd say more so than a lot of other Tribes games that grenade launcher is a very, very, very useful tool in many different situations. All right, Rex gonna pass it off to Pixel here. And like, I'm watching, I guess I'm watching these guys that there needs to be a return here. Captain T needs to put his chasing prowess on display here and get a very, very quick return. Otherwise, this is basically all but done here. Rex gonna keep this going, but it's looking good for Captain T and Co. They've got the numbers here that they need. They're all over it, so there's a return. But Inz gets that flag off the stand. And I mean, he's low, but like, this is just wasting so much time, and that's his time simply that they do not have to waste.
Yeah, and the return's going to come through as well. DL's going to put that back to the stand, so even if Bigger can pull off a hero play here, you're in a tough spot. Pixel's going to just try to throw this one over towards, should have already passed the flag. Rex just sneaks in and splits the defense there. Blah Blah and Fox were both in the area, but it's not enough. DL going to get the return, but approaching 3 minutes, this is getting close to the point where I say it's over. You know, 5 caps in 3 minutes, unless you have people really, really, really fucking up. This one should be done and dusted.
Done and dusted, indeed. I wonder if, yeah, I mean, I think your observation is on point that the thing that differentiates this team, Rex's Ragers, is the insane strength of this defending duo. DL and Rex, you know, two of the best fraggers in the game, really, really holding it down here. And, you know, they've got playmakers on offense that are able to bring the flag home, and are they even tripling up on defense? Or no, it looks like Inzi was just going to escort his friendly carrier. He's gonna go down. Pixel's there. Rex is there. Yeah, this game is over, Sin. Do you think it has to do with the map? Is that why they're looking so strong, or is this just a bad matchup?
I'm not super sure. You know, I don't know the level that Ace plays at. Looking at the scoreboard, it doesn't look like Ace is, you know, throwing up a ton of frags or any crazy impact plays, but it's kind of just seeming like T's group can't hold the flag during a standoff as long as Rex's crew can. You know, Rex playing home D. He's lighting up the scoreboard as per usual, but just a little bit of a synergy break. It kind of seems to be once they get the flag back, sometimes they have long timed respawns and they just don't get it to happen when they want to. T's trying to get there, just didn't quite have the speed to get into the stand. DL makes the return, and oh boy.
Yeah. It's time to call it. This game is over. Knopf in the chat, by the way, is mentioning that apparently T's team knocked Rex's team into the losers bracket earlier in the tournament.
This
They've
is
already
true.
played.
I'm looking at it here, round 2 of winners, and it was a 2-0.
There you go. I'm gonna change the battery on my headset really quick. I'm starting to get the low battery warning, so give me one second here. But we are wrapping things up. So hugely emphatic victory here by Rex's team.
Yeah, they just kind of ran away with things after the first couple of minutes. T never really got something going. They were able to get the flag home a few times, but they couldn't win a standoff, and that ended up biting them pretty hard in the end of things. 6-0 on map 1. So Rex looking for revenge on the team that put him into the losers bracket, trying to grab a spot in the grand final. They will take map 1 in this best of 3. You see Rex there. A lot of frags, a lot of points, just kind of doing it all for his group right there.
That was game 1? Question mark.
And you
Yeah,
see
yes,
T
sir.
doesn't even know where he is.
What is it like? It's got to be 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning at this point, out in the UK,
Getting
something like
there.
that.
I think it's
Maybe midnight.
midnight 30, yeah, 12:30, something like that. They are deep into this.
A little bit of banter.
T trying to get a little bit of fun going. But definitely really late for our European participants. I mean, this is it is a Saturday, but Fox not playing out of the UK. Fox is playing out of Finland. So
Yeah.
even later for him.
I feel like Nordic gamers are just built different, though. They just... Although, I take it back. It's actually the UK gamers who are the most degenerate, looking at you, JP.
Damn. It's calling him out.
I mean, JP's up at all hours, doing whatever. I gotta get up and stretch my legs, guys. This is hour 7.5. My butt hurts. My dog wants a walk. Sorry, bud.
And it looks like we are going to be jumping on to Elite for map 2
Yes.
of this best of 3. Rex obviously hoping to finish things off in a 2-0 fashion. Both teams starting to feel the fatigue. And waiting in the shadows is Moose and Co. They've had some time to rest. They've gotten some food, maybe some water in them. And they're just waiting for T or Rex. Whoever can pull this one out. Let's wait for everybody to get onto their teams. And then we'll fire up.
into another game of Elite. Have not seen Menorah this tournament or Night Flare. So, not the most popular.
Then there's that other map that they changed the name of. I forget what it's called right now.
Relay?
Relay. Mm-hmm.
I think Relay may not be in the pool. I don't remember
really?
for sure, but I think that may have been pulled out for some reason.
Let's see. Well, I think it's time for an alcoholic beverage. It'll keep me going for sure.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, Fish. You know, could have started even earlier. Some might say. Do you think they made these maps with Perlin noise? No, Jim. I don't think they made these maps with Perlin noise. I think they made these maps by stealing hype maps from the other tribes games. And by I think, I mean I know.
But those maps were made with Perlin noise. That's the thing. So by proxy, yes.
By proxy, it could be. And here we go. Everybody joining their teams. Countdown timer is ticking down. And we'll have to see. What do you think, Fish? Is T gonna push this to game 3, or is Rex gonna punch his ticket to the grand final?
I think it really depends on if they're mentally in the game at this point. I mean, mentally, physically, everyone's getting super tired, and I think you could tell. I mean, T wants this to be game 2 for a reason. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna give this to Rex and TL. That was just an absolutely dominant performance. The only thing I will say is T on this map in particular is absolutely insane, and we saw that previously. The way that he can position himself to chase any route seemingly makes him just an unstoppable force. So if anything, if T can pull his shit together and get his head in the game, I think that they certainly have a chance. But man, that was dominant on Ingo. One of the most dominant maps we've seen to date.
Yeah, they completely blanked the offense that had been much improved before. Rex and DL putting together a really good showing. DL just kind of fucking around on the stand there on the other side of the map. But he'll reset in time, and the first O run from both teams stopped along with the second. So far, story of defense here on Elite, about a minute and a half in. Ace moving that one, so he'll be the first full speedy grab. DDM and Bigger have both been blopped off of the stand by Rex and DL, but Fox coming in on that back right. He wasn't spotted in time, and he's going to take that one back to the base. No pass required in the mid. He'll just get that one straight to the home D. So we will enter full standoff here. No pressure at the moment on Pixel, so all of the agency is currently with blue team. Ins and Ace trying to get some damage onto Fox, and Fox is in no man's land in the belly there, but he gets somehow all the way up the edge without taking critical damage. And now it's up to DL trying to get things onto blah 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 blah, just spewing it over towards Fox. Barely able to make the scoop. And now he's just going to kind of float up to the stand and wait. So both teams having some trouble getting the flag home here. I'll say that, and T just barely gets cleaned up. Looked like he almost just nicked it with the front of his model, but didn't get the return. And you can see him in chat expressing his displeasure. No way. He thought he had it. And Inns will apply a disc.
Okay, that's a return.
Blah, blah.
Oh,
But there's the camp. DDM. Strength of it. I don't know if he gets the pass off here. Rex has a lot of chain. Both flags actually got returned. DL now on a route is going to move that one most of the way home. Bigger's just trying to get that over towards his friendlies, and Pixel's going to be the one to drop on it. So it could be the chaser from Rex's Ragers to make the first cap of this one. DL just all the way home, nobody on him.
Yep, DL, one of the stronger players across multiple tribes games as well. I'm liking these routes from Fox. We're seeing these longer setup routes that just a bit faster, a bit stronger. So I'm definitely going to keep an eye on Fox and see what kind of routes he's pulling out here. Ace, though. Ace is moving this in. He could pass this flag in if he's feeling ballsy enough and confident enough in his ability to do so. And he could have and should have, but doesn't let it rip. Yeah, meanwhile, Daredevil Moon is on a front to back. And I think he's going to keep this going. I mean, Daredevil is full HP. He's got 2 chasers on him. They're 2 very talented chasers, Rex and TL. But he's also got Captain T chasing those chasers. So Captain T is out in the midfield. Interesting to see him there, because shouldn't he be defending his flag stand? But, I mean, as long as they keep the flag, then I guess they're happy.
Ace not going anywhere with it, and T is out there. They kind of just went to T. So T already in the position for it, and now T's got it held in field. So this is a great scenario if you're T. You'd love to capitalize on this. Fox just getting absolutely murdered in that back ball. Such a hard spot to get flags out of. If there's anybody around, you can just spam grenades down into the bowl there, and it's almost impossible if there's any amount of spam. That ends up being the case for Fox. Ends with a nice pickup though, so this one is moving. T trying to get some chain into him. Ace gonna be there for the pass. He'll receive that one, gets a disc, receives 2 of those from Blah Blah. And the return will happen. So only 1 point scored in the first 5 minutes. Similar, I think it was only 1 point on Ingo as well. And then it kind of started to leak through the dam a little bit later on in the game for Rex and DL.
Oh, absolutely. Daredevil out, but out low. He's also bounced off his route, so his return is kind of scuffed. DL is going to have this return on lockdown. A bit of a missed pass to Ace. This should be a cap. This actually could have already been a cap if that pass was just a little bit more solid here on this defensive side. I think Ace, I think we've mentioned he's a slightly newer player. Positioning wasn't quite right, but DL now looks like he's going to curve this in. He's going to try to curve this in, but tons of damage come in. Nonetheless, there's a sea of blue on the flag stand, and that is the second cap. It looks like Rex, I mean, to me, a bit of an underdog going into this series. Rex's Ragers are looking incredibly strong now.
Yeah, they're looking great. Not all-star players on the offensive side of the map. Inns, Pixel, and Ace. None of them really known for their individual play. But it seems like they've got the sync going well enough that they've moved the flag definitely well enough to get all the way into the losers bracket final here. And so far, looking like they could punch it all the way into the grand final.
Let's give Ace some spotlight, one of the newer players here. He's clearing for his team right now, trying to distract these defenders. And he does. I mean, Captain T was looking at him, not at Inzi, and Captain T does 0 stand damage, isn't in a place to do any chasing either. So Inz is home. BG is home on the other side. And is Inz gonna hide here? I think he's hiding. I don't know if they know exactly where he is. Looks like Captain T might have an idea or a suspicion. Nope. Yeah, Inz is kind of hiding right now.
Hid for quite a while and then decided to move over to the left. DDM's gonna spot him. DDM is just playing the stand right now. But Rex is wise to it and just blows him up. So now it's just a trickle of offense. T coming in half. Looks like he maybe DJ'd to try to get over here, and he's gonna get eaten up by chain gun. Bigger, the last man standing, trying to do some damage over towards Inns, and he'll actually hit him with a nice midair, so that's going to cause the pass to go a little bit wild. Now DDM knocks Rex past it, and they do get the return. So a solid set of plays there from Red Team is going to put the flag back on their stand, but Pixel was waiting, and he's already out through mid with a camp, and it could be a disaster, and it is. Ace on the other side makes the return happen. but Captain T body blocks the incoming carrier, so it'll prevent the cap from happening just yet. Pixel picks up the pass from his teammates. He'll ski up towards the top of the stand. DDM's going to be all the way home on the other side, so we'll just go right back into standoffs.
That flag pass from Pixel got boosted after Fox hit the midair, and that actually meant that they couldn't connect the flag pass. So that one midair from Fox really screwed everything up and cost them a cap here. So looking, first cap is now on the board for Captain T's team here. So there's showing signs of life after a bit of dormancy.
They're definitely still alive. You know, they didn't put anything up last game, so it's got to feel good to at least score the first one here. Maybe that'll give them a little bit of an energy boost or a morale raiser. For the time being, still just in standoff mode. DL looking for the return, and it is going to come home. T makes a nice shot onto Ace and swings through. He had the angle, and he made the play. And hopefully, DDM has a good shot, and he actually, I don't really like the hill that he took. Kind of puts him more towards mid than his own base. He's going to spend a lot of energy just trying to get a pass off. Doesn't get it to go anywhere. Trying to just scoop his own now, and that's going to get returned by Ace, or no, it won't. Fox coming from, it looked like the front of the crane somewhere out there. He's able to save the play and extend the standoff for Dragon.
DL.
And, DL not able to intercept. But he just falls on it. They don't clean him up. So it doesn't end up mattering. Return happens for T's team, but just as quickly as it was on the stand, it's gone again. Ends was on, I'm assuming, a side route there. I don't think there was any way that he was crashing. Now it's up to Pixel to try to move the flag. Just returns all over the place. Both teams just getting return after return, and now it's up to Bigger. Maybe gonna go for it here, and he just goes all the way. 2 chain guns on him, and he just says, I don't care. I'm capping this. And he made it a reality. 2-2 now, halfway through.
Okay. More than a sign of life. It's actually happening. They're coming back. Dragon home wins. Dragon wins home. I don't know what it is. Whatever.
Dragon wins home.
So it's a weird name. I don't really get it, but it's all right. It's all right. Good positioning by Ace.
There, yeah. Could have been a quick cap if he wasn't ready to move that one. Rex drops, but I think T got body blocked there by DL, so he doesn't have a chance on the return. Now it's just up to Daredevil Moon alone versus 2, and you don't think he's going to pull that one off.
But here comes Fox. Fox out of nowhere gets the return. Bigger coming on up. DL's nowhere in sight to make it happen. Bigger brings it in, and then now we have 3 caps for Dragon wins home. Dragon wins home. There you go. Dragon.
All of a
Let's call
sudden,
it
they
Dragon.
put themselves back in it. Yeah, Dragon. That sounds like a good idea to me. Now, just so much flag movement across this game. It seemed like it wasn't at all for the first couple minutes, and now it's just moving all the time. Ace doesn't have the energy to get to the stand, so he's going to toss it over towards DL. Front crash is just all there for T's group. And he is going to buy a lot of time. He's got Ace and Pixel to deal with over in the corner there, and Fox makes the return. Probably see T oob this one at this point. DL on the other side, running a chaser route. You'll see DL do this sometimes. It's not very popular, but when you got somebody like Rex who can almost solo stop 2 cappers, and then the pass from DL is perfect.
The enemy captured your flag.
It can sometimes catch that defense off guard, so DL puts through the equalizer.
Man, the amount of chain on DL right there was kind of ridiculous. His health evaporating, but the perfect pass. Rex, good communication with his teammate Rex to bring that in. Great stuff, and now we're equalized.
There's nobody in the area for Bigger. He's just trying to get it close to his own base. Gets it over to Fox. DL didn't have the angle to make the return, and he gets cleaned up. So if T can make the play on this flag in mid, they could go up by 1 again, but ends with a nice scoop. They'll get the toss over to
T. Oh.
It's up to Fox and blah blah. They haven't cleaned anybody up yet. Fox will make that an untruth, and he'll drop 2 in rapid succession. Does he get the toss over to blah blah now? He'll do so. And blah blah will remove Pixel, so no danger on the on T's side of the field. And the same is true now for Rex and Co. So a little bit of an extended standoff here. At least a couple of runs are going to come through from both of the offenses trying to return things. And you can see Rex is just rabid trying to get after Captain T there. Blah Blah going to go down with it on the other side of the field. And a good shot for DL and Pixel to make this return happen. Pixel's so close to it. Not able to make it happen just yet, and then does. So now Rex against Bigger and BDM. So Bigger's going to put a disc into him, though. But a nice toss up towards DL.
Another toss, another toss.
Over to Inns, a nice little 1, 2, 3, and Inns will cap it home. Rex and his Ragers will go back up by 1.
Very nice, very nice. Love to see the synergy. That's what you got to do. I mean, you got to be willing to pass that flag. That's something that really annoyed me in Tribes 3. Nobody was willing to actually make those passes. Yes, they're risky. Yes, they are challenging, but once you learn how the flag physics work, you gotta be willing to try and make those plays. Fox hits the mid-air, tosses that flag into the field. Daredevil won't be able to collect, but that flag is still moving. The red team fairly comfortable at this point. Nobody's on Captain T just yet. On the other side, Pixel's waiting in the back with the other flag. See how he's doing. Still taking the high ground. Blah blah. Blah blah's here. Blah blah is the home D. Okay. Must have swapped things up temporarily. Alright, Rex. Rex does need a pass very soon. Pixel's gonna wait in the wings. Nicely done. Sometimes you don't want to expose yourself. You just gotta wait behind a hill or something like that. Captain T's here, though. Captain T's chain notoriously strong, so Pixel will have to pass it off, but great synergy between Pixel and Rex here. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Yeah, this standoff is just going and going. We've been about a minute of standoff here. Rex and Pixel playing pretty well together, but this time Rex is going to pass it off to DL, and not sure what's going on the other side of the map, but it's been, I guess both teams are playing well with the flag.
Blah Blah and Fox have really just not had a whole lot of pressure at this point. It's been kind of a trickle in for the blue offense, and now Fox is seeing some pressure. All 3 in the area, and this is going to be a return for blue. They're going to put it back. Bigger already waiting on the stand, though. I would have liked to see him actually stop on the stand and maybe DJ back out mid. He elects to just drop through that back bowl, and he's going to give some time for the blue chasers to get in position. We'll make it home nonetheless, and Pixel looking like he's going to make it on the other side. Although T stands between him and his base, so this could be rough for Pixel.
Man. There's the return.
Inns waiting.
Blah Blah's there.
So Blah Blah has no health. Tries to get over towards Fox, but DL just slides over the top of him.
trying to toss it into the stand. Nobody's on the stand to toss to. Rex gets the return. So many close encounters, yet no points collected. It's a low-scoring game, 4-3. 2 minutes left on the clock, and Rex's team is up 1 cap here. If they win this game, they're going to move on to the grand finals. Captain T will be knocked out. Just 1 minute and 40 seconds left for Dragon to drag themselves out of this hole, this 1 cap hole, and equalize.
Yeah, I imagine, man, they got 1 or maybe 2 offense runs in them before you got to pull the defense here and get everybody trying to get to that flag. You absolutely cannot let a cap happen here. Fox trying to move this one in the field away from DL and T. Saving what I think probably would have been the game there if that one got secured. And now also forcing it, trying to do some damage for his group. He's just going to actually elect to grab on this, but runs into Rex on the spawn, tries to throw it over towards Bigger, but I think Bigger just kind of gets left in a tough spot. He's going to spawn, or he's going to run into the spawn of DL and Rex. But the pass goes into mid, and Fox is going to be able to pick that up, kind of just in a weird spot on the side of the hill there. But he's going to at least get it away from DL. Pass goes over to Bigger, but he's in a bad spot, tries to get it up towards the stand, and
That's an
throws
awkward
it all
place
the
to
way
pass
over into
it.
the other hole.
Yeah, that's not a great place to be, but Blah Blah has it, and they have the return. Can Blah Blah make it in? No, he's mid-aired by Rex. Rex is hot on the trail of this flag, but Inzi's out again, and 16 seconds left. They have to keep this flag. Blah Blah, it's all on Blah Blah Blah. Very little HP passing off to Fox. Now Fox must hold it. 7 seconds left. Rex with the midair. Fox is low. Fox needs help. Blah Blah is not there. Rex gets the return. 1 second left. It's over. It's over. GG.
Good game.
Your team won the match.
Tough break there at the end. You know, maybe would like to see a pass come out of Blah Blah, or Fox just a little earlier trying to extend it. You see 47 kills on Rex, just shredding anything that gets near him. Tough break there, and that'll be the end of the road for Captain T, and he will not drag a win home tonight. And we have now got our grand final set. The number 1 overall seed coming through here, muscling down mid. Moose and his team will face off against Rex's Ragers, who kind of surprisingly dropped down into the losers bracket pretty early in this one as the 3 seed. They got knocked down there coming out of groups, and so it'll be the 1 versus the 3 out of our what was that, 12 teams coming in. So a couple of high seeds coming into this one, made their way out of groups. And we will now hit the grand final. And they are trying to figure out how finals works, because I don't think any of these teams want to see a bracket reset. I don't think they want to play 2 individual best of 3s. So I think they're talking about some just small advantage for the team that went all the way through winners.
Yeah, I think the differential, or the excuse me, it's been a long day. The different options we have here are resetting the bracket, so 2 best of 3s potentially. If Rex's team is able to win 1 best of 3, they'll have to win a second to win. The other option that we have on the table is a best of 5. However, the winner's bracket team, which of course is the team that you predicted to go all the way, muscling down mid, would have a 1 map advantage. So it's a best of 5, but it starts out with Musselin having a default win. So those are the 2 options that we're mulling here. XTC, our admin, needs to let these teams know what's going on. And let us know so we can let you guys know. All right, grand finals coming up in just a couple of minutes. Should be fun. Little Discord banter going on. Sin says bracket reset this far in is kind of wild. And then Captain T says, do it, make them suffer.
Okay, so it looks like they're gonna do single best of 5 with Moose starting at 1-0. They're mulling things around. I think that's probably the see what they end up sticking to here.
Yeah, looks like that's what we're gonna move forward with. You know, I kind of prefer this option because it means that we'll probably see more maps. I mean, if it goes to the end, you know, we'll at least see. We won't see the same maps twice, at least, which is always nice.
I will be interested to see if we get our first Menorah game. We have not casted
hope
a
so.
single game of Menorah, which normally teams with the stronger offenses are clamoring to play Menorah, but just haven't seen it this go around.
Seems like everyone's kind of defensive stacked. Like, it's been a story of this tournament, putting the best players on D. Although you could argue Fox, you know, Fox being a really strong offensive player as well.
Yeah, I don't know that I've really seen Fox play much defense in midair. He's always kind of been the stick on D and kind of stay there. Or sorry, stick on offense. I don't know that he's. I personally haven't seen it, at least, and I've played a fair amount. They're currently flipping a coin to determine who picks first.
All right, chat. Who's it gonna be? Who's gonna win this one? Is it gonna be Rex's Ragers or Muscling Down Middle? We're headed straight into the grand finals in just a couple of minutes here, hopefully as soon as possible. But let us know. Who do you think is gonna take it? We're on hour 8 of the cast of the tournament. Moving into the grand finals, it's the last moment here for the tournament. Ace in chat says ace team equals win team. Fair enough.
We'll see if he can make good on that promise. And Menorah gets banned. That is rough.
Damn. Night Flare is out as well, so we're not going to see Night Flare either tonight or today at all.
Still getting the maps figured out.
Go first.
Strategizing their way to get things picked through.
Right. Got a lobby code. Is it the same lobby code? I'm still in the same server. I think.
Let's see. I believe so, yeah. They're staying in this one. All right, I'm going to fill my water right before this kicks off.
Good idea. All right, ladies and gentlemen, grab a snack, grab a drink. Grand finals underway shortly for the Midair 2 draft tournament. Tell your friends to tune into the Fish Stick stream. It'll be fun, I promise. Yeah, I'm looking forward to these grand finals. I mean, Rex and DL on defense is just a crazy strong defensive lineup, and I think that's been really one of the carrying factors. It seems like whoever has the stronger defense has been winning a lot of these games, and obviously T is no slouch, but that's what we've seen so far. So, get out of here.
Captured your flag. The enemy captured your flag.
All right, Tribes fans, let's get it going. Let's get hype. Grand finals coming as soon as we have a full server. Just waiting on one player. Looks like we have that last player. We're gonna get this thing going. It's gonna be Muscle down mid versus Rex's Ragers for all the marbles. It's gonna be a best of 5 with, by default, Muscle down mid is gonna be up 1 map here. Ooh, I better change my overlays really quick. Muscle 1 and Rex down mid. Yeah, there we go. All right, the game has begun. Welcome to the grand finals. My name is Fish Sticks. I got Sin with me. Let's get into Ingoyama.
Or gaming.
Gaming.
Not specifically us, but a couple of the teams here, you know, 2 storylines that are kind of polar opposites, as Inns is all the way home versus there. Luckily, Moose is going to be able to move that one, but Astralis in the area could be a return immediately for Moose's team, and they could put one up onto the board, but they will not. Both flags going to get dropped down and return. And just before I was so rudely interrupted by some action, you know, we have Moose's team coming into this, of course, muscling down mid. all the way through the winners bracket. You know, they came out, didn't drop a match on their way here to the grand finals. And then Rex, you know, all the way out of losers round 1. They have been fighting and clawing and just, you know, gutting their way into the grand finals, and they will put up the first cap
Captured your flag.
of the grand final. So Rex, you know, Rex and the rest of his team definitely not going to go quietly.
Well, here comes Moose, though, straight under the nose of 2 defenders. No clear to be spoken of, yet still making this thing move. 100% HP. He's going to slow down a little bit, I guess, just to avoid getting mid-aired or something by DL. But looking to pass it off to Lel here, and he will pass it off and respawn. Of course, we've been seeing this throughout the tournament. Lel and Noff have been holding this flag. No matter who takes it home, it's always just passed to Lel and Noff. So they're going to be the ones holding this flag here on Ingo. But Lel takes a huge disc to the face, tosses it immediately off to Noff. Like, quick stuff. But Noff coming in. Can he actually make it? No. Oh, the flag is returned.
Just gets bounced off the stand by the incoming spam. And the rest of the blue players are there to make the return happen, so they'll keep the equalizer from coming through. Really notably, I mean, this is a team that has 2 players coming out of a really long stint in T3. As Ace is out on a back left there, he is all the way home. That is stand to stand. He is gone. That is 2-0 in favor of Ace. And just as I start talking about the T3 players, Ace makes his stamp, not as a T3 player. I actually don't know what game Ace is from, or if he's just a pure Midair gamer. I'm not sure there. But Jagel and Astralis, not a lot of hours in Midair. Jagel will try to tell you differently with his faked Steam hours, but neither of those guys have played a lot, and here they are in the finals, and Astralis putting the first one on the board for his team.
Captured your flag.
It's all relative, right? I think Jagel has been playing quite a lot of Midair for a few months now. However, you know, compared to the likes of some of us who've been playing Midair for the last 5 years, not that many hours in relatively, of course. But Jagel, one of the monsters of the Tribe series, he was a god in TA. He is the best player in Tribes 3, hands down. I'm sorry, Sin, it's true.
I don't argue it.
I'm sorry, Stork, it's true. I know Stork has the ego. Not you, Sin, of course. It's Pixel, of course. I love how Pixel always goes for these grenade jumps in this game. Like, he always wants to just grenade boost himself at all times. And it works out some of the time, I guess. But anyway, this flag is moving its way home. Jagel, though, looking to catch this flag in the midfield. Now it's Moose, but plenty of blue all over this flag, so blue is going to hold on just fine. But here comes the front crash. Lel is here, spamming nades. So is Astralis, and this is a return for sure. But the flag is off the stand very quickly. Ace. I think Ace has improved over the course of this tournament alone. We've seen him in the right place at the right time to get these clutch plays, get it off stand.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be that bad if you're getting into the grand finals. You can only be at a certain threshold point, so definitely some respect getting earned by all these players on the Rex Ragers side of things, so far at least. Of course, this is map 1, and of course they are down a map. You know, coming out of the losers bracket into this best of 5, they are playing as if they've already lost a map. So pretty tough spot for them to come into things on, and Lel might be able to put the equalizer on the board here, and he will. So 2-2 now.
Captured the flag.
Moose maybe just need a little time to warm up. You know, it's been about, what, a little over an hour since they've actually been playing, so need to kind of get the juices flowing again on the muscling down mid side of things.
Yep. But this is actually kind of dangerous. No, Lel is here. Lel is here for the D grab. Lel moving down mid. Gonna chuck it off to Noff. Lel and Noff have become best buds. These two, probably the strongest standoff D that we've seen in this entire tournament. These two. Oh, but the return happens anyway.
Caster curse there, a flub
Every
toss right
time,
as you
I
start
swear.
talking about it.
Every time.
It is all too common. All three routes coming in from the right side now. And we'll see if Jagel and Knopf has spotted this off. Looks like Jagel's kind of, man, all three from the right side, but Pixel's just out 3/4. Paid no mind to the defense, and he just gets all the way home for free.
He's home, but he's under a lot of pressure, passing it off to Rex. Rex is here. Now Rex gets mid-aired by Astralis.
Ooh.
Nice one. Nice one, buddy. But misjudges the drop of that flag there, so really nice disc, but you know, maybe not as deep of an understanding of how the flag physics work in this game.
Yeah, I couldn't quite finish the play off. Just a little bit too far away from it. Return's going to come through for RR, and they might be able to convert this one. Jagel's wisely going to try to disc that one into mid, but DL picked up that return. Same thing happens on the other side. We go back to standard spots. Don't know Lel. I don't know how Lel got to where he is. I was watching on the other side of the map there, but he kind of just does a loop around the back of the base. And he's going to get it at least in front of the stand. Kind of lands on that awkward side pillar. And Rex has the return all to his own, but Astralis was camping. And that'll put him all the way back at his base. So we're going to enter a full-on standoff. If I say that, and Knopf is in some trouble. He needs to get the toss off immediately. And there's 3 blue players in the area. This is getting a little tough to hold this one. Astralis going to go down. Jagel going to pick it up, doing a little bit of cleanup on aisle 3 here. A little bit of a D-up coming through from Moose's squad.
Yeah, excellent stuff. You know, D'ing up in a situation like that can be risky because you can spend resources to D up and still lose it, and then you have no offensive pressure for quite some time. Usually leads to a cap, but the D up actually worked perfectly there. They made the right call. They said, we're in trouble, we're in danger, we need to spend some extra resources on defense. But here, just as I'm saying all this, like, everything is for naught. That was, I mean, they didn't even put up a fight. Pixel gets the return easily. On the other side, Moose is out. But he's gonna die here. He needs to get this off. Where's
You
this
see
flag
Lel
gonna land?
trying to just jump into that one, and he just didn't have the angle for it. Inns skied just barely to the right of it, and the chaser has now picked it up for muscle down mid, so no chase pressure immediately. Pixel's going to scoop that one, and he's flying through a danger zone. There's going to be a lot of chain gun opening up on him. You can see a lot of tracers firing at him as he tries to go through mid. Doesn't actually get the toss into Rex.
It was
But
an
Rex is
awkward
going to be able
angle.
to knock out Moose. Jagel flies through the return. And on the other side, the ever-popular Tribes habit. Both flags return within a couple of seconds.
Yep. It do be like that sometimes. Wow.
Great shot.
Nice shots from Rex on D. I'm just giving him a little bit of limelight here. Astralis out, but 1 HP. He needs to let this thing rip. He could die at any second. Knopf does collect it, so... Oh, and DL almost gets the return, but gets killed in the last second. Ace is there for the return. Pixel's there for the return. Third time's a charm. And we could see a conversion here. Rex is looking to drop, and he's 1 HP. No, Moose! Under the nose of 3.
So close. Moose able to clutch that one out. Lel trying to... A little bit of a response coming through here, but Moose just gets nuked as he hits the ground. But a team kill from Ace, and then Lel gets dropped. Or sorry, Lel drops Ace himself. Really tough spot. Return ends up happening through the hands of Inns. And we go back to the stands. A lot of just really tight clustery plays for both of these teams.
Z's on this kind of tricky back here. Let's see if he can make it work. He does. and he's going to be all the way home. He's going to have enough jets to get stand to stand. Nobody's there to stop him. This is a cap.
The enemy captured
Astralis was en route though, so he was the last player coming in from the Moose side of things.
Nobody's
and
there to
he's
stop him.
all the way home clean. Pixel's really the last hope there, but he's not gonna do it. And then another one. It's the same thing, just back and forth. Ace now all the way home. Just teams trading caps back and forth. And it's just
Are you
1,
kidding
2,
me?
3 in a row.
captured the flag.
And if Astralis is out again, I might.
Are you?
I might have a stroke. Fish, we're entering some interesting territory here.
And Moose is skiing right over the flag stand. But he's on his way home. Okay, he does get that chain bullet. Gets him right before he can get the toss off. Flag is still in the field though. Astralis is going to try and keep this alive. DL super low, so Astralis should be able to get this kill, and he does. But here comes the cavalry. Air is here, Rex is here. Moose is here as well, but Moose is direly outnumbered. Jagel going to try and make his way to the flag, and he does! And he does! He gets
What a
2
play!
kills! Jagel with a double header.
If they get this all the way home, that is
Wow.
an incredible cluster play coming out of Muscle and down mid. Just true to their name right there. Just bullying everybody on the flag sitting in the field. Jiggle with a hero couple shots at the end there to get the pass to his stand, and that ties things up at 4-4.
I don't even, I mean, it didn't even look like Jagel had the angle for that to me. But here comes maybe another cap. No, it's Moose who gets it off the stand to prevent the cap. Pixel almost full HP all the way home. Moose quite a lot less than full HP, but he's gonna make it. He's gonna make it to Lel, passing it up, and Lel will collect this here and hold with Knopf as he is wont to do. Deal, okay, Deal has bullied Lel away from the spawn points, so Knopf has to fight his way to Lel in the first place. Ace is going to be able to get this off the stand, and Lel's in a very tough spot, but Astralis gets a decent spawn here. Astralis in the right place with that spawn. Meanwhile, Pixel is out on the left side, very low, but he will make this home.
Asen coming in over the top there of Astralis, who just barely gets it to Lel in time. DL didn't really see Lel for a little while, just kind of looking around for him, and then once Lel started chaining him, DL made the connection that he was directly above him. And Pixel with a nice shot onto Lel. This could be a return for blue team, but Knopf is going to save it for the time being. Ace still has a play that he can make on Knopf here, but gets bumped out of the way by Lel, and now it is really tough. DL's going to have to make this grab, and he gets bounced away by Lel, who also makes the cap happen. A nice shot, just bounces DL away from the grab, and he puts his team up by 1 with 6 minutes to go.
That shot from Lel was absolutely massive to knock DL off of his route. Absolutely game changer for his team. Now putting them up 1 cap with just 6 minutes left. Super clutch stuff from Lel.
Nice little toss there from Ace. Just bumped it up into the hands of Inns. Ace was dead stopped on the stand, but he saw his teammate coming. Good heads up little handoff there from him. Knopf gets kind of a little bit of nuke damage there from DL, but DL doesn't have the health to get into this one right away, so Lel will pick that up, and we will enter a full standoff. I had been worried that we were going to run into a blowout on on the map here. I was really hoping that we weren't going to just have a team that had gone all the way through winners just absolutely crush the losers bracket representative, but these guys have been putting on a show so far.
Absolutely. We've seen some amazing hero plays. Very memorable stuff. A couple of clutch moments so far, to say the least.
Well, in a tough spot, takes a Midair that actually punted him up and gave him the airtime to make the pass over to Knopf. Ended up helping him. And it looked like Pixel maybe tried to take a DJ there, and you can see him a little bit of a VGE oopsing in the chat there. He tried to DJ, didn't have the health for it. And that's going to put the flag back on the stand. 2 caps up now for Muscling down mid.
And they're starting to look more and more comfortable here, but Pixel is responding. This is stand-to-stand stuff, and that chain is not connecting to the level it needs to. Pixel's replying.
The enemy captured.
Now a one-cap game.
Both teams seem determined to bring this one down to the wire. I'm pulling up the scoreboard really quick. You got 12 returns out of Jiggle in this one, and it's not even over. So, Chaser for Moose's squad, definitely pulling his weight this time through. And In's not able to make it out there, just as we were talking about him. Jiggle put to disc right down Main Street for In's. And both flags will go back to their respective stands for the time being. Lel doesn't have anywhere to go, and that's going to stop in the field. So
Moose is here.
Moose is going to go for it. Rex in front of him kind of flies over the top, but Rex and DL both have the health to get into this. So it's going to be a pass over to Astralis, who's flying right into the jaws of the enemy defense, but he gets out for now. Nobody quite there. A little bit of a flub toss, and you see the flag kind of oopsie there in mid, and that's going to let Pixel make their tournament off. No health on him, but he doesn't need more than one. And both flags back to the base.
Bit of a misplaced toss there directly into the hands of Noth. I think that very easily could have actually been a full-on cap if the toss was just off to the side a little bit more. Flags both out into the field once again. Rex will continue this. Rex playing mostly home D here, but moves out into the field. You got to do that sometimes. You got to make that call. Now Ace can pass this up. Ace passes this up right onto the flag stand. It's a total cluster, but Moose, I mean, not very many people were looking at the red flag there. Moose just swoops in. Or the blue flag? I don't know. Yeah. You got my point. One of the flags.
Both teams seem to be just kind of getting the flag returns at this point of the game. You know, both of them seem to be getting to their respective bases, but nobody been able to convert for a little while. Maybe that'll change with Astralis. Look at that. He's out full and moving pretty quick. Takes a DJ. I wonder if he's too far out of the oob. No, he's going to make it back in. So Pixel and Ace, nice little crossing route from them, and Inns makes the intercept. So now Ace is going to take a DJ from mid, and unless Jiggle or Lel hits a shot here, nice little toss down to Rex as well. Little misdirection, acted like he was going for it, but threw it over into the hands of his waiting home D, and he evens things up.
All tied up in map number 1 here in the grand finals. It's a nail biter, Sin, and I'm happy to see it. I mean, both teams are looking super strong. We're seeing great individual plays, great teamwork. Both sides. Speaking of individual plays, Moose gets the kill, Beacon stops and is disc jumping all the way home. He needs to get a pass very soon, but Rex could get the midair return. He does, and Pixel's all the way home. Pixel's on his way home. Nobody can stop him.
And there it is, 7-6, and there's a regrab. Ace is out. He's full health at the moment, takes a midair from Knopf, but that's not going to be enough to drop him just yet. Nobody there for the pass, though. So you expect Knopf to put this one back on the stand, and he will. Of course, Rex and his team fighting to turn this into a best of 3, while Moose's squad would put this on match point if they can make this happen. And at time being, it looks like Lel's gonna get home, so I need to see the crash come through from Rex, DL, and the rest. Pixel coming in on a route, see if he's been spotted, and he was not spotted. Pixel's going to be out full, and now this could be tragic. This could be the nail in the first map.
Astralis is there. Astralis is here.
Going for it, couldn't quite grab it. And Knopf is going to throw that one over to Lel, so overtime rules. We're going to start up overtime in the next 10 seconds, and all that needs to happen for Rex and DL is a return. And they can get the game win. Lel just kind of floating above the base right now, and then throws it over to Knopf, but no damage into DL just yet, and they might be able to equalize it. No, gets dropped onto the stand.
So close.
Good game.
Your
So
falling
close.
towards it and just couldn't touch his toes to the top of the flag. Gets returned, sitting there, DL with a nice heads-up play. And we are now into a straight up best of 3.
Straight up best of 3. Man, Ace dropping into the chat to talk shit. I love it. I love it. Guys, you couldn't ask for anything better out of a grand final than what we're witnessing right now. Overtime by a couple of inches, could have been extended into even further overtime. And good storylines for Rex and Co. because, like you mentioned, Sin, they fought up from the loser's bracket. They got knocked into the loser's bracket in round 1. Meanwhile, Moose and Co. have been sitting pretty in the winner's bracket this entire time. Now, Rex and Co. looking to equalize this. I mean, it's equalized, and so we're into a regular old traditional best of 3 for the grand finals. Everything on the line here in this next 3 maps. I don't know what map we're on right now, but I would like it if we played on this map. That would be cool.
I think this is Hadrian. It is definitely not played. I haven't seen it a whole lot. It's one of the newer maps, of course. It doesn't get a lot of love from the community. I don't know what the exact problem is with it. The stands are a little interesting, but just skiing around a little bit right now, feels like there's some really fast routes, so it might be kind of hard to play defense on. But waiting for the teams to get their maps figured out right now. They're talking in the captain's chat, figuring what they're playing next.
Honestly, every time I bring up maps, I feel like I'm the only person in this community that wants to try playing more of the new maps more often. I feel like there's a couple of them that are actually pretty fun, and we just never play them. And everyone's like, oh, they just want to stick to what they're comfortable with, what they know. Maybe some of the maps need some work, but we gotta let the team know what needs to be done to these maps to improve them. Do we really want to be playing the same 4 maps for an entire tournament? I mean, this tournament's been a blast, but the low light for me is that we're playing the same 4 maps over and over and over again. I'll just be honest. I am glad we're seeing some Ingo, but...
Been playing 4 maps for 8 years, Fish.
I know. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like,
You're
some
a
of these maps are
T1
good.
guy. They play exactly 2 maps over there. I don't know what you're complaining about.
Don't twist it. It's 3 maps. Come on.
I don't know the last time I've seen Hildebrand get played. It's been a little while.
Really?
I think they might have removed it from the rotation.
So it's just DX, Stonehenge, that's it?
I think that's what they've been playing. I haven't checked in quite a while over there, but I know for a while Hildebrand got removed.
Season 2 maps coming soon. Godspeed, Emmy. Godspeed. We got Emmy in the chat. He's a dev on Midair. Shoutouts to Emmy.
Midair Season 2, Midair 2, 14, 15, 16, Season 2, patch 80.
Community Edition.
Same 30 players. Crazy.
You know what? There are 12 teams of 5 players. So do the math on that one. It's actually 60, Sin.
We'll see how many add to Pugs after this. But they are still arguing about what map they get to pay and who gets to ban and who gets to pick and all of that. Ecstasy sorting it out with them. I can't believe we're nearing the end, Fish. It has been 8.5 hours of Midair, and I can only imagine how the people that have been playing feel, because all we've been doing is talking and watching. I cannot imagine. Well, I can't imagine. I've done it before, but it's a sprint and a marathon all at the same time. You got to be on top of your game for a really, really extended period, and it's definitely going to start taking a toll on some of these guys.
It's taking a toll on my vocal cords. Feeling a little swole up. Swollen.
I don't have any tea, which is
should have made some tea.
a bummer. Yeah, I should have picked up some honey and some
some tea on my way home from work yesterday, but I didn't think about it.
It's there, buddy. It's there.
I like how we have Dean in the chat trying to talk smack on Midair. This game's been alive for 8 years, Dean.
To be fair, he's actually dunking on T3 more than Midair with his comments. Some other dead game, lol. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. Looks like the map got voted onto Exhumed.
Oh.
Not my favorite to watch or play, but might be able to get some fun out of it. We did see RSE in the chat. RSE, is that all they're playing now? Is it just a 2-map pool? Are they not playing Hildebrand anymore?
Oh my god, I can't. Get out of it. Yeah, there we go.
Stork enjoying his retirement. Caught a 3 3/4 pound bass.
I'm looking at your name right now on stream, Sin.
Yeah, somebody putting some bullets into that. Who's that? Pixel.
That was Pixel. Oh.
One of 5 players to have their name enshrined forever on a map in Midair. And of course, DL, you see Darkboater at the top there. He's still in this one. Still kicking however many years later. Just waiting for everybody to get out of spec mode. Rex is no doubt rallying the troops on the RR side of things, coming off their equalizer win to turn this into a best of 3. I do like this map a little bit for DL and Rex. You know, I think having Ace and Pixel and Inns running their routes on Exhumed, assuming they've got them, it's a good look for them. I don't know how much Astralis has practiced routes on Exhumed, with it being not one of the most popular maps. Well, of course, will move the flag. You know, we've talked about that, and you know, he made it happen the last time we played Exhumed. So,
all right, here we go. Game number 2 underway. It's a best of 3 for all the marbles at this point. Of course, Rex and co have clawed back from a deficit due to the fact that they came from the losers bracket, but have all of the momentum behind their sails right now. And Astralis with a strong statement, just gonna first grab this, you know, a little bit of a cowboy grab, but he needs to get back in bounds. He does.
Ace grabbed in front of Inns. Oh, Inns was gonna be out completely full, completely home, and Ace just walked it right in front of him. Oh man, that was tough. He was so close. It was just pixels away from being gone, and Ace just llamaed it.
Don't be that guy, chat. Don't be that guy. Nice. First cap on the board for Knopf and the muscling down middle folks. Starting out strong with some momentum. 1 minute, 1 cap.
See if they can keep up their pace. I don't think they will, but it's always a possibility. In's coming in now, 3rd grab. He's gonna slip under the piggies of Knopf there, and he's gonna make that one all the way home. DL trying to do some damage into Moose, but Lel doing a little bit of chaser chasing will put DL back in his own spawn.
All right, Rex in hot water right now. He's got to pass it off to Inzy. Inz gonna try and dodge and weave behind this rock here. Pixel's gonna D up for a second. Good play for Pixel. His teammates needed that extra love, but quickly making the decision to go back on offense. But Rex now in a dire situation, needs to get the pass. Inzy's gonna take a disc. No, he actually doesn't. So, bit of a miss there. Ins should have most likely taken quite a bit more damage, but Jaggle! Oh. Almost gets the hero play. Not quite. Passing off to Rex, but the pass does not connect. Ins respawns and he's gonna pick up his own pass, but no, Astralis is there. Seems like oh, who is this? Ace was on a front grab, looks like.
Nice
Ace
little
not-
E-grab front. He had 2 meets there. So Inns will pick that one up, and then Rex is going to try to murder Jaggle on the way back, and he will, and just K out. Drops away Jaggle. I can't believe we haven't talked about this the whole stream. We've been here for coming up on 9 hours, Fish.
Uh-huh.
You can respawn midair.
Yeah. I feel
One
so
of the
natural
most-
that I forgot that it was not, you know.
Yeah, one
thing.
of the most hated features by Tribes veterans in T3, of course. You have to sit on the ground to start your respawn, and you have to recall. Just feels so weird for those of us that have played the other games. Of course, midair standard for the rest of the Tribe series. You press a button, you die, you start your spawn timer.
Yep.
There's none of this weird recall
Team captured the
humbo jumbo mumbo. You can just do your position as you need to. And I can't believe I didn't call that out. I've just been playing so much midair that it's become natural again, like you mentioned.
Yep, I forgot. I forgot. At least it's not 5 seconds anymore in T3 like it used to be. That shit was brutal.
That was tough to stomach,
Yeah.
especially
that
if you get killed right at the end of it. That was
was tilting beyond belief.
really rough. Rex just kind of avoiding the spam here, sitting behind that right side rock. And still sitting on the floor, just chaining out Moose, so no danger on the blue side of the map at the moment. Lel's gonna pop up into the air and Knopf will take the pass. Inns has some damage on a Knopf, but Lel gets a good spawn location. And Red's also gonna keep a hold of this one. Lel floating up into the air, takes a lot of chain. Now Knopf going to the other side is gonna receive a disc and all the chain as well. Pops it up onto the rock and Lel was falling below it. Really tough spot to be in now, but it stays up on the rock and they get a couple of kills. So Lel will be able to secure that and then toss it over to Knopf. So we'll stay in the standoff with 5 minutes expired.
Nice synergy once again. Knopf and Lel really giving a clinic on how to play standoff defense. Holding that flag, moving it between one another. Obviously killing as much as you can in between, but really just, you know, they always seem to find a successful pass between these two. Uh-oh.
And the caster curse.
Until now.
Has struck once again. Knopf nowhere to go with that one. And it just falls into the hands of Astralis. Pixel holding this one. There was a walk there for Moose's team, and it was actually Moose himself who brings it back to his own base. Ace and Inns have some pressure on it though, so could be rough. Inns not able to get into it, and Lel will secure that. On the other side though, Astralis has made the return happen, and it's now 3-0 in favor of Muslin down mid.
Damn. Going very, very differently than the previous map. No longer neck and neck. Muslin down mid taking a fairly commanding lead. Of course, still plenty oodles, I would say, of time left on the clock. Astralis is out again, and you were asking the question, how practice are Astralis' routes? They're looking so far so good. Astralis will chuck that to Lel or Knopf, I'm sure. Oh no, it's actually Moose who collects it. DL, dude, what just happened? DL
Tried
got
to
in the
get that
way.
pass off. Yeah, DL just right in his face, and the pass goes straight into him. First one up onto the board for Rex and his Ragers. So Nice little bounce back from them. We'll see if they can keep it up and get this thing tied up for before the next cap comes through from Moose and his squad. Inns and Pixel both doing some clearing, but they haven't done enough damage onto Jiggle or Knopf, really. And that's going to result in their incoming capper just getting absolutely eviscerated. Flag's going to drop into the field. The walk went nowhere. And the Stralis has already secured it on this side of the map. But Rex with like kind of a bounce through front, just trying to move the flag around, and he makes it work. So he'll be able to get the flag all the way back to his base, throws it over to Inns, and we're going to enter a standoff.
All right. Ooh, this is a easy return.
And this has got to be 4. And it is.
Your flag.
Well, puts the halfway point securely into the hands of Moose and his compatriots. See a back route coming in from Pixel. He is out completely clean. So this one looks like it's probably Oob. So Pixel heading towards the stand, and he just caps that in,
Your team.
I don't know, 3-4 seconds. He was gone from the start of that route.
Pixel, you can never count out Pixel's first grabs. Like, he might be the first one in, but you can't just assume he's gonna pull off, because he will go for that thing. You know, there's certain players have, you know, is this okay? Pixel's out once again, so Pixel really putting in his worth so far for his team here. Is this a second cap for Pixel right in a row? Oh, Inzi has it, and Inzi collects it, and all of a sudden it's a 1-cap game, Sin.
They're turning it around. Pretty 2 quick ones on the board. You almost wonder if maybe Pixel or whoever is running the offense for the DL and Rex team. And speaking of running the offense, ooh, DL gets absolutely nuked in mid. A 4-star disc drops DL. Jagel with a nice shot, and that's gonna keep him from getting all the way to the base. What a hit coming out of Jagel.
Sad. I missed
Beautiful
it on stream.
shots there.
All right, Jiggle, do it again. Come on, I dare you.
I don't think we'll see another one of those for many games of Midair. That was a hell of a long-range one that came out from Jagel. DL's gonna make the return though, and this could be 4-4 now, and tie things up for Rex and his Rangers. Jagel just trying to move this one, gets returned almost instantly.
The enemy captured.
And here we go. We're tied up again.
Yeah, we are, Sin. Just when I thought we were gonna have a runaway success for muscling down mid, it's another neck-and-neck game. I mean, the losers finals were also incredibly tight. We've just been treated to a series of epic nail-biting matches tonight.
You couldn't really ask for more evenly matched teams, it feels like, getting into a grand final. They've kept things close pretty much the whole way through. Had a couple of teams run away a little bit, but Lel now with a chance. DL gets mid-aired away from it, but with a sliver of health, he makes the kill.
Rex,
And the return comes through.
the home
What
D.
a hero play there from DL.
Yep. Cool. Sort of sneaky route, okay, but it's Moose who's out. Or no, Astralis, excuse me.
He's gonna make it all the way over mid. Curious if he's got a pass right away. He does. He's gonna toss that one over into the waiting hands of Lel, but Lel in trouble. Gets a ton of damage from DL and Ace. And that will result in a return for DL. The blue flag's gonna get walked, but ends with a nice shot. Another one lands onto somebody just trying to exit mid. And that will result in Moose going down, and Rex gets stopped on stand by Lel. Couldn't make the return, but Jagel's gonna swing around and complete the play. really close margin there, and it almost turned into a cap for Rex and Co, but couldn't quite make it happen. Now Knopf holding this one in the field. Blue drops down into the front of the base, so Lel's gonna look for a toss into this one, and then a timed return might come out from Knopf. Ace trying to do a little bit of fighting on it. Knopf's gonna have to put that one back, and DL able to make the return for the blue team, and we will stay at 4-4.
You gotta give it to Moose for bidding as high as he did it on Lel. I was kind of raising my eyebrow when I saw that, given that guys like Ringo went for 45, and I believe Lel was a 40. But Lel, I think, has proven to be one of the clutch players of this entire tournament. You saw that right there, stopping the ballsy move from Rex. You can argue Rex may be a little bit too ballsy, but plenty of people would have let Rex come on in and make that cap happen.
If Moose can get this one off the stand, gets body blocked by DL. Inns couldn't quite make it into the stand, tries to toss it over to Rex, who will receive the pass, but Astralis is going to buy enough time for the incoming crash to arrive. Rex now looking for a toss, tries to get it up over towards Inns, who is not in a good spot, and he's going to go down, but the cleanup is pretty good from blue team, aside from Lel, who just elected to run a side route there. And he'll make this one all the way back to base, or at least to a toss. Kind of making the over the river and through the woods route for him, but the return comes home, so Moose gonna get that one going. You can see Knopf kind of fading over to the side, looking for Lel here on that pass. DL puts a disc into him, but he won't have the kill right away. Knopf now looking for a pass, but doesn't get it away in time. DL gonna knock him down from above, and now Rex DJs out from the side of the map after his E-grab. Could go over into the hands of Pixel. He'll pick that one up. All 5 red players now are going to be crashing down mid into the base, except for Lel, who is once again on that side route, kind of elected to pull off there. Saw DL looking at him. Moose with a really slow kind of front touch into a DJ and just throws it up immediately, hoping Astralis can get to it, but Rex will be able to make this return, and we'll go back into standard defensive positions.
Astralis, is he gonna go for this? It looks like he is. Yeah, it was just first one defender, so I don't hate it. Trying to put it in a position for Moose, no dice. Meanwhile, Inzi basically walking this flag home with a disc jump. He's gonna make this 3/4 of the way home, but that's not good enough on Big Zoom. Jaggle and Co. will get the easy return, so 4-4, 5 minutes remaining.
Pixel trying to move this one through mid. He's going to get chained out, but gets the toss off just barely in time. Not over the hill, though, so Knopf will have an easy return on that. But Ace missed the re-grab. Ace DJ'd off the stand, but he didn't bring the flag with him. Forgot the most important component. And that could have been a cap for blue, but doesn't end up being too harmful, as Moose is not going to be out with that. It'll just drop into the chasm in mid. Rex will sit on that for a little while. Kind of waits for Lel to put some pressure onto it. DL's actually getting kind of waxed by Lel there, and actually Lel still owns the blue stand, and so Rex is having to pay attention to a couple of different angles. One of those angles was Moose, and Moose is now going all the way back to the red base. Lel gonna pick that one up. DL, nice shot onto Lel to keep him off the stand. The spam comes through from the rest of his team, and that prevents the cap from happening right away. Ends with a nice little E-grab out towards the back right. Moose now just sitting on the big rock, trying to get the pass over towards Lel, but doesn't get it over the pyramid, so drops into a spot where Lel's gonna take a lot of spam, and Lel now having to pass over the top of Moose, just kind of some flub tosses over and over from the red squad, but they have cleaned up enough to stabilize at this point. And
here comes the return.
See the timed return happen for Moose.
Wow, okay. The fighting spirit is apparent for muscling down mid. They're making it happen. Pretty strong start to the map. Then, of course, it was equalized fully. But muscling down mid. Now, once again, in the driver's seat with just a few minutes left. And is this another cap potentially? Astralis is 1 HP, and DL long-range chain bullets are connecting, and he comes in for the return as well.
Really wanted to see it pass there come out from Astralis. Looks like he maybe thought he had a chance at it, but just drops it in front of that stand, and that is one of the hardest places as a defense to pick a flag up. There, it just gets kind of stuck up under that little overhang, and the spam just knocks it further in towards it. You just got to go in there and essentially just hope you don't die. Really tough spot to get into if you're trying to secure a flag, and Jiggle makes a nice return on the other side. Moose electing to just oob that one, and we'll stay at 5-4.
Well, oh, doesn't get the toss off. But there's Moose anyway.
Ooh, nice little scoop there from Moose. He's just trying to get that one through the chasm in mid, but Jaggle's going to do enough damage to drop him, and now a chance to put their buffer at 2. DL gets bumped out the back of the base. Knopf holding still full health at the moment, but gets chained down pretty quickly. We're going to make the toss over to Lel. And Moose is the only player in range of DL at the moment. Astralis waiting on the other side of the map, trying to just do some damage on the incoming pass. And DL will actually miss the pass into Rex, and with 3 red players in the area, that's going to be a cap. Or at least it should be, and Inz is actually going to get out. So Lel was playing under the base and didn't have the timing to get up to the stand. Now he's looking for a pass kind of urgently over to Knopf, who luckily will pick that one up, but just a little too far away from the stand there. Maybe they weren't quite ready for that one to come home, and we will stay in standoff mode for the time being.
Rex taking a lot of damage. You have to pass this thing off as soon as he gets that kill, but still hasn't found an opportunity to do so. Rex drops, lets it drop straight down. Inzi with a decent spawn. Very, very decent, because any other spawn, I don't think they keep that flag there. Now Rex barely hanging onto it by the skin of his teeth. Once again, his team is D'ing up, so Ace has checked in to help out here. Now Rex still holding this flag, but Moose is hot on his tail. Rex now needs to back up a little bit and just stabilize. It's been a bit of chaos back here for some time. Now Rex is in a bad position once again. Where's his friends? Inzi is a little far away, but is able to grab it just barely over the pyramid. Now Inzi, of course, taking some height, giving him the vantage point to pass on down to Rex. Now Rex, once again, under quite a lot of pressure. He's got Astralis, Jaggle on him, and where's Inzi? Inzi... does that make it over the rock? It does. I didn't think that was going to make it over the rock. Nonetheless, Jaggle gets it. Whoa! The game's over. Wow.
Your team
Timer
won the
got
match.
to expiration there during that standoff, and all they needed was a return. So Moose and his compatriots, you see Jaggle there, 32 kills, 11 returns. Excellent showing from him. They're going to move themselves on to match point. So the highest budget captain in the draft is now 1 game away from adding a virtual trophy to his case.
That's right. Now, Moose, of course, is a championship winning player. Maybe not recently. So, you know, one could argue that
The enemy
he maybe
captured
got a
your
little
flag.
bit too many points to bid with, maybe just a tad. But we don't want to let that detract from this match or the fact that they are crushing it as a team. So shout outs to Moose. I think he picked very well. And I mean, he picked an incredible defensive duo as well in those standoffs. Really, really one of the linchpins for this team. I feel like that's where, in my opinion, the biggest differentiator between these two teams is really the standoff defense. I think has been just so strong for Muscle down mid.
Yeah, Lol and Knopf have, you know, you've spoken about it a number of times. They've been that set crew. We've seen a couple of teams do that this tournament, and it was, allowing them to develop that synergy. They've really been, holding it down. And the longer the game goes, the more they get that feel together. They figure out who they want to hold the flag, how it's going to happen, when they like to pass. You kind of just get that synergy down after a long enough time playing with somebody. And Lel and Naf have definitely got that figured out. Doesn't seem like the Ragers have a determined pair. It kind of just seems to be Rex and whoever.
That is correct.
Izza is asking us to mention one of the most irrelevant players in Midair's history on stream, and I just don't think he bears the worth or the oxygen for it. I don't know about you, Fish, but might not, doesn't really have the relevance to the history of the game to mention an individual, appearance.
We're only going to talk about championship winners here. You know what I'm saying? It's cold. It's cold. Let's see. Muscle up to. Speaking of cold, a little bit frosty here on this map, and here we are on Brynhilder.
It is a little chill out here indeed.
Chill up.
Could be.
We only talk about championship winners. Sorry.
I don't know why we mentioned Izza then. I haven't seen much of that out of him. A little bit of a contradiction there from us, but nonetheless, could be the end here. Of course, Moose and the rest of his boys moving things up onto match point. So they've got 2 shots now to clean this one out. And Rex and DL, along with their offense, are going to have to really lock it in and move us to a game 5 if they want things to continue.
So Sid, tell me, we're back on Brynhilder. We've been here many times today. What does this map mean for this particular matchup? Do you think it's gonna favor anybody in any which way? Any key matchups to look out for? What are your thoughts?
I think this heavily favors Muslin down mid. I think they have a pretty strong fragging advantage over the DL and Rex squad. Outside of DL and Rex, you're not really looking at Pixel, Inns, or Ace to put up some big kill scores. Where, over on the Moose side of things, Jiggle is always going to be dropping frags. Knopf definitely has that capacity. We saw him drop close to 40 earlier in the group stage. Lel, absolutely no slouch when it comes to shooting things. And Astralis was really known as a fragging capper in T3. He capped a lot, but he was more well known for kind of just his mouse 1 stuff. And you can't forget Moose, the captain of the team. He's been around. He's won many, many, many tournaments in his day, and so he can definitely shoot things when needed. And I really hope this isn't the end. I hope we get to a game 5 here, but I am gonna kind of put this on DEFCON 5. This is gonna be a tough one for DL, Pixel, Ace, Rex, and Inns to pull out. I think their backs are against the wall here, and it might be the worst map for them to have that happen on.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, this is a really offensive heavy map, and no matter how good your defensive duo is, people are gonna be getting out most of the time. So I feel the same way. This is something that I'm expecting to see Muscle take this and take the entire tournament. And I will say, I'm seeing some chatter in chat, and I'm just gonna say, I love all Tribes games. Tribes is dope. So play your Tribes 2 if you want to play your Tribes 2. Play your Midair if you want to play your Midair. Everyone.
I'm not that nice, Fix.
Everyone be copacetic, guys. Come on.
I'm not that
Tribes,
nice, Fish.
Tribes
Imagine coming in here and trying to talk up the worst tribes out of the series. That's a tough break.
You mean Tribes Ascent?
Well, a lot of people would argue that. But we're not talking about tribes. We're talking about Midair right now.
True.
30 seconds into this one. already into a standoff. Lel's picking that up on the other side of the base. And Rex gonna hold this one for his squad. So both teams moving on their first O run, and we're gonna jump into the first standoff of Bryn. And Rex just trying to sit behind this hill. I don't think anybody saw him. He maybe got spotted by Astralis, so he moves over to the right side, trying to get some damage into Jagel, but he's in a rough spot now. Kind of has to hop off the top of this rock, and a weird spot for Pixel. He's gonna get chained out as well, so this is almost assuredly a return for Moose and team. And now we're looking at Jagel trying to pick this one up. Ace trying to move it over mid. Actually has some health on him. So Ace could get this over the mid hill. Will go just into the hands of DL for the moment. And we'll stay in standoff.
Yeah, moving into another standoff pretty quickly here. Is Lel hiding right now? Is this a hiding spot? I don't know. But flag is returned. Deal's hot on Lel. Lel needs to pass, and his flag is off the stand as well. So Pixel makes it across midfield. And Jiggle, you know, he's going to pass it off to Lel. They have a thing, man. It's Lel and Knopf. They have this synergy. Let him cook, okay? Let him cook.
Kind of just an extended standoff. What we've been seeing. A little bit of an E-grab here and there, but it always gets back to the base. So Rex with another chance to hold this one with his D partner, which looks like it's going to be... Is it Pixel? I don't know who should have been receiving that pass because it didn't look like Pixel was close to it, but Pixel just trying to get it back towards Rex. That one goes almost right into Moose, but Astralis has some spam onto it. He has a chance at this one, just trying to get into it, and he gets Midair in the back straight into it. And it turns into a cap for Lel.
Was that BM? Was Lel just standing there for a full second, just staring the flag down, just BMing? Okay.
He was letting them know.
Letting them know.
I'm all for BM on the field, you know?
Yeah.
If you can back it up, let it rip. You know, of course, I'm also for BM off the field. One of the high proponents of trash talk.
Oh, yeah.
But nonetheless, we see Rex drop. Jagel will pick that one from the field. DL with a chance to return on the other side, and he will make the same happen. So 1-0 will remain our scoreline for at least the next 30 seconds. Rex doing some hunting on a Lel here, and Lel just K's out. Burned down low enough that he didn't elect it worth it to retain his life. And all three cappers now for Moose's team. Lel actually got kind of body blocked by Pixel on the way in there, so Lel couldn't start his route, and he's just going to elect a DJ into chase. Trying to do some damage onto Pixel, who's going to toss that one straight at the stand, not at a player, so it goes over the head of Inns, and Lel, who had been body blocked by the capper who passed it, just DJ'd up into mid, and he's able to make the return. Moose just trying to man mode that one onto the stand, a little too brave from him. Luckily, Astralis is going to be able to pick it up, toss it over into the back into the hands of Moose, but Pixel was on a route. Heads up play from him. He'll move this maybe over mid. He might drop to the chain gun, throws it over towards Inns. Lel is not there to make the interception. So Jagel, Lel, and Astralis all converging onto that red flag. Lots of players coming through there, but both returns are going to happen, and no score will change.
Got Moose with the flag in the field. I'm watching Inzi as he comes on in, but it's actually going to be Ace who grabs the flag in front of Inzi. Astralis will pick it up from Moose, so Astralis holding it out. And we got 4 reds here. That's not good. 4 reds, yet the flag still returned. It's all on Jagel, and Jagel's good, but he can't possibly do this by himself.
The enemy
He
captured the
just
flag.
barely couldn't get the flag all the way to fall off the stand there. If he had moved it one more time, could have bought enough seconds for the Crashers to arrive, but he just wasn't in the cards for him. See Lel coming in on the back right. He's been spotted, so I would assume that this stop will happen for him. He's just trying to get DL off the stand now, trying to take some attention away from the incoming left routes. Moose will get bumped away by a disc from Rex, and then Astralis will have the same happen to him with a body block. So Lel's best shot is maybe to get it into mid, but that will not be happening. And
Looks like we
both
got-
defenses hold strong.
Yep. Full stops on both sides here. Nice stuff from the defense, showing their stuff. Bryn does tend to be a fairly offensive map, offense-heavy map, but nonetheless, we're seeing some really good stops come out. Astralis just barely missed the scoop there. DL gets the return. And Ace is actually somehow out with this. He's going to make it over midfield, get the toss off. Misses the connection with Pixel, but this flag is still in play. Moose gets body blocked. Pixel with a pixel of his big toe. Body blocks Moose away from that flag. Nice stuff. Okay. We got some more movement, some more flag movements coming to play here with Astralis. Astralis going to pass that flag up over to Moose. Moose tries to pick it up in the midfield, but no, that's going to be an easy return. Oh, Lel. Lel doing Lel things, camping that flag stand. And it doesn't make it over mid. It doesn't quite make it over mid, and it's going to be a return.
So Rex and DL trying their best to keep this one, you know, turn it into a best of one. Of course, they do need to win this to stay alive in the series if you're just joining. Astralis coming in from the side. Lel has already knocked Rex off stand, so the damage isn't going to be there from onto Astralis, but DL spawned on him. Tough break for Astralis. Lel kind of trailering, though. Gets hit in the back. Everybody just trailering. Muscle and down mid, staying true to their name yet again, just bullying people on the way home. And Knopf will throw that one over to Lel. And we're going to go into our standoff set.
Here we go. Rex, of course, an incredibly strong fragger. But these standoffs have looked a little bit shaky, and once again, just passing it in kind of into no man's land. That's an easy return here. And if no one's, yeah, DL is the last one standing.
The enemy captured
And I think this is really just the biggest differentiator between these two teams is their ability to hold the flag on standoffs.
Yeah,
But here comes Pixel. Here comes Pixel.
Wow, what an answer.
captured your flag.
Just straight through mid. Nobody on him there. He just kind of came through on that quick front and bounced out all the way home. Nobody able to make the damage happen. You're talking about the standoffs. You know, Lel and Knopf can both be that kind of consistent. They will eventually kill something. You know, they might not kill it as fast as Rex, but on the other side, it's really going to be Rex's partner who is under the most pressure. You know, Rex can definitely hold his own. He can definitely do some fragging, but when you look at the other three players on the roster, you know, DL always going to be on chase. Pixel, Ace, and Inns are at best inconsistent on the fragging side of things, and at worst they can just kind of get bullied, but didn't seem to matter at that point. Rex puts up the second one in a row onto the board for his Ragers. And now, with the halfway point coming up, you got double the score for Rex's team. Moose, I don't wonder if they're trying to figure something out.
Yeah, well, they figured out a way to get this flag all the way home, which is exactly what Astralis is doing here. It's going to pass that flag off to not anyone in particular, but Knopf is there to pick it up. And we're moving into another standoff here. Here comes DL dropping from the high ground. Ace and DL very well timed up here. Really strong and scary offensive push here. Inzi's here as well. This is a return. And is this going to be the 5th cap on the board? Potentially. No, Moose is moving it. Moose could DJ, but... Oh, he actually opts for the beacon stop. Interesting. Okay.
Don't know that I would have done that particular move right there. Maybe a little too eager with the beacon from Moose.
I mean, damned if you do, damned if you don't. I mean, I think he was going to die either way, so at least try to throw your opponents off, I guess, is maybe the philosophy with that beacon stop. Not quite sure. Lel setting up kind of a slow back. He's looking to time up as best he can with Astralis, but Astralis actually just goes for it. Lel might try and make a play. No play to be made here. 9 minutes remaining on the clock. And Pixel really showing his worth. He almost looks like a bargain at this point with the amount of caps that Pixel has brought in. And here he is, swooping. But Lel also swooping. Lel swoops in and swoops out with the flag. And Moose gets the return. So Lel's actually looking very, very good. Inzi's here, but all alone. So many discs chasing after him. None of them quite connect, though. Is anybody on this red flag? Is Astrala? No, Astrala's so close. So close, and yet another standoff here.
So far, the story of this map for me has been Jagel and Knopf can't seem to get the stops on the stand on Bryn. And Ace with a return there. This is a chance to make it 6-2. But Astralis will prevent that from happening. Really just, it feels like Muscling down mid can't get the stops. We're seeing Rex and his Ragers just move a lot more than you really want to see on Brain. You see Pixel coming in here. And there's Inz. He's just out completely full. So they're able to make the first two kind of falter on stand, but Inz is just out completely clean. On the other side of the map, Astralis is the last one, and he gets stopped. Now 6-2 in favor of Rex and crew.
Nice stop on Astralis. Of course, he was a one-man army there, but you don't want to let him touch that flag, because that would just open up all of the space in the world for front crashing and so on. So they calmed that Astralis was coming in from a mile away. Really good stuff to stop him there. Now Inzi's gonna be home with this as well, and he's gonna be able to pass this off. Pixel will receive. Lel is hot on Pixel. That's gonna be a midair. Nice double midair, and he's down and killed.
Ace is on a regrab though. He was not spotted on the right side. Lots of chain guns headed at him, but he'll be able to at least make the toss. Tossed it a little earlier than I would probably like to see, but they're just trying to chain it towards the base. Pixel hits the top of the stand with his toss, and that results in a return from Moose. Astralis takes a grenade to the back as he tries to get over mid, and DL's real close to this one, so that one will come home. And with about 7 minutes left, it is a 4-cap bonus at the moment for Rex's Ragers. Jagel and Knopf able to make the stop at that point, but I would love to see them make some more full stops here. You know, it kind of seems like the big long routes from Ace, Inz, and Pixel have been allowing them to get out with this. And here comes Ace. He's down through and he's just moving it. Knopf not able to make the chain happen before the pass gets over towards the enemy base. Pixel can't quite handle the pass though. So a lot of red dots going into the area. Very easily could be cleaned up, but nobody looking at it in time. Other flag was also in the same vicinity. You open up the scoreboard right now, Fish Sticks. 37 kills already on to Rex.
Wow.
Absolutely putting the team on his back on Bryn. He does not want to go home yet.
Wow, that's absolutely insane. I mean, I knew he was doing work on D, but 37 is monumental.
Slightly errant pass over the top there. A's, Pixel, and Inz all trying to make sure this gets over to Rex. And the spam is not going to do any damage to him, so they will secure that for now. DL doing his best on the other side. Trying to burn down Moose, but Knopf will pick that one up, and DL will get cleaned up. So we will enter full standoff mode for the time being. We're starting to approach the time. 4 caps. If it gets down to 4 minutes, that is my bar. If this happens, I will be ready for a game 5 to come through. Moose is kind of floating up into the air, throws it over towards Knopf. Tough spot for him to be in. Moose now trying to get it away from the same spot, but Inz and Pixel just disc after disc, and now it is 5 caps, and it is under 5 minutes. I don't want to have the lady sing too early, Fish, but I think we're going to go to a game 5.
Certainly looking that way right now. And I guess we were both wrong on our predictions for this one. the combo of Rex and DL has just been able to make a lot happen where you've rightly called out. On the other end, Jagel and Knopf really haven't gotten a ton of full stops, like 2 or 3 maybe 4. Oh, this could be the last cap potentially, and here it is. Actually,
Captured your flag.
very dominant showing
Your team
here
won the match.
for
45
Rex's
out of
Raiders.
Rex. Holy cannoli.
Somebody
and a
screenshot
cap out.
this. Wow.
That's a
Rex.
pug score right there.
Yeah. God damn.
Very nice. So we will have to see what the teams decide. It is all going to come down to one singular map to decide who gets crowned the summer midair champ. And you know, it's I'm kind of surprised. I really thought that the fragging power spread across the players for Moose's team would have shown through there on Bryn, but Rex, there's not a whole lot more you can say other than hard carry. I mean, 45 kills, easily top of the scoreboard. He was just cleaning house on Bryn. And what better map to end it than Elite?
Of course.
One of the community favorites. Probably the most played map in the game. And it's all coming down to 20 minutes.
Yep, last 20 minutes, unless we go to overtime, of course, which very feasible could happen here.
It could happen. We've seen it a few times this tournament.
That we have seen. All right, chat. Let's get hyped for the grand finals. It's the last map, final set, final map of the grand finals. Let's make some noise digitally and like go. I don't know. Go share the link with some old tribes, clan mates, or whatever. Yeah, this is really fantastic midair that we've been watching today, and go spread the word. Let's pump the viewership numbers up. We've had like 120 viewers before for a draft tournament, if my memory serves correctly. Right now, between Meller's stream and mine, we're at about 100. So I know that there's a couple old midair players that don't know this is going on. So let them know. Bring them into the stream. Let's enjoy this final map. And also, let us know who's going to win it. It's on Elite. Does this favor one team or the other? Wait, did we move to a different server?
They are moving servers. They were having some trouble on that other side, so they spun up a new lobby.
All right. All right. I accidentally closed my game, so...
Well, that will happen from time to time. That escape key is a little too eager to drop things. So map 5 here in this best of 5, and we will be looking to see how I think the story has very quickly gone from who can hold the standoff better to really who can stop the offense. And so far that has been Rex and DL having better luck with that. Jagel and Knopf just kind of crumbling a little bit on Bryn there, so we'll see if they can bounce back on Elite, or if they continue to struggle and we crown Rex as the champion of this tournament. Something interesting that we haven't really talked about is Rex did not draft this team. He is the captain of the team, but he was unable to be present on draft day. So Izza actually subbed in the picking process for him and did all the auctioneering. So maybe a half of a medal will go over to Izza if this team ends up pulling it out.
Yeah, shout outs to Issa, who did all the player selections for this team. And I don't know, maybe Issa can come on the post-game interview if they win. Let us know what the rationale was.
I halfway expected Izza to troll Rex with the picks. I kind of thought he was gonna go for it when I was auctioneering a couple of weeks ago, but he's picked him well, very clearly. You know, up into the grand final, sitting here on map 5, and teams figuring out which side they're gonna play on at this point.
Still got players filtering in to the server.
All right. Hey, buddy, come here. Come here. Sit. All right. Just because you showed up, stream gets to get blessed with doggo. This is Sif. All right, the match is getting underway in 20 seconds. Enough doggo.
Proven wrong by somebody joining spectate.
No, just kidding. Another
And
30
then
seconds.
snapping back in. So you got a small buffer here.
All right, let's get into it. Elite is the final map between these two teams. And find out who will come out on top in the Midair 2 draft tournament. I don't know if is there a name for this tournament other than just like quote unquote Midair draft tournament? I don't know.
It's just the summer 2024 draft. I don't think
Yeah, there you
anybody
go.
slapped any names on it. But here we go. Teams are starting their first offense runs. Ace and Inns coming in on the right side there. Inns gets knocked off by Knopf. But Ace is going to move this one at least into mid. He's looking for a toss here. Tries to get that one into the hands of Inns, who will receive the toss. Lel making it over to the other side, trying to do a little bit of a chain duel with the L losing badly, and has to toss it over to Knopf. Just kind of a spin shoot there from Lel. Jiggle and Astralis in the back bowl. They have a chance at this. Inns has been knocked away from it, and Inns is not able to make the kill onto Jiggle. Ace trying to get the E-grab down into the back bowl. DL in pursuit of it, and he'll pick it up on the way. He'll buy some more time for his team. Knopf holding. He's going to keep that at full health. Now just Rex coming through mid, and he does not do enough damage onto Knopf. 1-0. First cap onto the board will go in favor of Muslin down mid.
Jiggle with a nice midair return there. Pixel, not the fastest route, but he's out. He's actually takes the the nade jump, you know, his patented Pixel nade jump that he loves to do. May have actually harmed him more than helped him there. He did not toss the flag in time. That was looking pretty promising for Pixel.
Didn't quite get out with it. Now Jiggle and Knopf are going to try to hold this one on that kind of near the tracks of the crane. They'll eventually push it down into the bowl. Inns trying to make a pickup happen there. Jiggle returning a little too eagerly, I think. I think I would have held that even if Inns could have picked it up. He was still... didn't really have any speed to it, but Ace is going to take that one off the stand, move all the way back to his base, and see who he can toss over to here. Doesn't quite get it over to Inns, just drops down into the field, and Astralis with a 0 HP left. Skis through it. Makes the return happen there, so it's a little bit of a little misplay from Jiggle. Kept that alive a little bit longer than it should have been. Ace not able to grab that one, trying to do some damage onto him, but 2 right routes now. Inns and then Pixel, and Inns just uncontested. He's gonna take that one home.
Flag is out on both sides now. We're watching DL's POV. Does his best to take on both Lel and Knopf. Lel gonna, again, disc jump up to get the verticality, get the flag off to Knopf. DL has been killed. So, pretty much settled down here on the side of the map. Let's see what's going on the other side of the map. That's chaos on the other side of the map. Quick return. Knopf gonna try and bring this in, but actually give it off to Moose first. And Moose isn't able to get on up to the flag stand, so he's passing it off to his friends and teammates. Jaggle is here. Jaggle has the flag. Jaggle's dead. Both flags now in the back bowl. Some miscommunication, perhaps? No one knows which flag to go for.
Little scramble here from Muslin down mid. They couldn't quite figure out who needed to do what, but feels like they're going to clean this one. But Lel couldn't make his way onto the stand. Kind of bounced off the side there. Throws it over to Knopf. That was dangerous. That almost got returned by the player sitting next to him.
Very dangerous there. And DL is moving. He's full HP. Lel's hot on the chase, not hitting a ton of chain bullets at this point. And here comes Ace. So Ace picking up DL very nicely. Pixel's there as well. Rex is there as well. Astralis is still a few seconds away. But in comes... Okay, Astralis is coming, but doesn't matter. Lel gets the mid-air return. That was looking quite dangerous, I have to say.
He's getting a little too close for comfort there. For the muscling down mid guys. Of course, 2 caps is not a big buffer, especially not in midair. You can make that up in, you know, essentially one run. If you have a cap and a grab right around each other. Ace gonna move this one pretty much for free. So they'll be out all the way home. Pressure's gonna be on to Moose and his friends here. Pixel trying to get down towards it. Lil DJ's up. Knopf is straight under him. Gonna be a weird spot to make a toss. And Lil's actually just gonna toss it over to Astralis. You gotta expect that they will toss this one again. Astralis just falling away. Didn't really see him looking for the pass early enough there. And he'll drop at Knopf. Heads up play to pick that one up. And he'll try to throw it over towards Astralis.
Oh,
so 3v here the whole time.
Yeah.
And that is not going to be the winning concoction for the red team. Jagel's still holding Rex at bay in the back here. Rex going to try to toss it over towards Ace, who doesn't quite have the angle, and now 3 red players in his face. Moose moving over mid, and DL will make the call to just kind of DJ that one up, get it back to his base, make sure that this doesn't get out of hand too quickly.
Just looking desperately for somebody to pass this off to. There's Knopf. Knopf holding the flag pretty comfortably. He's low on HP though. DL is here. DL gets the disc. Mid-air Knopf, but it's not enough to send him away from the flag stand. In comes Knopf, the 3rd cap on the board. Not a huge buffer, but again, the momentum solidly in the favor of muscle down mid.
They just keep chipping away, you know, one after the other, and it's not like they're getting this off the back of a huge stop every time from the defense. You can see Enz is out again, and he might just crap this stand to stand, and he does. That's been happening. The cap hasn't been coming out of it, but blue team has definitely been making it home, and you can see Ace again is moving the flag. So the flag is moving for Rex's Ragers. They just haven't been able to make the conversions. So as soon as those conversions start happening, this could turn around really, really quickly.
DL. Nice midair from DL. Not quite enough. Knopf is super low. Astralis is D'ing up again. This is the 2nd time we've seen Astralis D'ing up here and still not able to hold it. I guess Lel was on offense that time. Both flags returned, so no harm, no foul. Lel moving down mid, disc jumps, gonna chuck it off. Jagel's somewhat near, Knopf is somewhat near, but a whole lot more blue on this flag than red. Nonetheless, Moose gets the kills to clean things up. Pixel wasn't in the right place there, and Lel is gonna continue to hold this. Couple of blues on Lel. So Lel needs to be careful here, pass it away. I like passing it away from where the blues are, just to keep your friendly a little bit safer, a little bit more out of the action. And meanwhile, Lel is doing his best to try and chip these guys down. 2 of them are quite low, but the 2 of them are still up. So Lel will receive the pass again. It's an off response. And this is like a good little cycle. It's like juggling almost. They're like juggling the flag, and in between juggles, doing as much damage as they can. Is the flag going to get returned on the other side? No, Rex swoops it up under Astralis' nose. Swap it over to Rex's POV. What are you seeing right now, Sin?
I have not been watching the blue side of the map here. Rex is pretty much guaranteed to just kill the trickle. So if they keep trickling and don't come in kind of as one, and I've been seeing the trickle kind of leave the base a lot for muscling down mid, so I haven't been paying attention a whole lot to Rex, but you can see 3 players there at that point, and a 1v3, even Rex is not going to pull that off. And he drops, the flag comes home. DL and Ace are going to return the favor on the other side of the map. And almost at the halfway point now, it is a 2-cap lead for Moose and muscling down mid. like DL wasn't quite on stand there. Lel took a disc to the face, I think. I don't think that was a DJ, but it kept him moving the direction that he wants to go. Now DL and Ins kind of the only ones in the area for blue team. DL's gonna try to make it happen, and he gets some kills onto him. Ace just barely. He gets the E-grab, almost had the return as well. Now Jagle looking for a toss into anybody. Goes over the head of Knopf, but nobody's close for blue at the moment. So it won't be too dangerous just yet. Although it looked like Knopf was just going for the stand. I don't know if they called that they had timed return, but they do not. Ins had killed Astralis in the field, and he probably prevented that from happening. It looked like they had the timing ready, and then Ins, I'm assuming, made the play onto Astralis to keep that from being a timed return.
Everyone D'd up for Knopf there. Sorry, for Rex there. Rex couldn't make it all the way home. Always interesting to see a home D moving with the flag. Always wonder what happened there. Okay, Lel's cooking all the way across mid, but okay, I gotta call out Ace. He has improved during the course of this tournament, and specifically here in this map, Ace is making this flag move just about as much as anyone else on his team. Can't bring it in for the dunk, but Rex might be able to. Rex playing a little bit careful, a little bit safe. Doesn't actually do enough damage onto Moose as one would have liked to have seen there. And Moose, you know, deals on him, but doesn't really have a beat on where he's headed. Moose changes his momentum, and he's making it all the way home. That said, there's a couple of blues here, and the damage is going to be real on Knopf. Knopf gets booped up. We'll pass it immediately off to Lel, though.
Nice return on the other side. Astralis with just a couple of bars left in his health pool. He puts that one back to the stand. DL trying to make the play, and Knopf will chain him down. Rex now crushing as well. Everybody from blue is going to be on that flag. Rex will make it happen. And we'll stay with just a 2-cap lead for muscling down mid.
Sort of scoop, not quite. Oh wait, Astralis maybe? Okay. Astralis makes it down mid, lets it rip. Lel's here for the pickup. Lel will bring this on home very comfortably. Let's check out the other side. Moose killed. It's gonna be a bit of a lull in the action as offense is dead on both sides, but DL disc jumping into the intercept point. DL makes the clutch play even with a little amount of HP against the odds. DL sensed weakness and disc jumped right into the intercept point there. Nice stuff.
You just see the experience of DL coming out there. He recognized the toss had to come. The player could not keep it, and he just disc jumped into the correct spot, put the pressure on the home D to knock him off of it, and the home D couldn't do it. And now you see DL kind of holding this one back towards the enemy base a little bit, or sorry, his own base, just kind of over that hill. Lel gonna try to force it, but I wouldn't expect DL and Rex to fall victim to the force here. I think they're probably just gonna chain down Lel and invite the next contestant from Moose's side, and it'll be Moose himself who now get dropped. Probably see DLK out, and now it returns on its own. The kind of idle flag timer, putting it back to stand, but Astralis there to make the play happen for red team. Kind of a grief grab there from Moose. Didn't really have anywhere to go with it, so it's gonna get held in the field again by Rex and DL.
Yeah, Moose
Still plenty of time.
Not been having a ton of luck on this map, I will say. I mean, obviously they are still up 3-1. Astralis now moving this thing across mid. And he will be able to take this all the way home. On the other side, DL is out clean.
Just one of those chase routes that every now and then you see DL up and decide to run. And it came out right there. Knopf picking this one up. A lot of blue players in the area. Tough spot for red to be in at the moment. They're going to have to clean up Rex and Ace. So Lel will pick this one up. Ace has been dispatched. And Rex will be next on the tasting menu. Knopf will eat him right up. And Pixel, the last hope there, not there in time.
Captured your flag.
And now a 3-cap lead with 6 minutes to go. Starting to sweat a little bit. If you're on the Rex's Ragers side of the field, you're starting to get a little nervous. Don't want to get too far out of hand here. In's trying to toss this one over to Pixel, who's able to make the catch, but doesn't have a whole lot of speed. A little bit of a grenade jump, like you've been calling out. Gets that one tossed over towards Ace, who picks it up for time being. He tries to throw it over to Rex, but just goes a little bit wide. Moose will trade his life for Rex's, and that will result in a return for Jiggle. But nobody on the stand for muscling down mid, so that will mean that Inns can take a walk all the way leisurely back to his base. Rex and Moose trade their lives, but Astralis, I don't think, is going to be able to beat Inns to it. I maybe made a liar, though, and Inns will prevent it from being a disaster. Rex picks it up, and he will stay in standoff.
Jaggle and Moose are here together. Rex is going to collect the flag, but Rex is not looking in a good way. He tries to punt this over to Inns. Inns will scoop it up, but still very, very dicey situation with 3 versus 1. That's going to be a return. But where is Lel going? Lel is the wrong place and the wrong direction that he's heading. He will be able to pass it off. I'm not really sure why he was out there all the way kind of in midfield. Nonetheless, they are still going to hold on to this, and they still got a 4-cap lead, 4-to-1 cap lead with just 4.5 minutes left. So wasting time is beneficial for muscling down mid. Every single second that ticks away is 1 more second towards victory. And maybe that's why Knopf is kind of just playing real far from the stand. Just trying to pull them out, pull them away. Can DL pull out some sort of miracle here? No, not yet.
All up to DL at this point, and he gets dispatched. And this could be a 4-cap gap, and with 4 minutes remaining, now the pressure is really on.
That's Sin's magic number.
It is the magic number.
1 cap per minute. And NC is like, you know what? 1 cap per minute. We can do that. We can do that. Astralis trying to go for the body block. Does not get it. Pixel will collect. So it's still a 3-cap game.
They're still on track, and Ace with a camp there, so he's going to bring this one home. So if they can turn these two around, it could very quickly be a real game, but Jaggle is there in front of Inns. And he's going to keep the buffer at 3. Might turn into 4 again here if Lel can take this one home, and it will. And now the pressure is really heating up on Rex.
Inzi trying once again, and is DL going offense? Are we seeing a 4 offense kind of set up here now? I believe we might be. Rex is the only person on defense for his team now. Or maybe not. DL actually pulling back to defense now. Pixel's moving. So far, so good here. Knopf killed, but this is going to take so much time to get back to the stand. Pixel, is it enough time to get in? Yes, he has enough. Oh,
the spam
what just
from
happened?
Astralis! Astralis coming in from the left side, and he's able to make the grab and also the kill on the stand. Absolutely saved it from becoming a 3-cap match.
Inzi can get this
all the
curve
way
in.
out. Bought some time, so it's still possible. Jaggle now DJing out mid, just trying to throw this back to his base. They're trying to capitalize on the chaos of that last standoff. Rex is close to this, and now so is DL, so they'll be able to make the return happen, but Lel was already camping. Rex saw him and tried to get to him from mid, and he does, so Rex doesn't respawn, but Astralis was trailering. So he's going to get the toss over to Moose. And just every game, they seem to have one signature play that really sticks to their team name. Muscling down mid, they are just bullying the flag home. 3-4 passes now, all the way from mid to the base. Astralis wisely not going for the cap here. Doesn't have the health to get onto the stand, so he'll throw it over towards Knopf. Ace, the last player that can make something happen. Just barely not enough there from Rex, and 4 caps in a minute and a half will not be possible. This is going to be muscling down mid, going all the way through winner's bracket and completing the finals run.
You must feel pretty good about that, Sin, because before the tournament even started, you were calling this team to be your favorite. Turns out you were correct. 9 hours later, it's going to be muscling down mid, taking the W in the summer draft tournament. Looking super strong. I mean, Rex and DL tried their absolute hearts out. Is this another Rex carry moment? Yeah, Rex with 36 kills on the board. On the other side, though, you know, you've got Jagel with 33 kills, and Moose just left the server. That's BM if I've ever seen it.
I think Moose's game crashed because I just saw my Steam pop up. Moose is now playing Midair 2 playtest, so I think he may have crashed.
All right.
But I don't think that it's going to matter very much. You can see Lel and Knopf holding red in field here. They're just sitting there. Moose jumping back into the server to kind of put the cherry on top. But what a performance from them. Look at Jagel, you know, coming into his first Midair tournament, 11 returns, 35 kills now in the final match to seal things up. Knopf with a really solid 31. 4 caps, 4 returns for Knopf as well, absolutely involved. Just everybody making a contribution on muscling down mid, and as the clock runs out, they will take it. Muscling down
Your
mid
team won the
took it
match.
all the way to the 5th map in the grand final, but they will pull things out.
GG's. GG's. The championship mentality from Moose carrying through, making it happen for his team. Congratulations. 9 hours in, they have taken the W. I don't know if there's anything on the line, per se, other than glory. But, yeah, I mean, shout-outs to you, Sin, for casting with me all day. Shout-outs to Ecstasy for organizing the tournament. Shout-outs to the winning team for taking the dub here today in pretty dominant fashion in the end. I mean, it was last map, and there were quite a few nail-bitingly close games, but in that last map, they looked firmly in control of the narrative. There was some fighting spirit shown from Rex's Ragers in the end, but overall, pretty dominant win. Congratulations.
Very solid from them, and I'm actually going to pull us down into their channel, and we can
Do it.
We can get a bit of input from them. Gentlemen,
Yo.
all the way
Yes, Dan.
through the winners bracket, you guys didn't lose a match the entire way through. You came through, you took it all the way down to game 5 at the end, got pretty close, but you pulled it out. Moose, I want to ask you, right off the bat, how did you feel about your team coming into the tournament? Did you think you were finals bound from the get-go, or did this kind of pick up as you went through?
I thought we were winning it from the get-go.
I love the honesty.
Yeah.
Straight up, you're like, yep, we were gonna win. That's absolutely what was gonna happen.
Yeah. We got a
You
bunch of
picked-
gamers over here.
2 T3 kind of transplants. Jagel and Astralis, not a lot of games coming out. Was
Not
that
T3,
early in
bro.
your strategy? Shut up, Astralis. You played T3 recently.
Shout out to Jazz.
Actually, Jago came up as chance, and I had Astros as a sleeper pick later on. I didn't think he would go for that low. So, hopped on it, and I still had some cash left. Played really well.
Did you have a specific idea about how your standoff D was gonna go with the picks of Lel and Knopf? Like, what did you pick them with the intention of having them be your standoff D?
I picked Lau because he's versatile and he holds flags well and moves flags. Frag, and then I picked Knopf to be home B because he's pretty good at fragging too, and he's getting better at home B.
Work in progress, guys.
Yeah.
We have
But
the
good
enemy
enough.
flag.
Good enough for this one. And 21 points for me. Come on, defending champ right here.
There you go. Knopf
I don't
defending
know.
champs.
Deal.
I mean, Knopf, you're going for more next time. I'm telling you that. We saw some excellent play between you and Lel in particular. You guys were just kind of on another level with that synergy. Did you guys like practice or discuss anything, or is it just from all the pugs you played together?
I'll give Lel all the credit here. I mean, he knows where I'm spawning before I know. Like he just sees me first. So he's really running the show back there in standoffs. So
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah,
want to
no,
ask
just
Jagel a
flush
couple of
jazz.
questions here.
What?
Jagel, you came into your first Midair tournament being assigned onto defense. How did you feel throughout the tournament? You know, specifically on, I want to ask you about Bryn. It didn't seem like you guys could get much going on defense on Bryn there. Was there anything they were doing in particular, or just not a map that you're comfortable on yet? What happened there?
I have tried to practice the nade combo in training, but the bots keep warping and it makes it so I don't know what I'm doing. And so I abandoned the idea of going for stun damage and just fly at their face and go for a midair and hope. And that doesn't really work that well. But it's also, I think, Bryn, they don't have very obvious speed because they drop at the end really fast. And so it kind of throws my timing off and I'm not really used to what routes exist.
yeah, we played Bren only a couple times during scrims, and we were kind of fit on D. So that was a ban whenever we could, really. That and Minnow.
Yeah, Knopf, you're normally known as a chase player. You know,
I
came in,
know.
we talked
I
about this
know.
early in the tournament, and we saw, you know, you were talking about it in Pugs, like, yeah, I'm trying to play home D. And I was really curious if they were legitimately gonna put you on to home D. You've been playing chase essentially your entire, you know, your entire stint in midair. And then we get to the tournament, and the first game that we cast with you guys in it, I see Knopf home D, and you guys stuck to it the whole way through. How was your experience doing that for, you know, a 9-hour day of tribes?
Stressful. Very, very stressful. It's high pressure position for sure. So yeah, I went and grabbed my whiskey. I got my full glass right here.
Nice.
Oh yeah, I want that. Yeah, Bangkok burrito. That's what I need right now. Chicken. Get a little victory dinner going here.
Very nice. I'm curious to ask specifically Jagle and Astralis. Like, do you guys, you know, recently coming from playing and scrimming and playing a lot of matches in T3, do you plan to continue to play midair? How's this experience been for you guys?
Jiggle can go first.
Yeah, I think the game is pretty good. I think there are some issues, just like T3 has issues, but I'm mostly looking forward if there's like any sort of like bring your own 5 tournament or something I can play with my friends, but it is kind of playing games that are pug only gets a little tiresome, of just like never being able to actually really play with like your friends every time and stuff. So I don't know if I'll like ever main the game, but
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Astralis, I've been
Me
seeing
personally.
Jagle play for a little while. Astralis, I have not seen you playing much at all. How has it been
Yeah,
playing midair?
so work is pretty hectic. So it's hard to get in the hours in, but I've been doing a lot of, practice on my own time, just skiing around, looking for routes. And we were able to get a lot of scrims in last week, but I don't think we got any scrims in this week.
I didn't even
But
play
it's
this
been
week.
fun. Yeah, it's been fun. Might stick around.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Moose.
Yo,
You're a championship winner in Bring Your Own 5 as well as drafts. Like, what do you bring into the table that's different than everybody else?
I don't really know.
Okay. All right.
I'm not sure. Teamwork? I don't fucking know.
I don't know,
Moose
man.
is-
I
Moose is
just
clutch,
win.
man.
I don't
Win.
fucking know. I just chill and play. These guys were like pretty good supporting everywhere we needed to do it. Yeah, I don't know. Just too old, buddy. Just in my bones now. It's in my blood.
It is. It is.
Well, congrats, guys.
Just gonna hang out in this 22
Thank you,
MU
sir.
area. It makes things a lot easier.
Thanks for running the show, Ecstasy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you just
so-
gotta
Coordinating.
keep fucking keep your mulo, your mulo.
Alright. Hey guys, real quick, just make
Yeah.
sure to message 3333, whatever his name is for the prizing and stuff. Just quick
Prizing?
shout out. Yeah,
There's a
prizes.
prize.
Yeah.
What do I get?
You get like skins and you get your name in the game.
Nice.
Oh,
Oh,
I've had that in the
shit.
game so many times. They just keep taking it out.
Like there's gonna be a plaque and then your names will be on the plaque in one of the maps.
Nice.
I still waiting for my name back on Menorah and on Elite.
Well, you can talk to them about that.
You gotta put those back on there.
But yeah, thanks for playing. Thanks Fish Sticks, thanks Sin for casting.
Yeah, thanks, boys. That was good. You go to bed now.
All right.
Thanks for sticking with it and coming out. Have a good one,
Yes,
guys.
boys.
Yeah,
Later.
ecstasy
Some
before you
full
go.
James,
on,
fellas.
Yeah.
Roblox lifting game.
Yeah.
what's up?
Good job hosting this. Is there gonna be another one to look forward to?
Oh,
Later, boys.
perhaps we'll see. I think it's a possibility. I think the format will be a little bit more streamlined next time.
Right.
Yeah.
Any
If I do another
words?
one, might be smaller.
Okay. Yeah, I think double the limb was quite a lot of matches.
Yeah, we weren't supposed to do the group stage today, but things changed last second, and then I forgot that I was going to change it back to single limb, and then it was too late.
Okay. Any last words for the stream chat?
Yeah, I'd like to take this moment to thank Ecstasy for running this tournament and for overcoming his profound intellectual disability, but not so much as to run it well. Have a good night.
Okay. All right, Sin, any last words from you?
I want to shout out Meller. This guy
Yeah.
was solo casting a lot of the matches that we didn't get onto, and also just for another point of view, he solo casted the entire day along with us. I can only imagine how Meller's voice is doing right now. So massive shout outs to Meller. He was chugging along there the whole time. He's gone now. I'm assuming he's nursing his voice and going to bed. It is definitely late in Europe. So a huge shout out to Meller for going along beside us the whole tournament.
Yeah, his stream chat was like had all the cool kids in it, so made me feel bad. But nice job, Meller. Keep it up. I'm glad that we got a second stream. Covered all the matches. I'm just playing. But yeah, okay, cool. Thanks, Sin, for joining me all day. GG's, guys. We'll see you at the
GG's.
next.
Play the
draft.
song. Play the song. It's a winner. We didn't do it.
What? The song? Oh,
yeah.
I heard you saying something about it. Send me the song. I don't know what the song is.
Yeah. Go to Tourney Chat
Okay.
and then just scroll up. The one I posted.
Just like DM it to me. I don't.
Yeah, I'll DM it to you.
I don't know what this. I don't know what this is. I don't know what you're talking about here.
Okay, you got it. Oh, there's so much freaking chat now.
All right, we're gonna listen to the song, I guess, whatever that means, and then we'll wrap it up. Look at these degenerates playing pugs after 9 hours of gaming.
Wait, really? People re-added?
Yeah, Lel added. Yeah, they're playing right now.
Okay, I'm gonna PM it to you here.
Absolute degenerates. All right, Knopf, you're on the clock. I gotta walk this dog and eat dinner.
True skill, just some straight up true skill. Go to last message in true skill pugs.
Okay. I don't know what this is. I'm scared, but I'm gonna drop out. GG's, dude.
Yep, good games.
All right.
Let's get
Oh, it's an AI song. Okay, I got it.
Let's get ready to Midair. Get ready for Moose's muscles. Watch us rack frost. Watch us rack angry. Watch us rack busy. Watch us rack lunacy. Get owned. Let's get ready, ready. Let's get ready, ready. Let's get ready, ready.
My God.
Let's get ready to Midair. Straight up, moving. We got you shooting. This root's booming. It ain't no hype. Watch us like T. Watch us like Clown. Watch us like Mackin. Get owned. Let's get ready to Midair. Let's get ready to Midair. Get ready, get steady, and Midair. Everybody Midair. Sit back with game and get used to being smashed. Street clouds on time. We carry around them back to front. We got muscles, watch us bring them down, man. So many strats, we're frightened to use them. So many roots, we keep them secret. We've even got them coming out of our D. Moose, Loud, Knock, Jangle, Astralis. Everyone loves these muscles. Give us the motivation, we can cause a sensation. Give us the flags, we can cause an ovation. Give us the cap stop speed. Give us the full stops. Styling, flagging, everybody popping. Let's get ready to Midair. Let's get ready to Midair.
All right, guys, I'm gonna call it. Thanks everyone for tuning in. I appreciate all of you, especially if you followed or subscribed on YouTube. The VOD will be up on my Twitch channel. The VOD will also be on YouTube, so you can check it out wherever is most convenient. Thanks everybody for tuning in, and I'll see you when I see you. Not really sure when that's gonna be, but I'll see you then. All right. Peace.
Straight up, grooving, we won't stop rooting. This disc's booming, it ain't no hype. Watch us like Fire, watch us like Rex, watch us like JP, watch us like Ryan. Get owned. Let's get ready to Midair. Let's get ready to Midair. Get ready, get steady, and Midair. Jakey. Fighting it, sweating it, busting the meat. Slamming it, jamming it, what you think, gamers? Straight up grooving, we won't stop rooting. This disc booming, it ain't no hype. Watch us like Fire, watch us like Rex, watch us like JP, watch us like Ryan. Get owned. Let's get ready to meet.